possibly move on to the next phases, I endeavor that you invest a lot of time in trying to figure that out. Because once you roll this out, for example, in many barangays, you would need to ensure that your team will have enough financing to maintain the application, to pay for the servers,
Tracy. So correct me if I'm wrong, but based on your implementation timeline, the LGU is tapped in the third phase. Tama ba yun? I just think that as for an LGU-based app, I think it's necessary to get their buy-in at the earliest possible stage because syempre, if they don't, the LGU doesn't believe in the product, then parang sayang yung phase 1 and phase 2 nyo. So that's just a comment to get the LGU support at the earliest start, and they will help you possibly get access to the the driver association and stuff like that. Otherwise, congratulations to the team for this innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our judges. Thank you very much, Team Kasilagan, for your presentation. Okay, you may go back to your seats. Okay. We'll proceed to our third presenters, and they'll also be presenting on site.
The third finalist to present is Team Atay from Quezon City Science High School. Team Atay is composed of Nayeli Beatrix Agliam, Jamaica Misha Fabula, Kyra Angeline Maborang, Mary Faith Madrazo, and Noel Marie Navia, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Brian De Leomos.
While we worry about our hearts and lungs more than we care about our liver, 20 million young Filipinos are being affected by a silent but deadly liver disease. Once by the time it's discovered, the damage will already be irreversible. One in 25 deaths worldwide are caused by liver deaths, with metabolic dysfunction associated fatty liver disease being one of the most common liver diseases today. It occurs by having fat build up in the liver, leading to inflammation or hepatic steatosis. In a 2020 study by Angela Agdep, 2020, more than 10,000 Filipinos have poor diet quality. This means that most of the diet is not good for them. To note, this and other factors such as environmental influences, genetics, and poor lifestyle leads to more disease prevalence. Despite this, Free and accessible risk assessment remains limited. Liver biopsies and liver biopsies and imaging tests are expensive, and blood-based DNA tests are often inaccessible in rural areas. The factors that cause MAFLD are genetics, environmental influences, poor lifestyle, and dietary choices. And to solve this, we introduce a type, an AI multimodal tool that uses AI to assess MAFLD risk. ATAI is an AI-powered multimodal tool that detects MAFLD risk using both biomarkers and lifestyle data. The AI has been trained on over 31,000 patient cases, making it very able to learn from compared to cost compared to cost patient and uninvasive. You may scan the QR code to detect to access our website. On this website, you'll be introduced to what ATAI is, guidelines, and how it works. You'll be given instructions on how to use the predictive tool, and you will get your results immediately. ATAI is not only a tool that helps prevention, but it helps Filipinos become better resilient in times of danger. ATAI was built on a MySQL database using an open source LPD and HEPR sources. The model was trained on XGBoost, and we used open source materials, which are free, to develop ATAI. We have a heavy emphasis on privacy policy, and we follow Philippine guidelines on patient confidentiality. Most importantly, ATAI has a 99.98% accuracy, making it one of the most effective MAFLD detecting applications that we have today in the Philippines. We have trained it through XGBoost, which is a high performance algorithm. And we note that we have no signs of overlifting or underlifting. It benefits young adults, healthcare services, and researchers because we provide a framework for AI driven healthcare solutions. Not only that, we follow and uplift several SDGs, such as SDG 3, SDG 9, SDG 10, and SDG 17. In the golden age of dangerous and unhealthy lifestyles, your liver is the most important. You have to protect it. It's as important as your lungs and your heart. Healthcare is not only for people who have money, but we have to keep it accessible, especially for the Filipino people. We are not here today to discuss how expensive medical costs can be, but when we have good risk assessment, when we have the proper tools to defect and fight these illnesses together as one country, we can fight and protect our fellow men. That is why I believe that healthcare is not going to be something that will be replaced by AI, but we will continue to support and keep healthcare as the center of our humanity. Healthcare is not for expensive, is not expensive. It can be free. And with that, healthcare is proactive. Healthcare is reimagining the way you live your world. And that begins with Atay. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Team Atay. Okay, well, please stay on stage for our Q&A. Now, the rest of the team members may join. So may I call on Ayeli, Jamaica, Sierra, Mary, Faith, and Noel. Okay, so it seems like they're sharing the actual website to the judges. Okay, please go to the center of the stage. Don't be shy. You're doing great. Okay, who'd like to give a comment, feedback, or to ask a question first from our judges?
Health apps are always great, no? Congratulations for a very nice presentation. Siguro una-una, I was just curious why you are targeting young adults when the most at-risk population are the ones age 40 to 50 plus. That's one. The other thing is that for you to input data into the app, you need a doctor's prescription to go to the hospital to get your blood tested, all of that. So why would you use an app when you can access a doctor to interpret the data for you? So two questions lang. Yun lang. Thank you.
So for the first question po, why did we target young adults? Because young adults po are usually the one that are affected by MAFOL. And our app po, it's accurate po across all demographics, including young adults. And we just specified it po to young adults because yun nga po, young adults, sila po yung hindi po nabibigyan ng tamang knowledge about liver health problems po. And then, for the second question po, why are we gonna use the app if we can ask doctors po? So, one of the modifications that our app need nga po is imaging scanning po, wherein, wait lang po. So,
It's okay.
yung blood test po kasi, it's just 200 pesos to 500 pesos po. But liver biopsies po, which Atay is targeting, um, it requires 25,000 po to 30,000. And with this app po, we can reduce the cost up to 90% po if we use nga po the app. And one of the advantage of our app is that it provides personalized recommendation. This mean po that you don't need to have another consultation with doctors that requires another fee po, and it's just 1 second, one click, input your data, and then you already have your risk assessment, and then you already have personalized recommendations po on how to improve your liver health. Thank you po.
Hi, hello, good morning, team Atay from Quezon City Science High School. We were supposed to have an AI launch in your school today. And it's great to see that you're making strides in the use of AI in your school. Very quick question though. In terms of your use cases, as mentioned, it's targeting a young demographic. So it's really more of a preventive tool. Are there any plans for you to expand to other use cases for this? Particularly, you're starting with liver. There are so many related metrics that you can do for this. And although it will require a bit of an investment, for example, about 200 pesos for the initial lab results, the cost saved will be quite substantial down the line of after this goes through health technology assessment by the DOH. You can even partner with the likes of the Lab for All program of the President and the First Lady for the rollout so that they can have an indication for other related diseases. Do you have any other immediate expansion plans in terms of the use of the tool? Because basically you aggregated a lot of data points so that you can predict outcomes using their existing profiles, right? Or 31,000 data points. Any other quick expansion use cases that you have in mind so that it's not super niche to MAFLD?
If ever po we partnered with, for example, Department of Health, we could train the data set po to go beyond MAFOL. Actually po, yung yung model po namin, it could it could expand and it could learn beyond MAFOL po. It detects other liver diseases po. that is related to muffled. Kasi muffled po, um, it's characterized nga po by one,
Um, Muffled po is characterized po by inflammation sa liver or hepatic steatosis. Through extensive partnerships po with government agencies, healthcare sectors, and technology sectors po, we could potentially expand the use of atay or yung AI model po to um, touch on other health conditions po that are critical po ngayon sa health community.
Hello, good morning. So first of all, I'd like to commend the team for having their website up and for even providing us with your devices. I was able to access it through your QR code during the presentation. So very good job on that one. Siguro, just a quick question. How do you propose to get the buy-in of your proposed users of this app? I imagine you'll have to do extensive parang awareness campaign to get people to actually use your app. What are your plans for that?
Hello po. So we plan to partner with local hospitals and clinics, mostly po in the QC area, to begin implementing Atay into their systems. Because one of the key ideologies of Atay is that it's accessible and it's very easy to use. You just need a device and a stable internet connection for you to able to assess your risk. So first, what we'll do is we'll contact some local hospitals. Actually, we've contacted a lot of local hospitals, but they're taking a lot of time to respond, and we understand that because we are students pa lang. And we want to expand this project as much as we can because healthcare is super critical in our times right now. Kasi most of us, we don't know what we're eating because of the abundance of fast food, instant food, stuff like that. So we plan to partner with local hospitals, clinics, and most importantly, we want to contact more doctors so they can learn how Atay works and how to implement it into their systems. Because Atay can be used by the patient or the doctor, but we believe that it's better applied with the doctors because they have the resources to actually assess them better.
Quick follow-up question. You mentioned a while ago you have 31,000 data points used. May I know the demographic composition of the 31,000 data points and where did those data points come from?
came from Kaggle po. It's an open source data set po, wherein one po, yung HEPAR, it's from synthetic data sets that is from age 18 po to 60 and above. It's trained on real life data set po with patients that have liver disease. And then the LPD one po, it's more categorical. It have symptoms regarding the liver disease po. Both of them are free po and accessible for public.
Okay, so it's international, not local
Yes
based.
po.
To add lang po, yung data sets po na ginamit namin from Kaggle, they are actually from Iran, which from what I know, they're pretty similar to the diet of the Filipinos. But that is one drawback of our project. We currently don't have a Filipino data sets because we were unable to contact hospitals. And one of our contacts, St. Luke's, they replied to us, but the process took 8 months for us to get our hands on data sets regarding liver. So that's one of the things that we aim to fix but by the time that we have access to it. Because again, Atay is for Filipinos, made by Filipinos.
Okay, one last question.
Suggestion lang, kasi it has potential yung application niya for early detection. But from detection to treatment, yung treatment na part siguro, incorporate dun sa app that if they are at high risk, they can consult a medical practitioner to ensure lang na at the end of the day, a medical specialist is always there to educated advice sa kanila.
Yes, but that's a feature of Atay po. Here at high risk, we actually list down contacts or emergency contacts for medical institutions because again, we are a risk assessment tool and we are not a medical diagnosis. So we have linked there medical institutions that may help you with your high risk. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, that's it for Team Atay. Maraming salamat to our judges and Team Atay for their presentation. Okay, so we'll move on to our next presenter, Team Health Track.
Our fourth presenter is Team Health Track from the Philippine Science High School, Central Visayas Campus. Team Health Track is composed of Sabrina K. Concepcion, Maria Vallador, Grisela Beliana, and Himaya Acedo under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Louis Lariosa.
I want you to look around you and at every person. What if I told you that their lives could depend on a few words scribbled on a single piece of paper, and that these scribbles could mean the difference in helpful and harm? Every day, hospitals all across the Philippines, doctors and nurses rely on written notes, paper records to communicate critical patient information. But what if these papers were unclear, misplaced, or misinterpreted? Evidences from local studies show how this could be a widespread problem. In the Philippine General Hospital, one study found 6,517 medication errors from just 50 inpatient charts. And with that was 99% was prescribing errors. These mistakes were linked to even longer hospital stays. Beyond the hospital, the World Health Organization reported that nearly half of patients with chronic illnesses fail to take their proper medications prescribed. So, what is the problem here? So, the problem is unclear documents, illegible handwriting, and patients left with confusion. But what if I told you that the solution can be found right within our phones? Introducing TRACK, a treatment recording and admission care system for hospitalized patients. It is a digital prescription and medication tracking system made specifically for admitted patients. Upon hospital admission, every patient is provided with a medical wristband that contains both a QR code and a barcode.
So there's just a technical difficulty. So the tech team is just switching to the backup presentation of the team. So just to clarify for all of our finalists, so this doesn't affect your actual presentation time, so we pause it. So you don't have to worry about it, okay? So let's just wait for the backup presentation to be ready.
So, I want you to look around you, to look at every person inside the room. What if I told you that their lives could depend on a single piece of paper with full of small words and scribbles, and that these scribbles could mean the difference between healing and harm? Every day in the Philippines, across many hospitals, different nurses and doctors rely on written notes and patient and paper records to communicate critical patient information. But what if these papers were unclear, misplaced, or misinterpreted? Evidences from multiple local studies show how widespread this issue may be. At the Philippine General Hospital, one study found 6,517 medication errors from just 50 inpatient charts, with 99% as classified as prescribing errors. And these mistakes were even linked to longer hospital stays. Beyond the walls of a hospital, the World Health Organization reported that nearly half of patients with chronic illnesses struggle to take their prescribed medications. So, what is the problem here? It's unclear documents, illegible handwriting, and patients left with confusion. Now, what if I told you that the solution can be found right within our phones? Introducing Track, a treatment recording and admission care system for hospitalized patients. It is a digital prescription and medication tracking system that is made specifically with admitted patients in mind. Upon hospital admission, each patient is provided with a medical wristband that has both a QR code and a barcode. The QR code is for patients to access medical data. Once scanned, it links directly into a secure website where they can see their prescriptions, scheduled procedures, and even an estimated cost on all of their entire stay. The barcode is for healthcare workers, and they can easily scan this using their mobile device, in which they can access a patient's medical data, such as their prescriptions, allergies, and restrictions. Track provides healthcare workers with registered accounts. In these registered accounts, they are given access to their own personalized homepage that displays a real-time list of the patients that they are responsible for, with their admission status, key medical alerts such as changes in dosages, and upcoming schedules and medication times. Doctors can update prescriptions, nurses can check dosage logs, and pharmacists can confirm dispensing. Every action is automatically recorded in a transparent logs system. Track works on an admission-only based system, which means that patient data is only stored during their admission and will be deleted 1 month after their discharge. During discharge, the hospitals are required to print two hard copies of their final prescription and their medication records. And patients can opt to download their final prescription and medication records through the app. As for the impacts and benefits of track, it reduces medication errors, keeps patients and caretakers informed, improves communication within the hospital, organizes hospital workflow, protects patient privacy, and provides estimated hospital billing. Our implementation strategy can be divided into 5 phases. The developmental phase will focus on the creation of a working prototype in a non-clinical environment. The pre-pilot phase will work with coordination with the Department of Health, local government units, and public hospitals to obtain necessary documents. In the simulation pilot phase, a simulation of mock patient admissions in selected hospitals will happen with hospital staff only, with no real patients. In the clinical pilot phase, pilot testing in selected public hospitals will happen with real patient involvement. And finally, our last stage will be the official integration of track into public hospitals all across the country. Track directly supports the government's goal of efficient and transparent healthcare delivery. With a digitalized system, it enables faster services, fewer errors, and greater accountability within public hospitals. The track empowers the Department of Health to transform from a to transform patient care from paper-based confusion into digitalized coordination and trust. So, rewrite the future of patient care with track.
Hello, good morning. Are you just alone? Okay.
Okay,
You will be joined by your
teammate.
teammates
The tech.
as they are joining you. Um, I'm just curious, and I'd like to hear why are you just limiting this to yung confined uh to confined patients? Why are you just initially considering that?
We're limiting this to confined admitted patients because we noticed that it's one of the sectors where patients are not really aware. There's a disconnect between the healthcare workers, the patient, and their treatment. So we aim this at admission specifically to bridge that gap.
Okay. So I think mine is more of a suggestion, maybe opening up more ideas for you. So I wish you good luck for uh, I hope you be given the opportunity to really test it because I see the value of proper recording of medications and the objectives that you laid down. But I think there is potential for you to even introduce this at the local level in particular. Um, there are non-communicable diseases that may be subject of this kind of innovation because local health workers may also need to track yung proper intake of medication. Say, for example, we've learned that in treating TB, tuberculosis, there is really a treatment program that a patient needs to undergo, no? But with the help of the app, maybe that's gonna help both the local health workers track compliance of the patient and at the same time yung patient mismo is able to follow properly yung instructions for the treatment. So I hope you also open up the idea na we don't limit it dun sa mga confined or admitted patients but also those seeking health services dun sa ating mga local health units.
Thank you
Thank you.
po. We'll keep that in mind when we further develop track. Thank you.
Hi, hello, good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. I found that your presentation was very timely, no? Nadalma ko yung opening nyo kasi I also trained at the Philippine General Hospital. So I know what it's like. And yes, there is a possible use case for this there. But my first question would be, what is the wisdom behind eliminating the data sets that you have already gathered and organized after a month?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, sir?
What is the wisdom behind deleting your patient data after a month, after, let's say, a hard copy has been printed?
The point in that decision is to eliminate data leaks because patient data is confidential. And although we want to keep the digital copy accessible to patients, we also recognize that number one, it sorry, it takes up space. So it would cost more to operate health track with that much patient data, and it's also more vulnerable to cybercrime attacks.
That's great. However, there are a lot of ways to secure that without yielding too much cost. Because following your narrative, this has a lot more use case applications outside the hospital. It will actually cost you more if you have all of these components from your billing to your treatment management to your dispensing all within the hospital system. It will cost you more. It might actually be more helpful in use cases, just what ma'am said earlier, in cases like you're tracking the use case for TB, or for example, as simple as the immunizations of children and mothers. It's going to be a thinner um, application model, and it will not cost you as much and rapidly scalable, especially if your targets are local health units vis-a-vis hospitals that are likely already implementing a massive system that might be harder to tweak. So you might want to explore that, especially when you enter your implementation phase. You might want to tweak your approach so that you can have higher traction in your local health facility vis-a-vis going straight to the hospital system. But this is a very interesting effort, and we see this flourishing if you execute it properly.
Thank you for your suggestion, po.
Hello, good morning. So first, I'd like to commend the team for thinking about the data privacy aspect. Parang pinag-isipan nyo talaga and not as an afterthought. But of course, as Galvan mentioned, there is something that can be improved in terms of like yung delete kaagad ng data. Anyway, this is something that you and also team at with a similar health based solution can consider. Baka you can consider partnering with the UP system through the PGH, which could be an excellent avenue and entry point for your innovation in applying this tech-based solution. Once you have a successful use case through the PGH, I think it's easier to get the buy-in of the national government and the LGUs for this, similar to what happened to the UP NOAA. Diba? Na-establish mo na yung UP NOAA and now national government is getting into it. So otherwise, congratulations for your very thoughtful approach to this project.
Thank you so much to our judges and Team Health Lab. You may go back to your seats. We'll now proceed to our next presenter. Our fifth finalist is Team Science from Quezon City Science High School, but unfortunately they won't be able to join us here today, neither online. So we'll go straight to the sixth team, which is Team Liwanag from Catanduanes National High School.
The next presenter is Team Liwanag from Catanduanes National High School. Team Liwanag is composed of Joseph Francis Saldua, Josh Nimrod Taroy, Lawrence Timothy Go, CJ Nico Tulipat, and Joff Albert Lopez, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Javin Toliedo.
Good day, everyone. Let me ask, have you ever been shocked by your electric bill? You're not alone. Every month, thousands of Filipinos experience skyrocketing energy costs, unstable supply, and damaged electronics due to unpredictable power surges. But don't worry, we got you. Introducing Project Liwanag, your smart energy guardian. Project Liwanag is a next generation AI powered energy management system that is designed so that every home and community is safer, smarter, and more energy efficient. It is IoT ready, cloud connected, and AI enhanced, built for the modern and connected home and community. Let's face it, energy in the Philippines is expensive. As of August 2025, we are paying 17.46 pesos in Catanduanes, the highest in the Philippines as of yet. Also, we are ranked among the highest in Asian countries when it comes to energy costs. Moreover, we experience frequent surges and brownouts, which could also contribute to the damaging of electronics. And yet, studies showed that 20 to 30% of energy in public and non-residential buildings is wasted simply due to the lack of management and control. That's the gap Project Liwanag is built to fill. First, First, we introduce Budget Intelligence, our AI-powered financial control system. It allows users to set a monthly power budget. For example, 500 pesos for the aircon. It then analyzes usage patterns, predicts budget exhaustion, and auto-adjusts consumption to avoid overruns. It's perfect not just for households, but also for small businesses like Pisonet cafes or e-bike charging stations where energy costs can make or break the profit. Next, we have the AI Guardian System, your 24/7 intelligence protection. It uses machine learning to analyze each appliance by its electrical fingerprint, predict failures, and prevent surges from ever damaging your devices. Even during internet outages, it can send alerts through SMS, app, or voice notifications to keep you informed and protected. Now, this is where Project Liwanag goes beyond than just being a household device. Imagine this. Project Liwanag devices in every home can create a smart network of a nationwide country through secure connection with the Department of Education, I mean, Department of Energy, sorry, and other government agencies, our devices can actually communicate with the national grid. So during what we call a red alert, or when power demand is dangerously high, our devices can actually adapt to this. So for example, if a red alert occurs, our devices can reduce energy use in non-essential appliances. This is what we call the virtual power plant, a network of homes working together to create a better and resilient Philippines. Project Liwanag is built for enterprise-ready deployment with zero configuration setup, cloud-native architecture, and end-to-end encryption. It's ready for government offices, schools, and public facilities that want to cut costs in energy, in energy, in energy financial problems, while also being models of energy efficiency. We are not just making a smart meter. We are building the future of energy, predictive, connected, and informed. So today, we invite you to partner with us to bring light, liwanag, into every Filipino home. Because the future of energy starts here. Thank you for listening. We are ready for the questions.
Thank you so much, Team Liwanag, for presenting your Project Liwanag. So may we now invite the rest of the team members. So we have Joseph, Josh, Lawrence, CJ, and Joff to interact with our judges. Okay, I'd like to ask, would like to be the first to ask a question or to share feedback from our judges.
Hello, Team Liwanag. Congratulations on your innovation. Um, Siguro, can you just walk us through how you intend to get the buy-in of your beneficiaries for them to use your app?
Can you repeat that po again?
How do you intend to have your proposed beneficiaries use your app? Yung buy-in nila para will you convince them to use your app?
Uh, so to be clear po, we have a device po and not just an app po. So we can have a demo and how to use the device. Dala po namin siya ngayon, pero may setup pa pong kailangan kasi electricity po yun. So ang question niyo po is, how will the customer uh, use the device or how will we make them use the device? So we have a called a implementation po. So we have a four implementation phase where in the first is the validation, where we'll use a prototype in a 30-day pilot with a local partner to gather hard data proving its effectiveness and benefits. Second is the commercialization po, which is you talk earlier po. So where will we use the data to attract partner for mass manufacturing, cutting our 800 pesos prototype cost by 70 to 80% to under 250 pesos, ensuring mass market viability. Third is the adaptation po. So where we'll use partner with utilities like Meralco to offer subsidies device via optional smart saver. Plan of users voluntarily opt in for a rebate, creating a virtual power plant which Josh talked about earlier po. That aligned with existing program like the ILP. Finally, the integration po is where this network is used to improve government's delivery of public service, like the DOE gets anomalized data for the planning in its smart grid roadmap, and the NGCP gets a trigger to manage red alerts, ensuring the scalability within the government po. So I present po the four phase po, which you asked.
Hi, hello, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Very timely. And I think I can speak for everyone that our hearts go out to everyone in Catanduanes right now who are affected by the recent typhoons. And again, this is very timely because we're looking for energy saving interventions. My question is, what's the unit cost for the application as well as the device? Because you mentioned there's a device component. How much would, let's say, let's put it in the use case of a school. I was hoping that you were going to implement it not just with DOE but also with DepEd since you're with us. We can try it out in the different schools. For example, in your school, how many devices do I need? And what would be the cost to maintain it for, let's say, a year?
So you ano po, the prototype po here that we brought cost around 800 pesos. So if we will implement it like a school, we will make a uh, spare room po. So we would gagawa po tayo ng maraming device. So kailangan po natin ng manufacturing. Wherein doon na po sinabi ko kanina na yung 800 pesos, magka-cut yung cost to almost 70 to 80%. So we will make the device smaller and more compact. So it would be fit to the school environment po to be safe po. So that would be the database. So we would pay for the database. Of course, it would cost around 15,000 per month po. And the device, so it would be around 50,000 if we implement into a full school po na environment.
That would run for a year, 50,000 to maintain everything for a year.
Not just a year po, maybe 20 to mga 5 to 20 years po kasi yung device namin is very easy to maintain po.
Okay, thank you, Asek Diana and Dr. Dexter. So we have another question from Vice June.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Again, I share Asik Galban's concern, no, for your town mates for your province mates in Catanduanes. He asked my other question about the cost which is actually quite important. The other thing I'm going to ask is that you mentioned that all the data is going to be uploaded, yung consumption ng mga households and industries, and give the DOE to the government. Uh, don't you think that's a privacy risk for a lot of households and even business owners?
Yung sinabi ko po kanina na the user will have a option wherein if he or she can give the data to the Department of Energy. So may option naman po siya, which is pwede tayong gumawa ng program na sabihin na natin na pag pumayag ka, bibigyan kita ng subsidies where babawasan natin yung energy cost mo ng 5% para maengganyo yung user na nila po.
Okay, do you have any more questions or feedback from our judges?
So
Wait.
basically, I just want to clarify. Yung project using with a device, no? It's based nudging the consumer to conserve energy. It's more of a nudging tool, like prompting you because there's monitoring on the appliance use, etc. But basically, it will just prompt no the consumer na magbawas ka na wag na tayo mag-aircon mamayang gabi kasi na ano na tayo within the budget. Ganun ba siya operationally?
Yes, pero it does more than just prompt kasi you can schedule. For example, we have a Wi-Fi system. Mag-connect ka lang and ma-access mo na yung device. So example, wala ako sa bahay and naiwan ko pala nakabukas yung electric fan. I can actually control on and off ng electric fan sa socket through the application po. So it does beyond than just prompt you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, one more from VP June again.
Last, very curious lang ako because there's a lot of power monitoring and control systems out there in the market. Google Home is one. So what makes this very different? Because there's a lot of them.
So our device pricey ay ate po less price po kasi if you would buy a full monitoring it would cost you around not just 800 pesos but more than 50K if you install it throughout your house wherein our device is just plug and play po. So parang it's more user friendly and have more function po and yun po. Thank you.
Also, I would like to add to that, if this were to be mass produced, it would cut significantly, like more than half sa original cost niya.
Okay. Okay, that's it for Team Liwanag. Maraming salamat, Team Liwanag from Catanduanes National High School. Thank you to our judges. So that's our first 5 presenters for the senior high school category. So we're learning a lot today. Definitely we need a few minute breaks. So we'll have a 10-minute health break and networking break so that we can absorb everything that's we're learning from the different innovations that are being presented by our finalists. So to our audience to our guests from the different national government agencies, feel free to network with our students if you want to learn more about their ideas. They are with their advisors or coaches as well in this hall. Thank you. So we'll resume at exactly 11 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Okay, we're down to the second half of our innovation pitching for the senior high school category. So we will now resume the pitching session. So our first presenter for the second half is Team Ember from Quezon City Science High School.
The next presenter is Team Ember from Quezon City Science High School. Team Ember is composed of Wilron Dexter Corpus, Bernard Gumasing, Kenichi Angel Ignacio, Josh Allen Macavinta, and Christian Ernest Peralta, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Brian De Leomos.
18,217 fires happen annually in the Philippines, according to Villamente 2024. And that's such a big number. And these fires happen commonly in prone areas, impoverished areas, slums, squatters, where there are highly combustible materials that are close to each other. And well, the Philippines is equipped with emergency personnel like firefighters, responders, police officers, and paramedics. But there is a big problem when it comes to the responders responding to these disasters. There is a delay. According to the Bureau of Fire Protection, there is an average of 7 to 8 minutes of a response time. And let me tell you, 7 to 8 minutes is such a long time, especially when it comes to disasters where every second, every minute counts. And now, with all these problems I've stated, what can be an innovative product presented here to solve these? Good morning, judges, and good morning, Next Gen PH. From Quezon City Science High School, we are Team Ember, ESP32 based mobile bot for emergency response with ceramic fireproofing. Now, I have the prototype right here, and I have 6 innovative features to tell you. The first feature is one, we have a water nozzle to, of course, release pressurized water to extinguish fire. And next to it is a flame sensor, which detects fires that also triggers a siren that has an average of 90 decibels, which is really loud. And next, of course, our device is mobile, just like in the title. It has wheels and it's also remote controlled. And lastly, for the two innovative features, there is polycarbonate plates in case with ceramic fiber wool that can withstand a whopping 1,260 degrees Celsius. Now, what about the impacts and benefits of Ember? How will this impact the people around us? Well, first, we want firefighters. We our device wants to be a complementary responder for firefighters. We don't want to be the one replacing firefighters. They're already well equipped with strong pressure nozzles, but we want to be the one first on site. We want to be the one there before the golden hour, before the critical 7 to 8 minutes. And with our innovative integrating fire suppression and siren, the occupants of the occupants that we want to help will increase the likelihood of safe evacuation with, of course, our loud and clear evacuation cues, which is the siren. Now, of course, Ember is aimed for three SDGs, SDG 9, SDG 11, and SDG 17. We specifically tailored this for fire disasters because we know it's very common in the Philippines and it is a major problem. But how will this device be implemented? Well, first, our device, of course, collaborated with the Bureau of Fire Protection was we took many recommendations and insights from their head engineer. We also asked their chief on how firefighting works or how can we help them when it comes to these disasters. Their recommendation is that this device, instead of having it placed one by one in each of the civilians' homes, instead it should be in an outpost or where it can reach a mile radius, where instead of it being automated, where there's a risk of third-party interventions, it is semi-automated and will be controlled by a trained professional. And of course, this can also be innovated more. Not only is this just stuck to just water, but it can also be added as fire retardant or fire extinguishing material. Also, the wheels can also be added for it to climb upstairs, or it can be expanded into a much bigger rover. Now, these ember or these small ideas that I showed you are just one of our innovations. Remember that an ember can become a big flame, and just like that, our ideas may be small, but this innovation can become very big. And that is all for our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, team member. Let's welcome their team members on stage. We have Wilron, Bernard, Kenichi, Josh Allen, and Christian.
Thank you for your presentation, Team Ember.
Thank you po.
So if I am the chief of Bureau of Fire Protection and I ask you how much will it cost to deploy that in all fire stations in the country? How much would each of that cost?
Um, Based on our research on what future materials we will use as well to improve the prototype, it will cost around 5 to 7,000 per unit. And the BFP, according to our consultation as well, will also employ a certain person to operate the semi-autonomous bot.
So basically the idea ito is unmanned. It will move by itself given some controls.
Um,
It's designed to be semi-autonomous po. So the entire system, the entire fire suppression and audio guidance capabilities, it's all automated po using circuitry and sensors. However, the movement and the rover is controlled by a person po.
Um, yung blue ba is the water?
yes po. We just for now for the prototype, we repurposed a uh what i- an agricultural sprayer to since an agricultural sprayer has a wide range of spraying, and we just it also has high pressure as well. So we just repurposed it for the purpose of the prototype.
So this is just a prototype. It's not gonna
Yes.
be made of plastic. It has to be fire resistant.
Yes.
uh, in the
Sorry.
future.
You if you can see here po, we just took it away to see the insides of the bot. But earlier we had the whole system wrapped around in fireproof ceramic fiber wool.
So maybe just last point. 'Di ba when we have fires, um, there's a certain area, 'di ba? So given that, uh, baka kailangan din bang ma-determine how many of that will be needed given the the coverage of the fire, uh, complementing the actual firefighters. Would that be something na parang as a form of a standard, kunyari 500 square meters yung area, no? So that too you can efficiently deploy that, and then the ratio of that one with the fire human firefighters. So, ang tanong ko kung ano 'yon, napag-isipan niyo na ba 'yon, if you will sell this kind of innovation sa BFP?
To add lang po, that is our rough prototype. But if your question po is the current model, then it would be just a small area of a fire po, since we're just trying to simulate the system, the flame detection, the audio. But if you want our future implications, our future innovation po, of course, we would like to expand the rover. We want to expand it bigger, and of course with better water capacity, enough to extinguish, let's say, a small house flame or small starter flame in a house po. Since if you ask the current model, of course it's just for rough testing that we just did.
Yeah, so what I'm just saying is that maybe while that is an initial concept, your plans for scaling up uh, should also be considered, no? Eventually. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Vikaluan. So here next from Dr. Dexter.
Hi, hello, good morning. Thank you very much for
Morning
your
po.
presentation. Sounds like you prepared for the National Schools Press Conference also. Good presentation. Picking up from your prototype, can you share with us the wisdom behind using this rover model, wherein in other countries they're gravitating more towards, let's say, the use of drones? Because I know that you implemented here a semi-autonomous approach, but at the same time you wanted it to be readily deployable. What was the wisdom towards using something that's heavily reliant on, let's say, your wheels here, versus, let's say, a drone technology that might be a little bit more agile? Or is this something that you intend to do later on?
So since we consulted with the BFP, we also proposed the idea of a drone to somehow, be more agile. But they opposed that idea because of the weight of the sheer amount of fire suppression or water or extinguishing material. Right now, like our rover is relatively heavy, so to implement that in a drone would require a drone that's large, very large in scale po. So we opted for a land option instead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dexter. Do you have a comment or feedback from Attorney Diana?
Hello, good morning. So first, I'd like to commend your team for a very good presentation, and of course for having your prototype available here today. So it's also good to hear that you've consulted with the BFP for the project. So I just want to ask, who are it's supposed to be semi autonomous, right? So who is the one controlling the device?
There will be trained uh, personnel that will be able to control the device, and we will possibly have manuals or possibly seminars from the BFP themselves to allow people in barangays and for ease of access for personnel then.
So this is meant for the barangay officials or the community officials, and is that your intention?
Yes. Po.
All right. Thank you. No more questions on my end.
Thank you, Attorney Diana. Do you also have something to ask or share, Vice President June?
Sigu- Just just a comment lang siguro. Ito abot na abot sa lahat ng eskinita sa Quezon City. So congratulations. I think this is something that we need instead of risking the life of the firefighter. My suggestion lang siguro, instead of water, aren't you going to use ABC?
ABC fire extinguishers po.
Yung
Yun.
chemical na ginagamit. Kasi water parang limited
Actually,
lang yung
it was recommended to us that water po talaga yung universal fire extinguisher, and water can be used for any situation or any type of fire po. That's what our consultation or our consultant said to regarding using or the type of extinguishing material.
The reason why I asked that is because there's a lot of industrial waste sa mga sunog, no? Yung mga plastic, yung mga hard to, mahirap apulain kumbaga na mga material once na nag-combust sila. So I think you will need chemical for that, not just water. Yeah.
Our device po, it's not though for now po it's water, but we also thought about having like let's say a two pump system or two capacity. Let's say isa water, yung isa fire retardant, or yung isa po yung extinguishing material na sinasabi nyo. But for now po, nilagay po namin water since a pressurized extinguishing yung material requires like an electric motor po, and sobrang bigat po nun, hindi na siya kagana sa rough prototype namin. But in the future po, if it can be added, since if increased pa po yung horsepower po ng mismong rover and it can move and can handle heavy weight, then it's also possible po for extinguishing material.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Team
po.
Ember from Quezon City Science High School. Our next finalist is the team is from Baguio City, and they'll be delivering their pitch online.
The eighth finalist to present online is Team Namnama from Pine City National High School, Senior High School, Baguio City. Team Namnama is composed of Carla Grace Magno, Johan Brian Arango, Jonathan Amuyong, Shalene Faye Cardenas, and Shenery Labaktan, under the guidance of their advisor, Pilipinas Bayan, and Jocelyn Valdez.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to share you a story. It is a story about a farmer named Mang Ito. He is a farmer from Tublay who is losing money due to unsold goods that often lead to food waste. Unfortunately, the transportation costs from Tublay to La Trinidad and to Baguio leads to much more lower income. Many Filipinos experience this harsh reality, which is known as food insecurity. In fact, according to SWS, 25.9% of Filipinos experience food hunger. Furthermore, 51 million Filipinos experience moderate to severe food insecurity. With almost 5 out of 10 Filipinos are struggling to find and have an access to food. Yet, according to UN, we are wasting 131 million tons of food in retail section alone. If I will put it into perspective, one elephant is equivalent to 5 tons. And with approximately 26 million elephants, it is equivalent to 131 million tons of food waste. Imagine 26 million tons of food waste. That's why we need to act now. We need to address food waste in order to combat food insecurity. That's why I am proudly to present to you our innovative solution, which is Project Namnama. What is Project Namnama? Namnama means hope. This is our initiative to use dehydration process in order to turn unsold goods into valuable dehydrated products such as dehydrated fruit tea and on-the-go packages. Our dehydration process starts with washing, weighing, removing inedible parts, and then dehydrating them in order to extend its shelf life. With this kind of process, we may increase food availability, and we may be able to reduce food spoilage and food waste. With that, we can empower farmers like Mang Indo and fruit vendors to turn their unsold goods into valuable dehydrated products that they can generate an income. For the community, we are planning to conduct a livelihood training program which may help them. In conducting this livelihood training program, once the equipments are ready, we will be proceeding to the buying of unsold goods from the farmers. And then we will be able to identify the beneficiaries and then demonstrate them the dehydration process. Once the product are ready, it is good for storage if you want it for personal consumption. And for business, they can sell the dehydrated products. In conducting this livelihood training program, we need funding. For school level, it requires almost 1.3 million pesos. And for local level, it requires 2.6 million pesos. And hoping for national level, it requires 3.1 billion pesos. In terms of ROI, every peso you will be receiving 0.45 pesos of your investment. For example, if you will be investing 1.3 million, you will be able to receive 585,000 pesos. With this kind of amount, we will be achieving the SDG 2, 8, and 12. Once this SDG are achieved, we can envision that 10 years from now, Philippines will be more food secured and we may be able to reduce our import reliance. And it all started with one simple idea. Dehydrate to hydrate food security. Once again, I am Carla Grace Magno, representing Team Namnama from Agri-Fishery Arts of Food Processing, Pine City National High School. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Team Namnama from Pines City National High School, Baguio City. Okay. If you have a speaker, maybe you can, there you go. Okay, so we'll now ask the judges to give their feedback to ask our questions to our presenters. VP June,
Alright,
go ahead.
naimbag na bigat kada kayo aming dito Baguio. Team Namnama, good morning.
morning, sir.
Congratulations for a very innovative project. Have you explored the possibility of working with DOST? Kasi there's a lot of projects na ginagawa nila for the food wastage, lalo yung mga farmers natin, no? Dun sa Benguet. Have you consulted them or talked to DOST about this?
Yes po.
Okay, so what was the conversation about? Anong sabi nila? Kasi there's a lot of livelihood programs na nakafocus sa dehydrated vegetables and food products. Ano yung advice ng DOST?
Okay, anyone from the team would like to answer?
Anyone answer?
Siguro po when it comes to the DOST, yung tulong po na mga gawa nila sa amin is when it comes to testing, especially po dun sa mga nutritional value po ng mga ginagawa po ng dehydrated products po.
Okay. Good morning, Team Namnama. I just want to clarify kasi have you identified a particular produce na ano to you think would be a good starting point for your project or innovation, and why? Carrots ba yan? Patatas? Or
Um,
Ang ginamit po namin na parang main is yung lemon. Kasi po yun parang maraming demand po dito sa Cordillera po. Para po
Okay.
ginamit po namin sa fruities. And kasi po yung lemon po kasi is pwede siyang mai-mix sa kahit anong prutas.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Okay, do we have other comments or questions?
Hello, good morning to the team. So it's good that you thought about the funding requirements. You flashed some funding requirements from in your presentation. Could you tell us how you came about the figures indicated in the presentation?
That is based po sa aming research na kung saan sinearch po namin yung mga magkano yung equipment, yung mga fees po, para materials na gagamitin. Kaya nag-come up po kami sa ganyang amount.
Ilan ang target based on your figure? Ilan yung target beneficiaries that were considered for the figure?
For the 1.3 is one school po siya here in Baguio. So parang dito po sa Pines, gagastos po ng 1.3 para po ma-implement yung dehydration method.
Thank you for your presentation. Highly appreciate your focus on food security.
Thank you, sir.
Particularly interested in how you can address another segment of interest within, let's say, even within the education system. For example, we have the largest feeding program in government, the school-based feeding program. Um, any particular interest in terms of focusing on the use of dehydration as an anti-spoilage mechanism for distribution all the way to, let's say, Visayas, Mindanao, and other locations? And if ever, have you factored in any possible cost implications for this?
Can you clarify again the question, sir?
Have you explored applying your technology towards addressing another area of concern? For example, our issues with the school-based feeding program, one of the largest feeding programs of government that focuses on distributing food to our learners. Ang challenge kasi doon is that the food is likely to get spoiled quicker and the shelf life is going to be much shorter. But with your dehydration technology, although it's not super new, it can extend the shelf life of critical food components for our learners nationwide. Have you explored possibly getting into this avenue in contrast to your current direction, and if you considered any cost implications for such?
Um, for now po is parang dito lang po muna sa school namin kinwan ito, tinry. Kumbaga, pag sa labas po kasi parang wala po kami masyadong budget sa mga ganun. Parang kulang po yung fund namin. Kaya parang dito muna po sa Pines, dito sa mismong school muna namin.
Okay, thank you so much. We have one more. Okay.
Okay. So, more or less, what you're selling is the dehydration technology, no? Tama. But you'll have to invest on equipment to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question is that I think yung technology naman how to dehydrate given na yan no. So my question is if you are the originator of the idea, who do you think will be your potential partner no to acquire the equipment to educate those who can potentially participate in the program no so right now the idea is yours or maybe it's something na already in place but I just want to check how do you envision this being operational.
Um, with the help of Department of Agriculture, makakabili po kami ng mga unsold ng mga products or vegetable, fruits and vegetables po ng ating mga farmers. And of course, pag sa livelihood training program po namin, pag na-implement na po ito, and then syempre po, during the implementation, paano po ba namin ma-make sure na malinis po yung pagkain o paano namin ma-make sure na andun po yung nutritional value ng pagkain. And andun po yung help po ng DOSC in order for us to identify kung ano po ba yung mga nutritional value po nito. And then when it comes to, for example, sa mga tao po sa community, if want po nila na gawin po itong business, pwede po silang gumawa po pwede po nila i-register yung business nila po sa
Yeah. Okay, thank you. But siguro last point na lang, I think eventually the LGU, especially the city or municipal agriculture office would play a major role for this project to take off, no? They can act as the broker, no? For you to be able to work with yung mga agencies, important agencies that you mentioned. So, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, our team Nama from Pine City National High School. Okay, so we'll move on to our next presenter. So they are from Amantay National High School who will be presenting their pitch here, live here on stage.
The ninth presenter is Team Filipinos from Amontay National High School. Team Filipinos is composed of Elizalde Balbalosa, Angel May Loresto, Casey Lorraine Luna, Justin James Oribiana, and Eliza Jade Mendoza, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Junrex Bombales.
Imagine the Philippines where every citizen, from the farmer in Quezon to the student in Manila, has a real say on how government funds are spent. Imagine a system where every peso is accounted for, every project responds to the real needs, and every Filipino voice matters. That's the vision behind Community Voice PH. Boses ng komunidad, tinig ng pagbabago. A pleasant morning to one and all. We are the Team Filipinos, and we are proud to present Community Voice PH, a digital participatory governance platform that empowers citizens to help shape priorities and ensure that public funds truly serve the people. Every year, billions of pesos are allocated to national and local projects. Yet, many Filipinos still face poor infrastructure, underfunded schools, and limited access to healthcare. Based on data from government transparency reports and citizen feedback, the real issue lies not in the lack of budget, but in the misalignment of spending priorities. Projects are often planned for communities but not with them. For example, a road may be built where few people live, while nearby areas still lack proper classroom and health centers. This results in wasted resources, underdeveloped communities, and a growing loss of public trust track how
Recording
funds
in
are spent and
progress.
how project progress. What makes Community Voice PH unique is that it transformed the traditional top-down governance process into two-way transparent dialogue between the government and the people. Now, how can this innovation change lives and improve public service? The benefits of Community Voice PH extend to both citizen and the government. For the citizen, they gain a genuine voice in decision making. Their votes and ideas directly influence which project gets funded. This restores trust and ownership in governance. For the government, it provides real-time data on citizen priorities, promoting efficient allocation of resources and greater accountability in spending. For society, it fosters a culture of transparency, inclusivity, and collaboration, resulting in public services that are more responsive, sustainable, and equitable. In short, Community Voice PH ensures that every peso spent to what truly matters, the needs of the people. To implement Community Voice PH, we propose a paced, realistic strategy. Step 1. Launch a pilot program in one city or municipality in partnership with DILG and DICT, integrating the platform with existing e-governance system. Step 2. Collaborate with LGUs and barangay to upload local project and verify citizen account from transparency. Step 3. Conduct community orientation and digital literacy training to ensure accessibility, especially in rural areas. And step 4, gradually expand nationwide, enabling cross-sector participation from education, health, infrastructure, and social welfare. Resource needs to include basic funding for software development, server hosting, and training support, all feasible with public-private partnership and local ICT assistance. This strategy ensures inclusivity, efficiency, and long-term sustainability, turning citizen engagement into a cornerstone of transparent governance. Training support, all Community Voice PH is more than an app. It's a call for collective action. It's a reminder that real change begins when every Filipino has a voice. Together, let's make governance transparent, inclusive, and accountable. Because when we listen to the people, we build a nation truly works for all. Community Voice PH, boses ng komunidad, tinig ng pagbabago, empowering citizen, transforming governance.
Thank you so much for your pitch. So we now invite the rest of the team to come up here on stage for the question and answer. So we have Elizalde, Angel, Casey, Justin, and Alyssa.
Good morning, Filipinos. So first, I'd like to ask lang yung team, what was your inspiration, motivation when you submitted your entry? We opened the submission of entries
Last July.
last July this year, no? So what was your motivation then to submit this entry?
We inspired to create Community Voice PH by the disconnect between the government projects and community needs. These platforms empower all the citizens to participate in governance. Thank you.
Okay. So being high school students, can you cite a specific experience or any information to support yung ano nyo, motivation na yung disconnect? Where did you see that?
Doon po sa part where I said po the underfunded schools. The usually the community are not locked in budgets. We are just prioritizing something na hindi naman po kailangan i-prioritize. For example, ay mga roads na build naman na po talaga and sisirain nila for another build. And the next naman, habang ang mga school po natin ay kulang sa water, ay minsan po ay pina-flood din, ganon. Kasi po ay walang mga canals, hindi po pinapalinis. Then yung mga CR po ay dahil po public and mga bata po ang nandun, lagi pong madumi, ganyan, kasi wala pong ano, yun po yung inasuggest ng Community Voice PH na dapat po pinaprioritize natin yung kailangan ng community, hindi po ng pagpa-public lang sa kanila. Thank you po.
Thank you. So, have you done research kung may similar na ganitong platform or application? Have you done some research?
Wala, dun po sa pagre-research po niyan, parang wala pa naman pong ganyan since hindi nga po natin napapabigay yung transparency na kailangan ng mga Pilipino, lalo na sa mga corruption, ganun po. Kaya po ay naisip po.
Okay. Last na lang. So the idea is from you, no? But to make it happen, sino yung kailangan yung kumbinsihin or sino yung dapat yung pagbentahan ng idea? Kasi in developing the app, meron yung specific na step na I think hindi naman siya ganun ka-komplikado but it will require resources. Pero who do you think should take on yung idea that you presented?
The Community Voice PH will partner with DILG and DACT for integrating and LGUs for data collection and local rollouts.
Okay, sige, tama yan. So, LGU more than LGU ang pinakamalapit, I would suggest. You talk to, if you can, pitch with the mayor, ask the help of your school principal so that you can partner with the LGU to develop maybe initially in your in Pitogo, no? Maybe you can get the support of your local chief executive para siya mag-take off. Very exciting idea.
Thank you, VP Ivy. Can we hear next from Dr. Dex or from Attorney Diana first?
Congratulations, Team Filipinos. So this is very a timely project and based on my, sabi niya June to, did you come up with the project nung June? So it was before the flood control issue broke out. So I'd like to share that this innovation of yours is actually a very essence of open government partnership for the Philippines, which Secretary DBM Secretary Mina Pangandaman is actually the chair. So ito ang very aligned with our thrust towards transparency, accountability, and citizen participation. So lahat yan, check dun sa inyong innovation. So my question now is, so there are newly created systems that are similar to this. We have Isumbong Mo sa Pangulo for flood control projects. We actually have Project Dime for infrastructure projects monitoring. So anong mga projects, specific projects ang target nyo for your innovation? And as a follow-up, how will you be, sige, yun na lang muna, and then I have another question. Ano yung mga specific, is there a specific project that you target to yung ito pilot nyo for the monitoring, or is this for all projects?
Sa Community Voice PH po, dun po sa suggested project or specific, it will depend on the citizen po and the community. Kasi po sila po yung papakinggan natin kung ano po ba talaga yung kailangan nila. And hindi po tayo ang magdi-decide para sa kanila. Sila po ang magdi-decide kung kung ano po yung mabe-benefit sa kanila.
Additionally po, kaya po binuo namin yung Community Voice PH para bigyan po ng boses ang mga mamamayan na, at sa pamamagitan po ng app na to, naririnig po nila or nakakapag-suggest po sila ng mga proyekto na kung saan ito po yung mga pinakakailangan nila. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. As a follow-up, so you're gonna be, of course, many people will be accessing this app. How is there a mechanism or is there a way for you to filter yung mga magiging mga submissions? Kasi paano kung halimbawa minsan hindi naman legitimate concern yung isa-submit doon? What if nagreklamo lang ganyan pero parang hindi mo naman alam kung ano yung gustong mangyari? Is there a way that is there some sort of a system where you can filter or vet yung mga submissions natin?
If a citizen suggests a nonsense or unrealistic proposal, it will not be automatically posted on. It won't be automatically posted because LGUs or some system moderators will still review before approval.
Hi, hello. Thank you for your presentation. Very, very great initiative. It just shows that even before all of these news items came to light, you're already having the initiative to lean towards open data. And as Asek mentioned earlier, there are a lot of innovations that already lean on open data. As mentioned, the platform from DBM, the Isumbong sa Pangulo, even DepEd has Project Bukas. We made our data sets available publicly for the first time. Very interested if there is any consideration on your end to aggregate some of these existing information bytes that are available already in government into just one platform, if that's something that you're considering, or are you more focused on gathering inputs from the public, then paakyat siya, let's say, to the Secretary of Education or Secretary of Budget Management? Ano yung mas focus ng approach nyo ngayon?
Can I repeat? Can you repeat
Sure,
the question?
sure. I'll simplify it. So there are so many innovations right now in open data, right? So there's a platform from DBM, there's a platform from DepEd, there's a platform from OP. And your platform wants to make the data available to everyone, correct? That's part of the advocacy. So are you leaning more towards aggregating yung information or pagsasama-samahin yung information from these government platforms or portals and then containing them into a one platform para kita ng lahat para sabay-sabay? Or are you more focused towards information from the ground paakyat? So report from the public paakyat. So yun yung iaakyat natin papuntang Secretary of Education, DBM, OP, yeah.
In Community Voice page po, we focus on ground po muna before umakyat po kami pataas. Since the citizen po is on the ground, kailangan po natin ng participants na mag empower ng voice nila para po madami and makinig tayo sa ibabaw.
Can you, for example, kunyari I'm Secretary Sani or kunyari I'm Secretary Mina, and you gathered information through your platform, what type of information can we expect to see? Like, for example, we partner with you. What type of information do you expect to tell us that we might not know about?
I think, sir, yung information po na ipaparating po namin sa'yo, ayun po yung mga information na nagmula po sa mga rural areas, which is wala po dun halos internet connectivity katulad po sa amin. That's the reason why we create Community Voice PH to access all the citizens without internet participate through barangay kiosk, volunteer supports for the offline users.
Um, Congratulations. We all share the same advocacy, no? Transparency and accountability. And I think the app is going to help us in government towards that direction. I have just one concern lang siguro. Sino yung age group ng mga boboto for the projects? Anong mga edad? Lahat ba pwedeng bumoto kahit 10 years old?
Dun po sa age limit ng paggamit po ng apps, dun po ay kahit po sino, basta pag minor po, dapat po ay merong guidance ng parents or guardians or mostly po in youth or school organizations po, ganun.
Yeah. Because I have concern with that, no, dun sa mga bobotong mga tao. Because in Quezon, ang laki ng young population doon, actually. And ang concern ko doon, if we're going to process projects based on the numbers and playing majority vote, baka ang lalabas mga covered court at basketball court ang magiging priority. Kasi iba rin yung pipili ka na meron kang data na kailangan mo para magkaroon ng informed decision. So dun ba sa app na yon, meron bang part wherein ibibigay lahat ng data na kailangan ng mga tao para sila ay makapag-decide? Magkakaroon ba ng recommendation na mag-usap-usap din sila bago mag-decide? Hindi lang yung simpleng botohan lamang? Because yun yung essence ng totoong demokrasya, hindi lang majority vote. Mag-lecture na ako dito. Anyways, are you also familiar with Kalahi seeds ng DSWD? You might want to look into that. Yung kapit-bisig laban sa kahirapan ng DSWD. Kasi kalahati nun, people's participation, tapos there's an aspect of governance, of government intervention para ma-enrich lang yung participation na gusto nyong mangyari. So, yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our team, Filipinos, and to our judges. Okay, so we're down to our last presenters for the senior high school category. So our last team is Team Cheer QT.
Our last presenter for the senior high school category is Team Cheer QT from the Philippine Science High School, Zamboanga Peninsula Region Campus. Team Cheer QT is composed of Queenie Nicole de la Peña, Ryle Don Dompit, Tiffany Delana Nalzaro, Goan Chelsea Rodriguez, and Princess Isabel Torres, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Glenn Luciana.
Before I start, may I ask everyone to please close their eyes for just a moment and imagine this with me. Thank you. The many days of rain had just died down, and you step outside hoping to get some fresh air. You look up and see that the sky is clear. The air feels fresh and light, and you finally take that deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Now open your eyes. This is reality. Here, the wind isn't fresh. Humidity clings to pollution. It's not light or clean, it's heavy, filled with particles you can't see, but you can feel. And every breath you take carries that weight with you, slowly wearing you down, slowly wearing us down. That's probably not the latest news to everyone here. I understand that. But do you understand the extent of it? The Philippines' air quality often exceeds safe limits. Traffic fumes flood our lungs with particulate matter that embeds itself deep into our respiratory system. So why don't we just fix this? Because our economy relies on the very things destroying us. Cars, factories, fossil fuels, these aren't luxuries we can easily get rid of. In 2025, our cities are slowly becoming harder to live in. But wait, what if we can do something about this? What if in 2035, we can make a difference? Solar Sweep can be our solution. This is a coating that aims to transform urban infrastructures into self-cleaning and air-purifying structures. The secret? It utilizes a titanium dioxide coating, a safe material you can find in toothpaste and soap. When sunlight hits this coating, it activates a process called photocatalysis, which literally means cleaning with light. This creates cleaning agents that break down harmful gases, and dirt that can then be washed away by rain. So, what does this project mean for the city? Why does it matter? For reference, this coating breaks down nitrogen oxides, the same brown hazy trapped over EDSA. Its impact? Potentially clearer skies and cooler streets, healthier lungs, a city that slowly but surely feels alive again. It may help improve air quality for residents and workers and reduce maintenance costs for cities and building owners. And because it's powered by sunlight, it remains sustainable. Buildings may stay clean for longer without the need for harsh chemicals or constant repainting. Sustainable and adaptable. A smart solution for cleaner, healthier urban living. Barangay halls, waiting sheds, schools, these surfaces, they become part of the solution. This way, the city maintains itself. This isn't about saving the planet someday. It's about helping make every breath we take here in Quezon or in any Philippine city actually safe. So, how do we make this real? It begins with pilot testing in high traffic areas such as EDSA. If it works as expected, we may then expand it to hospitals, buildings, and other public spaces. There are key agencies worth noting that we believe could be of help for the successful implementation of this project. With the help of DPWH overseeing proper application, DNR's constant monitoring of air quality, MMDA and local governments, helping manage site selection, and DOST, providing further technical research and validation, we can make this all the more promising. Now, it's hard to imagine changing years of environmental damage in just a decade, but with sunlight and rain, both of which the Philippines has an abundance of, and solar sweep, we can make self-cleaning streets not just a vision, but a new standard for cleaner air, cleaner cities, and a brighter, more resilient Philippines. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Team Cheer Cutie. So we invite her teammates here up on stage. We have Tiffany, Goan,
Guan.
Princess Isabel,
Guan.
Joan, Guan,
Guan.
and Queenie. Oh, Gwen. Okay, so we'll have our first comment or question from the VP June.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning. Indeed, pollution is a huge problem dito sa Metro Manila and other urban areas sa Pilipinas, no? Ang question ko lang siguro, there are a lot of conflicting studies dun sa titanium dioxide. Is that the chemical you're going to use?
Yes po.
Yeah. Are you aware na banned siya as food supplement sa Europe? And they've decided not to use it sa industrial, processing ng anything na may contact sa tao because in large amounts it's potentially cancerous. So what can you say about that?
Titanium dioxide is in its raw form generally hazardous. However, if the correct steps and procedures are taken, it becomes harmless when it is embedded into the paint or the coating that we'll use for our innovation.
As well as, but we try as much as possible to limit the content of titanium dioxide in our prototype po.
Yun lang kasi we want to avoid future disaster just in case lang kasi yung ipe-paint mo siya pero pag umulan syempre yung chemical lalabas pupunta sa ground, no? That's where you plant food and all, so baka may ganung consequence lang. You might as well need to look into that lang, that possibility, para lang malesen yung danger and to allay the fears nung ating public then. So thank you, salamat.
Thank you, VP June. Okay, let's hear next from VP Amy. We have
We'd
a question.
also like to add po na because it's just a sealer, hindi po talaga masyadong thick yung consistency na gagamitin namin na titanium dioxide because it's easily spread naman din po. So it doesn't hinder its effectivity po.
Okay, so we'll have a comment or question from Dr. Dexter.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and for really trying to think outside of the box when it comes to addressing the air pollution problem. Quick question. So this is more of a coating. less of a full paint replacement solution, correct? Okay. I'm not quite sure if you've had the figures down already, but it would be helpful. If you don't have the answer now, it's okay. But if you do, it would be helpful. What would be your conversion? Like, for example, for every uh, 10 square meters worth of surface that's been covered by the coating, what would be the equivalent amount of air that would be cleaned? I think that would be very critical, especially when you try to do pitches with some government agencies. And that would also be a basis, for example, for the Department of Health, for example, to assess the danger levels, if ever there are, as mentioned by Sir a while ago, to assess the danger levels if ever there are any. If you have those figures now, that would be helpful. If not, will be very helpful in succeeding discussions for your innovation.
Currently po, we're still trying to assess how effective it is in Philippine condition. Pero we'd like to note that there are existing implementations of this. Maybe not specifically yung idea po na coating or yung the same materials po that we use. Pero photocatalysis in general po is widely used around other countries din. So we're trying to cross-reference po when trying to assess it with the effectivity dito sa Pilipinas. Thank you.
Have any other remarks? Okay.
I would also like to add that since the photocatalytic activity performs better under intense heat, we believe that it will be efficient when it is applied in the Philippine setting since it's really hot in here.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Very well delivered. I'd like to also commend the team for I'd like to commend the team for thinking about the partnerships with government agencies to scale your idea and your innovation. I think this kind of collaboration is really necessary to maximize the reach and the effectiveness of your proposed innovation. No question on my end. I just like to congratulate and commend the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Diana. Okay, thank you so much, Team Chair QT. That's it for our first round today. What an incredible morning of innovation. Our senior high school finalists have truly shown us that innovation knows no age, only creativity, empathy, and vision. Let's give our senior high school participants or finalists another big round of applause. Now, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to the distinguished individuals who generously share their time, expertise, and insights as members of our Board of Judges for the Next Gen PH Innovation Competition Senior High School category. Our judges have played a vital role in this year's competition, reviewing the entries, asking thoughtful questions, and helping us recognize the most promising innovations from our young participants. To show our heartfelt appreciation, the Development Academy of the Philippines will now present tokens of appreciation to our guest judges. For this, may we invite our Senior Vice President for Programs, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza, to join us on stage to present the tokens to our judges. May we now call on our guest judges to come up here on stage as their names are announced. Our first guest judge is Dr. Dexter A. Galban, Assistant Secretary for Strategic Management of the Department of Education. Next, may we call on up here on stage Attorney Diana C. Camacho Mercado, Assistant Secretary for Advocacy, Capacity Development, Economic Affairs, and Stakeholder Relations Group from the Department of Budget and Management. Attorney Diana, please stay on stage for a okay, okay, we'll have a group photo of all of the judges. May I request Attorney Diana and Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza. Okay, we also invite our judges from the Development Academy of the Philippines to come up on stage for a group photo of all of our judges. So we have June Arvin Gudoy, Vice President for the Corporate Affairs Group of the Development Academy of the Philippines, and Ms. Imelda C. Caluan, Vice President of the Center for Governance of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Okay. Okay, one more from the camera all the way at the back. Okay, thank you so much po. We will now take a break for lunch, so please be back by 1 o'clock p.m. for the college category, where the country's top university innovators will show us how data design and technology can transform public service. So for our lunch, there will be three buffet stations. So we have, all of them are on your left. So one in front, second at the middle area, and third at the back. So the curtains will be open in a few minutes. So for this, we invite the audience from the left area of the ballroom to line up at the first buffet station on your left. Then the people from the center
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. Lalo na dun sa ating mga online participants, those who are in our Zoom right now, sana masarap din ang inyo naging ulam. So for our Zoom participants, kindly give us a thumbs up or drop your favorite emoji if you're ready for the next set of pitches. And to our Facebook Live audience, let's fill the comment section with your energy and support. So i-tune nyo ang inyong mga classmates or schoolmates or your favorite team for today's innovation competition. Now, this afternoon, it's now the time for the college category finals. Our next 10 teams are university innovators ready to take on real-world public sector challenges with bold, practical, and impactful ideas. Before we begin the pitches for the college category, we'd like to acknowledge another group of esteemed individuals who will help us identify this afternoon's most promising innovation ideas.
Joining us for the college category are a new set of judges, experts who bring with them a wealth of experience in governance, innovation, and public sector transformation. Let's get to know them. Our first judge is Attorney Diego Luis San Diego, Director, Innovation Staff of the Department of Economy, Planning, and Development. Our second judge is Ms. Maida Nieves, Director of Junior Executive Development Office, Center for Career Executive Service Development of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Our third judge is Mr. John Aris Makaspak, Director of Systems of Productivity Improvement Bureau of the Department of Budget and Management. And last but not the least, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza, Senior Vice President for Programs of the Development Academy of the Philippines.
Thank you so much to our judges. We're truly grateful for your time and for lending your expertise to this afternoon's competition. So for the college finalists, we'll be following the same mechanics as we did earlier. So there will be one representative per team, and you have a total of 15 minutes pitching time. So 5 minutes for your presentation and 10 minutes for the Q&A with our judges. So let's now begin.
The first team to present for the college category is Team People's Trust, chain from Manuel S. Enverga University. Team People's Trust chain is composed of Ben Carl Almonte, Carl Anthony Apolonio, Keen Lizander Elegado, and John Floyd Benedict, under the guidance of their advisor, Ms. Rosaline Maano.
Hello? Hi. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are People's Trust Chain. Our system is a transparent infrastructure procurement system empowering accountability and transparency through blockchain technology. 106 days. You guys might be wondering what this number means. I'm supposed to ask you guys what you guys think, but I only got 5 minutes, so I'll just tell you. 106 days has passed since the administration stated, kailangan may managot. Yet, no officials involved in the flood control projects have been imprisoned for alleged corruption. Zero accountability. While we wait for accountability, here's what happened in Cebu City. Corrupt officials, they're living comfortably. Pockets full of money meant for flood control projects. Meanwhile, the people of Cebu, they're losing everything. Their homes, gone. Their vehicles, submerged. Their loved ones, dead. Let that sink in. This is not just about stolen money. This is about stolen lives. And it's happening because we have no way to track where the flood control funds actually go. But worry no more. Introducing People's Trust Chain. And let me show you how it works. Who creates the official project listing, including the budget, documents, and all requirements. Once that listing is public, our blockchain system ensures the lowest, most qualified bid wins. And all bids are encrypted until the public bidding closes, making kickbacks impossible. Project funds are then locked in smart contracts, which automatically pays contractors only when the inspector team approves each completed milestone. This brings us to the inspector team. When a contractor submits a milestone, the inspector team reviews the work. They approve it, the smart contract automatically releases the payment. If you reject it, the contractor must fix the work and resubmit. Every approval is permanent. Public transaction on the block. This creates total accountability. No more pointing fingers. The inspector team's dashboard also automatically flags anomalies, helping them spot those projects or substandard work. For contractors, the My Contract dashboard lets them track projects and receive automated USDT payments as they work. To bid, contractors must first prove financial stability by proving a USDT value equal to the project's total budget. This single step eliminates underfunded bidders, and at the same time, their bid is an itemized list of all costs. Since all bids are encrypted, the lowest qualified bid is guaranteed to win. Finally, the public dashboard. Here, every citizen can view all projects, even track their budgets,
You want the bid and monitor progress milestone by milestone. We provide clear analytics on spending, and for ultimate proof, a blockchain explorer shows every single transaction. This is People's Trust Chain, procurement that is transparent, accountable, and built for the public good.
Thank you. So, who's ready for some accountability and transparency? People's Trust Chain.
Thank you very much to our presenter. We now invite the rest of the team members for the Q&A. We have Benz, Carl, Kin, and Jan. Okay, so for first comment or feedback or question from our judge, we have Director Maida.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, so first of all, congratulations for coming up with this idea. My query is in relation to the agreement that was already signed by DPWH with the Blockchain Association of the Philippines. So, did you come up with this idea before that agreement came about or come about, or it is is it a product of that agreement also? Na, this is something that we can pitch to DPWH later.
Actually, when we first innovated this solution, when we first came up with it, then we submitted it. Parang like after a week, nakita namin si Sir Jalawong, parang nakipag-partner na siya with DPWH. And sabi namin, okay, parang naunahan kami. But that's okay because sasabay natin to, itong
type of project sa Senate bill na inaaprobahan ni Sir Bam Aquino kung sakali man. Baka naman.
Um, Additionally, we're already witnessing about project anomaly projects like before, not just flood control projects.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Director Aris.
Yes, good afternoon, and also congratulations to your uh, group for of course participating in coming up with that idea. Of course, whenever we propose something that will improve the manner on how we do things in government, we have to make sure that what we do is consistent with the policies that we have, the existing laws, rules, and regulations. And in your particular innovation, of course, we have to make sure that the same is consistent and compliant with our existing budgeting and procurement policies. Now, my question is with regard to the payment system. So you made mention in your paper that the payment system will be through the stable coin selection. You using the USDT as the currency of choice due to, of course, to its stability, and I think that is a worldwide recognition. But of course, whenever we use such mode of payment, there is a corresponding risk, particularly with regard to the value of the currency, no? Of course, in comparison to the peso value. And of course, we have to take into consideration also the fluctuation. So in your proposed innovation, did you study that possible implication and the corresponding maybe inconsistencies with the manner on how we do the budget of the national government?
So we chose USDT because it's probably the most stable coin out there. Usually it goes up more because if we do hold peso, it's usually the value usually goes down. But we'll see. We can still see. Sa payment system, did you have a question about that po ba? On how it works?
Yes, of course, when it comes to payment, we have to make sure that whatever payment we make is consistent with the
Policies.
budget, no, with the General Appropriations Act. And of course, there is a corresponding amount appropriated therein. So when you make your payment already, how will you reconcile this the equivalent value of the peso with the stable coin currency that you are going to use under this system?
So let's say a budget is 1 million pesos. So that's like $20,000 or 20,000 USDT. So when you put that in a contract, let's say so 1 million pesos, it can go up or down. So yeah, when it's in the blockchain tapos tumaas ang value ng USDT, hindi mas mataas ang value ng peso doon. Pero economic-wise, that's bad for us. Diba, sir? So yun, pag nakapaglaan na ng budgets doon sa contract, magkaka-milestone tayo ng 5. Tapos, sa milestone 1, may kailangan i-upload yung contractor na mga requirements, proof. Tapos, meron tayong inspectorate team na mag-a-approve nun. Magbe-verify kung nasundan ba yung quality, ganon. Pag na-approvean yun, magti-trigger po yung smart contract natin. Tapos, automatic, mapupunta sa contractor na agad yung pera sa kanilang mga wallet, MetaMask wallet. So, no more yung parang nade-delay yung payments or kapag dumating yung pera yung traditional, dating mo na sa official tapos medyo may kaltas na or something. So, yun. Na-avoid natin yun. Rekta na agad sa mga contractor yung pera.
Okay, but so far, is it considered as a valid legal tender in the Philippines? Did you check on that?
And
Valid ba siya as legal tender here?
the MetaMask as
Legal tender, ibig sabihin parang currency natin, you do the payment through that, parang Bitcoin yan, di ba? Right? So, yes.
no po siya kasi hindi siya like Bitcoin na parang volatile na baka bukas taas agad, baba, ganun. Ang USDT, it's really stable. Parang US dollar exchange lang siya. Pero pwede rin naman tayo magpeso. We can consider that.
Yes, maybe in the improvement of your study or in your innovation, you can take that into consideration. My concern here is you have to make sure that the same is compliant with our existing policies.
Okay pa. So, our current system po, nagre-rely po sa USDT. So, I see it as a temporary medium for our currency of use para matest po natin yung system po namin. Like, piloting the system for a couple of contracts, ganun po. And I plan to partnered with BSP to have a digital peso as currency po in the future. Ganun.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Manuel Enverga University. No? Okay. So I like the idea na meron tayong transparent infrastructure procurement system, and this is something that we should really have. No, just going back to the title of the system, People's Trust Chain. No, so diniscuss mo na yung uh, technology component ng innovation. Ang tanong ko na lang is, what would be the role and paano talaga actively makakapag-participate yung ordinary individual dito sa trust chain na to? Kasi yung title mo, people's pero parang di ko makita yung feature na yon, no? So, saang parte nung system, no? And ano ang benefit na makukuha ng ordinaryong tao katulad ng mga binabaha ngayon, di ba? Dito sa people's trust chain.
Thank you for that wonderful question po. Dun po sa citizen, they can view milestone by milestone po kung talagang nagagawa po yung infrastructure, and nakikita din po nila kung sino nag-verify, kung sino nang gawa po.
And also with requiring verifiable payments like milestones and public project progress, as people can ease our mind because we can trust the system because of the publicity or visibility.
Aside from that, I want to add so meron siyang analytics dashboard. So makikita mo kung saan napupunta yung mga pondo, kung sa flood control projects ba, kung sa infrastructure, ganun. Tapos makikita mo rin kung sinong top contractor natin doon. And sa progress naman ng mga contract, pwede mo, ang citizens, publicly niya pwede ma-view yung mga contracts. Like yung milestone, ano yung in-upload ng contractor as proof, videos, lahat yun makikita. Kung sino nag-approve na inspectorate team.
Pwede bang tapusin?
Okay, let's just finish.
So yun, pwede ng inspectorate team. So kapag si inspectorate team, nag-verify, pero may problema pala dito sa contract na to, sa milestone na yun, madali ma-identify kung sinong accountable kesa magturo-turo.
Okay, so I think siguro yung pwedeng i-consider na feature, baka pwede nyong idugtong yung katulad kaninang na-present, the community voice, wherein the ordinary citizen can also give feedback kasi kilala nila yung contractor at alam nila eksakto yung project na ini-implement doon sa area nila. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, SVP Mendoza. So we'll just have a comment or feedback from Attorney Diego.
has to be aligned with our existing rules and regulations. So I noticed that part of the added value of the system will be identifying the lowest allocated thing. But we have a new issuance procurement model, the Government Procurement Act, wherein the lowest allocated is not just the sole basis for awarding. So perhaps this could be integrated economic stability of the budget. Maybe some of those concerns should be involved in the system. For comments, una, that's really my question, but is this designed to be integrated with the bill caps, or is it supposed to get added on with the bill caps? Because the bill caps is the mandatory platform for the submission of all information. Kita naman po sa big ko, in your platform, you will also be asking for additional information. And this could be in the form of line items per project, which is important because hindi naman yan nakikita ng masa sa mga proyekto. No? Kadalasan puro lump sum projects tapos nag-isla. So, I don't think it will replace the filters, but it could be a good motivation system. And finally, for the comment, there is the from submission to the payday to the award to the payment. But perhaps you can also consider an add on the platform that to reflect all that implementation. Because not every project is awarded as the contract says. Is that is also being, especially infrastructure. Dami mga relations, etc. During the course of the procurement. Kung hindi siya ma-reflect, nakikita ng regular person na hindi nasunod yung dating contract, baka-isip nila na may, I don't know, nag-jam. But in reality, there was a proper process for the amendment of the state. But kudos naman sa akin po perspective because transparency even more than ever now is very critical to us.
Thank you so much, Attorney Diego. Okay, thank you so much to our team. People's Trust Chain. So that's Ben Carl, Carl Anthony, Kin Lysander, and John Floyd. We'll now proceed to our second team for the college category.
The second presenter is Team Kita Kids from Ateneo de Manila University. Team Kita Kids is composed of Beatrice Louis, Francine De Asis, and Zachary Alabastro, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Joseph Benjamin Ilagan.
Okay, so let's start with the story very quickly. In Zamboanga, we have a small business owner named Manny who loves to trade and sell his products every day. At the start of the business, Manny seems to be doing well. Full shelves, enough cash in hand. But as time passes by, there seems to be a problem. May kulang. There's leakage in his financial system, and he doesn't seem to understand where it comes from. There's no traceability and no accessibility. And so when he tries to go to banks to maybe seek loans and recalibrate his business, he's left empty-handed. Why? Because he's seen as a big risk. 99% of Philippine businesses are similar to Manny, yet less than 5% have access to these proper credit loans. And so we can see that there is this demand for MSE credit, but banks just see it as a high risk. The other side of the story also looks into how these MSMEs prefer to go to informal lenders instead. But the problem is this can drastically increase the interest costs that they have to incur. And so as much as they want to go to these proper bank loans, they don't have these verifiable, accessible data to show them. And so the problem here isn't money or experience, it's visibility. How do we let rural MSMEs compete in the market with the proper digital tools that can help them access credit loans without being seen as a high risk? Introducing Kita, a simple, reliable, an actionable way to understand your data. So over here, we can see how Kita works. It tries to avoid the complex systems, the intricate design, and the steep learning curve. Data suggests that majority of the Filipinos actually have access to a mobile phone, and so we leverage on that. With a simple device, they can understand their data anytime, anywhere. From inflows such as inventory or supply ingredients to outflows such as the actual sales and revenues, they can access and understand how well they're doing. And that's the goal through AI powered tools with almost a 90% increase and 90% accuracy in terms of their OCR technology. So the goal here really is to make them ready and to make it accessible. Because Kita is built for innovation. And we believe that through innovation, they can become accessible. Furthermore, we also hope to see that MSMEs are able to access Kita for free. That's the goal. It's through banks that we can earn revenue because they pay for three key points. Number one, risk snapshots. Number two, live portfolio data. And number three, credit-ready leads. And of course, we can also help with regional data analysis for FMCGs. So the goal here is that even for a 0.5% reduction, we can create millions in savings for these kinds of banks. Aside from that, Kita was also developed with small food stalls. Aside from that, it has also been recognized in international publication and featured in many media outlets. So the goal here is to extend that impact to more and more businesses. So again, if money is visible, if these MSMEs are visible, then banks can lend safely and more confidently, and the government can support and impact the lives of many and millions more. Over here, we have a simple understanding. We want to align ourselves with the overall digital agenda of the Philippines, which is to create frictionless, accessible, and stable tech innovations, especially for the productivity of these rural MSMEs. Furthermore, we also want to operationalize the MSME development program, where we target three areas. Number one, verifiable data for the lenders. Number two, upskilling through tech innovation. And of course, three, improving the rural competitiveness of these businesses. Because as we go back to Manny, we have a vision to turn these risks into growth opportunities, to turn these fragmented and unstructured data into unified platforms, and to turn dreams into realities. Because we believe, para kumita, kailangan munang makita. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Kita Kids. We now invite the team members for the Q&A. We call on Bea and Francine to join up on stage. All right, so our first feedback or question will come from Attorney Diego.
So good afternoon. First of all, the problem is very clear. The solution is very clear. I'll go into a little bit of a nitpicky aspect just because this is a very important solution towards our MSMEs. I used to work for an LGU, and one of the aspects which MSME startups had problems with would really be microlending. So they would be forced to have to borrow loans with exorbitant interests. So my question is, and since this is already a launched app, a launched application, what is the tendency or what is the nexus between being more digitally savvy for our MSMEs with the probability of the bank to lend it? Because the app seems to make it easier to do cashiering, to do financial planning, preparation for the MSME. But is that really helpful towards the bank when they see? Or is it really the added value that the banks will be able to get that data? And what data would that be? Would the MSME be submitting this data through the application because the application stores how it manages its finances, for instance? And second, since once again it's already been it's already been a launched application. I'm curious, what would be the amounts of loans that banks are willing to lend for this data? Because that would make a big difference between if the loan would be 50,000, 10,000 to 50,000 pesos, it might not be a possible option for MSMEs when they can still get higher level funding from other avenues. Banks are also willing to lend already to MSMEs. However, the interest comes in. So how do you ensure that the data, because it is a good business model, no? You make the application free, and the earning model for the business to be sustainable will be through the data of the bank. So siguro yan yung that's my main question. How has it been performing? And number two, how has the application been earning? And I'll use this as one of my as a main point for all of the pitchers, no. A business, even with a good advocacy, if it's not sustainable, sayang yung advocacy. So I'm curious about how you're being able to profit, if you're eventually going to make a premium model for cost, etc. Just two questions ago.
So to answer the question on banks, we found out that there are different types of banks, from micro lenders or informal banks to even the commercial banks. And commercial banks do lend to MSMEs already, but they're not able to hit the targets that BSP mandates. So the target is 8% for MSEs and then 2% for medium enterprises. They're able to hit the medium enterprises, but it's still lacking for micro to small. And the reason is because they don't want to take that risk, which is why right now, they commercial banks, for MSEs, it's only around 1.8 out of 8%. And the reason why they don't want to increase that is because the NPL could potentially increase. To give you a picture, commercial banks, their current NPL is 3%. But if you move into, let's say, the rural banks who exceed the 10% of BSP, the NPL goes higher, up to 7%. So that's almost double in increase in NPL, which is risk that the bank doesn't want to take. So in relation to Kita, what we do is when we give banks the available data of MSMEs, because traditionally MSEs don't really track the data. So banks have access to this information. They have a assessment of the MSE's risk profile to guide them. And at the same time, Kita could charge the banks for region-specific analytics on how certain regions are doing, the MSEs there, because we kind of are like a POS system that are able to see the sales. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is for non-commercial banks, their NPLs are actually quite high, 6 to 7%, fluctuating depending on the month. So our goal is to lower those NPLs, again, by providing the risk snapshot, and also empowering the MSEs themselves to have better tracking of their inflows and outflows. Aside from the banks, we wanted to target a secondary market, which is more in FMCGs, because there's actually a startup that targets sari sari stores nationwide already, and it's their business model is they charge the FMCG because FMCGs are curious on the ground level, what are people actually buying. So same thing with us, because we target wholesalers, retail trade, there will be bigger companies who are curious on the ground level what people buy. So they're willing to pay for regional analytics. And yeah, for banks, it's the risk snapshot, the portfolio dashboard.
So you basically do part of the underwriting for the banks, for the MSMEs, and you also provide consumer data, which is helpful to see them. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. I like your slogan. Si Manny gusto niyang kumita, pero para siya kumita, dapat makita siya. Okay. So I think that's a very big assumption. Meron ba kayong, did you undertake any activity to find out whether si Manny gusto nga niya siyang makita? Kasi our experience, for example, in many government programs, there are many MSMEs, or especially those yung mga nasa informal sector. Gusto nilang kumita pero ayaw nilang magpakita. Okay. So paano mo i-engage or i-convince itong bigger sector na to para gamitin itong kita?
Actually, thank you for the question po. The first touch point that we're looking into is to help, number one, the MSMEs see their dashboards, see their data. So the problem right now is financial literacy, the lack of access to standardized or clear ways to look into their finances. And so through accessibility, we're able to give them that. All they need is to just scan what they already have, their logbooks, purchase orders, etc. So that's the first part of kita. Para makita nila yung sarili nilang mga ginagawa, yung kanilang mga finances. Second part of kita is to see, as there was this study in Philippine development studies, that a lot of rural migrants, internal migrants, tend to go to Metro Manila or in the high population areas because there's not much opportunities in those places. And they want to be able to find better competition or at least bring themselves in that competition. So the goal is we want these rural businesses to really have an edge or an actual opportunity to compete by first leveraging the way they can use money from banks or money from government or financial institutions. So the goal po here is how do they how are they going to be seen as a non-risk business by number one ensuring that their business is actually sustainable, financially sound, and at the same time, that money can actually be used for expansion, for growth opportunities beyond where they already are. And that overall aligns with how do we ensure na may kita talaga sila in terms of competition, in terms of productivity.
If I may add as well, I think that question is also more on how do we attract MSMEs. So aside from being able to partner with the government, the value proposition for MSMEs is also along the narrative of, let's say you want a loan, right? But it's difficult for you to apply for a loan. There are a lot of barriers, a lot of documents you have to submit. But with Kita, you just use this app. You don't change a lot of your processes. You simply take a picture, we digitize those data for you. And then that enables you to access credit much more efficient, much more simpler. So I think with that in mind, what we're trying to tell MSMEs is, you know, this app, just download it, you have a cell phone, even if you're in a low connectivity network, it still syncs so that you're able to access credit. And maybe that might encourage them when we say on top of credit, it helps you manage your cash flows. Because for people like Manny, every single peso saved is actually quite significant for them. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and again, congratulations to your team for coming up with this idea. Just a trivial question: is this an original idea of your group, or was it lifted or culled from an existing platform?
Actually, the idea really started as a paper. So we wanted to quantify and understand how we can make AI-powered optical character recognition and turn it into a productivity tool for small businesses. So it was really our idea po initially. Well, it was really our idea. And from the visibility and the traction that we got, we saw that there is a demand and there's actually people we can help. And so we decided we need to actually contribute to this and really start it out more than just a paper and actual solution.
Yes, and I think one of the objectives for coming up with this is to help improve a particular government service, right? So which do you think the government agency or agencies that will benefit from the implementation or adoption of this system?
Thank you for that question. We actually prepared an integration map specifically for that question.
Okay, just finish that question and then.
So essentially, we want to partner with DTI and Negosyo centers primarily, specifically in terms of Go Negosyo, because we want to remove the friction of introducing Kita within the existing systems. So essentially, we want to onboard with Go Negosyo as well as Go Negosyo centers and DTI. And then next we'd be partnering with 3 banks for our pilots as well.
Okay, maybe just to wrap up my question, Of course, when you implement a government program, we want to make sure that the same will, of course, be implemented by all other government agencies concerned. Which, in this particular case, from the title of your innovation, it's KITA, and I think one of the agencies interested to know about this is the BIR, the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So I will now make sure that the system can be or can have that interoperability feature that can be or that it will be implemented by all other government agencies concerned, like the DTI, the Negotiation Center, and which is also under the DTI, the local government units, of course, when it comes to the regulatory functions, and the BIR among other government agencies concerned.
Thank you, Director Aris. Just a quick comment or feedback from Director Maida.
Fast lang to kasi in the framework that I've read, the first step is capture. It's really about turning paper into clean data, which is the very crucial step. Kasi nga kung mali yung data ang pumasok doon sa app, then mali na lahat. And then how can you present that to the banks? So ang question ko really is that because the way I understood this is that snapshot lang and then you convert it into data and then yun na yung gagamitin. You'll understand the inflows, outflows like that. So how do you ensure na with the different formats of the pictures being captured, how do you ensure na tama yung pagka-arrange ng data and there's no really error in terms of capturing the data and categorizing the data? Thank you.
All right, so that's a question for the team to think about. So we thank Bea, Francine, and Zach from Team Kita Kids. The third team to present will be delivering their pitch online.
The next online presenter is Team Dementra from Camarines Norte State College. Team Dementra is composed of Prince Jack Juan, Mark James De Rosa, Jordan Mike Rebanal, Lizette Asutilia, and Christian Lay Ubana, under the guidance of their advisor, Ms. Shareen Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. Am I audible po?
Yes, hello. Mark. Yes, we can hear you.
Are you struggling to care for someone with dementia? Do you find it difficult because you don't have the knowledge or tools to keep them safe? Alam niyo ba na sa Pilipinas, mahigit 9 milyong Pilipino na ang may demensya at patuloy pa itong tumataas kada taon. Araw-araw, maraming pamilyang Pilipino ang natatakot na baka maligaw, mawala o mapahamak ang kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Bukod pa rito, isa sa pinakamalaking hamon ay ang kakulangan ng kaalaman ng mga kamag-anak kung paano aalagaan ng tama ang taong may dementia. That is why we created Dementra, a smart, accessible, and compassionate innovation built to support both patients and caregivers. Dementra is an AI-powered smart anklet paired with a mobile application that enhances safety, monitoring, and caregiving for people with dementia. The anklet discreetly tracks the wearer's real-time location through GPS and monitors vital signs such as heart rate and temperature. It connects to our mobile app, which acts as the caregiver's control center. Through the app, families can view live location and health data, set a custom safe zone, and receive instant alerts if the anklet goes beyond the designated range, preventing one of the most dangerous symptoms of dementia, the wandering behavior. It also allows remote communication, so families can stay informed and connected anytime, anywhere. With one glance, caregivers know their loved one is safe, healthy, and within range, bringing peace of mind. One of Dementra's most innovative features is its AI-powered caregiving chatbot, a virtual assistant that provides real-time guidance and education for caregivers. When caregivers ask questions like, paano ko haharapin ang pagkalito ng pasyente? O ano ang gagawin ko kapag biglang nagbago ang ugali ng pasyente? The chatbot responds instantly with reliable information and emotional support. Sa ganitong paraan, natutugunan ng dementia hindi lang ang kaligtasan ng pasyente, kundi pati ang kakulangan ng kaalaman ng mga kamag-anak, helping families care with confidence and compassion. The primary users of dementia are families and caregivers of people with dementia, especially those without access to professional care. It can also be used by hospitals, elderly care centers, and LGUs for faster monitoring and emergency response. Beyond safety, dementia reduces caregiver stress, prevents wandering incidents, and improves the overall quality of life of patients. To make it affordable and sustainable, we aim to partner with government health agencies and local programs that support digital healthcare solutions. With government backing and mass production, dementia can become a standard tool for dementia care across the Philippines, improving both public health and family welfare. Now that you know what dementia does, how do we actually make it real? The implementation of dementia focuses on transforming the prototype into a fully functional system, ready for real-world use. After finalizing the hardware of the smart anklet, the next step is to fully develop and integrate the mobile application to ensure smooth communication between the device and the app. This includes accurate monitoring of movement, location, and vital signs. Once the system is stable and reliable, we will conduct a pilot deployment in a community-based elderly care center that shows both interest and need for the technology. During this phase, caregivers and healthcare staff will receive hands-on training on how to use the app, interpret real-time data, and respond to alerts efficiently. Feedback from this pilot stage will be used to refine both the software and hardware to improve comfort, accuracy, and user experience. After adjustments, the system will be scaled and implemented in other LGUs and elderly care institutions. In partnership with key government agencies such as the Department of Health for medical validation, the Department of Science and Technology for research and innovation support, and the Department of Social Welfare and Development for community-based integration. For the sustainability, and we actually have subscription fee for the project. With dementia, we're not just creating technology, we're creating hope. Hope for families who no longer have to live in fear. Hope for patients who deserve safety, dignity, and love. Dementia is more than a product, it's peace of mind, and a promise that love will always find its way home. Dementia may take away memories, but it should never take away dignity or hope. Together, let's build a future where families can care smarter, live safer, and love deeper. Dementia, for a world where every memory finds its way home.
Thank you, Dean Demendra. So may we request the Zoom moderator to spotlight the rest of the team members. Okay, so we have Mark and one Prince and Jack. Okay, so our first question or comment will come from Director Maida.
Okay, so nakakatuwa yung yung project nyo kasi kailangan talaga natin yan para hindi sila nawawala. Pero I'm just curious, is this project heavily dependent on internet? The app, including the anklet? Because if it is heavily dependent on the internet, Wi-Fi connection like that, then how will we really resolve the problem in terms of like tracking where the oldies are going, those with dementia? So, paano nyo ma-ensure na matatrack sila kung wala na sila sa zone wherein there's no internet connection? Were you able to hear? Can you hear us? Hindi ata.
Hello, Team Demendra. Anyone would like to respond to the questions? Is it going to be Prince or Mark?
Naka-mute ata.
Pwede pong paulit po ng tanong?
Okay, they'd like.
Do
Do you want
Repeat daw the
repeat the
question.
question?
Yeah. Ang intindi ko lang regarding the app and then the anklet, it will be heavily dependent on the internet, on Wi-Fi connection. So, what will be the implication later if yung matatanda, yung may mga dementia, they will go out of the zone wherein there is internet connection. Especially that in the Philippines, hindi pa lahat ng areas may free access to Wi-Fi.
So, ang ano po namin po,
If you're using multiple speakers, there's going to be feedback. I think you're all in the same area, so maybe you can just use one computer with one audio connection. So pili lang siguro kung sino yung sasagot.
Actually po, enable for the application and the anklet to connect po, dependent po siya talaga sa Wi-Fi. So, for that naman po, pwede naman din pong gamitin pa din ang mobile data para maging connected or para kumonect pa din po yung anklet and yung app po.
Pero parang mahihirapan ata. So every time like, depende siya kung may internet, may connection. Tapos pag nawan ka uli ng connection, di mo na alam kung saan napunta yung matanda. But it is something that you can think about. And yun nga na pag-usapan natin, if the Philippines we can already have the free Wi-Fi anywhere, then this is really very feasible.
Thank you, Director Maida.
Excuse me lang po. I would like to add lang po that GOS tracking and offline tracking po can be considered pa rin naman po. The GPS tracking po can be considered pa rin naman po.
Okay, so good afternoon. My question is about the beneficiaries or potential users of this system. Is it limited only to people with dementia, or it can also be used by people suffering from a mental illness na prone din na minsan mawala or hindi na malocate kung nasan sila?
We are open naman po na gamitin din po ng iba't ibang disease or mentally ill ang aming device. Pwede rin po gamitin ng mga mentally ill, tapos mga iba't ibang stages ng dementia. At ito po ay magiging possible po ito.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have SDT Dedeng.
Yeah, thank you very much to our presenters. Ako yata ang immediate future user. So magkano kaya yung anklet? Anyway, magkano yung anklet? And ano tawag dito? Pag naging available ba siya, hindi mo na siya kailangan palitan, no? So that parang it's going to be very affordable naman sa target natin.
So, based sa aming initial costing po, ang Dementa Smart Anklet po ay tinatayang nagkakahalaga ng 3,000 kada unit kapag mass produce na. Ginagamit namin ang affordable and durable component tulad ng GPS modules, Wi-Fi enable, microcontroller, heart rate temperature, and rechargeable battery at iba pang materials. Layunin namin na panatiling budget friendly ito at para sa mga pamilyang Pilipino. Bukod pa rito, plano po namin makipag-partnership sa mga iba't ibang government agencies such as the Department of Health, Department of Science and Technology, and local government unit para mas maging subsidized program po ang aming device. para mabigyan po namin ng libre ang mga low-income household upang masiguro po namin na accessible and feasible po ang Dementra para sa lahat ng Pilipino.
Okay. Thank you. Mukhang pag-iipunan ko na kasi medyo mahal. But I hope that with some partnership, and I would encourage na doon sa listahan ng mga agencies na makikipag-partner kayo, baka isama nyo yung ibang national agencies at yung mga association ng mga senior citizens din para makuha natin yung pananaw nila tungkol sa pagkakaroon ng anklet o kaya bracelet. Hindi lang sa dementia, kundi sa other applications pa.
Thank you, SVP Dedeng. Okay. Next, we have Attorney Diego.
So just a quick comment na lang, no. First of all, I echo yung sinabi ng mga co-panelists ko. Actually, the possibility of expanding this past dementia, it's almost endless, katulad ng sinabi ng mga co-panelists ko. In fact, yung sinabi nyo na wandering syndrome, it's not just particular towards dementia. Even those with mental concerns, psychosocial disorders, etc., have to have this as an issue. Siguro yung question ko is because you mentioned numerous times that you plan to scale, and when you scale the product, then you'll be able to lower the costs para mabili nga siya ng government, etc. So it's more accessible and affordable. Siguro two aspects yung nakikita ko dyan sa project. So the first would be the tracking. It seems to be the number one value, no? Kasi ang hirap nga na i-monitor 24/7 yung individual with these issues, no? The second would be the AI. I'm very curious if the AI aspect, sinabi niyo na meron siyang quick chatbot kung saan pwede magsumagot ng mga kasagutan ukol sa dementia, even give mental health towards yung mga nurses and yung mga caregivers. Wouldn't you think, and baka dito sa market research nyo, wouldn't you think that this is really necessary? Because the AI component, I mean, scaling up the AI, making it more able to answer quick questions. And when you want to scale up the product past dementia, the AI also has to evolve into answering questions about other psychosocial disorders and other health problems, no? Yung sa market study nyo ba, nakita na may urgent need for this? Because if you remove the AI component, of course it's good to have an AI component, no? But it might be detrimental towards the eventual scaling up and mass expansion of the product. So yung comment ko lang is maybe double check if this will really be instrumental towards the further development of the product, because clear naman yung monitoring aspect, eh. 'Di ba? Very necessary ito, eh. But if it will result in hindi siya ma-obtain ng lahat ng mga many people, it will be too costly, baka i-consider na isantabi yung AI aspect lang. So just food for thought. Baka lang kasi 3,000 pwede maging 700 pesos na lang po kung wala yung AI aspect. Kasi that's a big chunk of the product, eh. So for consideration lang, baka start, or maybe you can start with that first. If phase 1 nyo yung monitoring app, tapos kung may makuha kayong feedback maybe when the Philippines finally has an AI framework, better regulating, baka dyan yun na ipasok as opposed to launching it, trying to hit two birds with one stone when one of the aspects yung monitoring, mukhang yan yung pinaka-importante for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Diego, for that feedback. I hope the team was able to take note of that. Thank you, Prince Jack, Mark, James, Jordan, Mike, Lizette, and Christian Lay of Team Dementra. Our next presenter will also be presenting online. So I like how we're able to continue this even though some teams are not able to be here with us today.
The next online presenter is Team Tanod PH from the West Visayas State University. Team Badminton Girls is composed of Shane Canabo, Miriabel Junsay, Kyla Elijah Ramiro, Megaline Rose Yonosa, and Athena Villarin, under the guidance of their advisor, Miss Kea Joy Armada.
Kinamatarong, Justicia, Justice. A word we all know, a right we all deserve.
But for millions of Filipinos, it's a privilege that they can't fully access. Somewhere in this country, a woman who wants to report an act of abuse is asking herself, how do I do this? Will I be taken seriously? Will I ever know if anything was done? And with no definitive answers, she stays silent. And she's not alone. 6% of crimes go unreported because the system is opaque, fragmented, and broken. Complaints vanish, deadlines are missed, and citizens lose faith. This is a crisis of accountability. When accountability fails, our entire democracy weakens. This creates a cycle. Silence breeds impunity, impunity breeds more silence. And we are here to break that cycle. We introduce Tanod PH, Banta Justicia, the Police Transparency Hub. Our mission is to make justice visible, traceable, and citizen-centered as it rightfully should. Tanod PH is a unified platform powered by blockchain and accessible to everyone through web app and barangay kiosk with SMS integration. It connects citizens, the Philippine National Police, and oversight bodies in one transparent ecosystem. The journey is simple. Submit, track, and verify. Now, let me show you what that actually looks like. This is the Tanod PH dashboard, the new face of accountability. Citizens can immediately see the live crime report numbers for the city and the type of crime. They could also see urgent missing person alerts with the relevant information. And they could also see the top performing stations based on public ratings. Now to the reports menu. A citizen can file a general complaint, report a missing person, or file a confidential complaint against an officer. The forms are simple and secure. The moment that they hit submit, their report is locked onto the blockchain and they get a tracking code. And with that code, they can see the case status history. Now let's wait for it. Now here you see what's happening to your case. When submitted, received, and assigned, it gives you a name for direct accountability. Every step is timestamped and visible. Now, this is what accountability looks like. We don't just track cases, we also measure trust. On the accountability tab, citizens rate their interaction, and this feedback directly drives the public performance charts we saw in the dashboard earlier. And finally, the resources tab empowers citizens with knowledge. Simple guides on legal rights, explainers for each case status, and verified emergency hotlines. We are giving citizens every tool they need to demand the justice that they rightfully. Our core innovations are simple and powerful. Radical transparency means every step is visible. Blockchain-backed integrity means records cannot be altered. And inclusive access through web, mobile, SMS, and kiosks means no Filipino is left behind. The impact should be clear and measurable. We aim for an 80% reduction in duplicate filings with a centralized system, 15 to 20% faster case processing, and a projected 15% increase in public trust within 5 years. We are accelerating justice and strengthening trust. Our roadmap is a three-phase journey: pilot, expand, and integrate. Phase 1, we pilot in Baguio and Iloilo. Phase 2, we scale to major cities. And Phase 3, we deploy nationwide and integrate with national systems. This is a collaborative effort. It would have an estimated budget of 8 to 12 million pesos and will be supported by our key partners at the DILG, PNP, NAPOLCOM, with direct oversight from the Commission of Human Rights and the Ombudsman. Transparency is the first step towards justice. The technology is ready, the plan is in place. Standard PH is prepared to make accountability visible, traceable, and accessible to every single Filipino. When a victim finds the courage to report, they will see the system respond. When a citizen wonders if justice is real, we will show them the proof. So join us in building a system where justice can never again disappear behind closed doors. And join us in building a system that's not only trusted, but truly, truly trustworthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Badminton Girls, for presenting your project, Tanod PH. So we'll now have our Q&A session. We'll start with Attorney Diego.
Okay, so first of all, good project, good idea. This is absolutely crucial and indispensable because access to justice, especially for women in the country, is very lacking. No, it's not even just the reporting. You said that 60% are unreported, but even those cases which are reported at the LGU level, at the barangay level, hindi siya na-actionan. So kahit kusang loob mag-report yung isang victim or potential victim, hindi alam rin ng mga barangay kung anong gagawin. They don't know who to endorse it to. They don't know what would be the legal rights to be discussed. So for your platform to also have that aspect, no, of capacity building and training, it might be a bit of a throwaway compared to the main advocacy of the site, but it's still a good. I hope you are able to push for it. So two comments lang. Of course, we have the reportage mechanism. But at the same time, since it will be the police, the PNP who will respond, yung question ko, how will they siguro, and this goes for all reporting mechanisms, FOI, etc., how will they address yung mga reports which may be spurious? Kasi nga, kahit sino mukhang pwede mag-report eh. So baka matali sa pagsagot sa mga reports yung mga PNP, and because they have to address all of these, they may not be able to address those real cases talaga. No? So is there a mechanism for protection rin on the PNP na kasi mukhang anonymous yung pag-report, how can they verify early on? Mahirap kung baka puntahan nila lahat ng mga nag-submit ng report, baka mabubusan sila ng responsibilidad. It's not diminishing no the reporting, it's really more for practicality. And second, siguro you can clarify also what would be your metrics and criteria for the trust rating. Sino bang magbibigay ng, because you have a rating there for trust eh. Will it be based on the data submitted? Will it be because of the yung mga clients who will submit yung feedback nila? So yun lang. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that question, sir. So first of all, we would like to address that filing a complaint won't be done anonymously. There would be cases, for example, filing a complaint to that specific station. For that specific station, for example, you file a complaint to a police officer if they've done something that doesn't quite align with what you want them to do, or something that violates your rights, you want to report that officer. This would be anonymous to the police, but not to the overseeing bodies that would investigate that certain officer. And with regards to the seriousness of how the people report or file their complaints, we expect them to treat the system as they would in the actual filing of a complaint, and they would be held with the same accountability as they would to in filing a false complaint. So with the blockchain, again, this is permanently recorded. So if the police deem that the complaint that the citizen has filed is false or is done unseriously, they could hold the said citizen accountable, because the system doesn't just protect the citizen, but it protects justice overall, and justice isn't one-sided. Does that answer your question, sir?
All right. Okay, thank you. So we'll hear the next feedback or comment from SVP Mendoza.
Good afternoon to the badminton girls. I think kaya yung more on violence against women siguro yung in-encourage natin kasi mahirap itong i-report. Pero I think yung isang concern doon is that Kapag kasi hindi na-satisfy yung mga requirements, pag nagre-report ng ganong klaseng crimes, hindi nagpo-progress yun. So baka siguro kailangan i-consider. Ano yung mga evidences or anong tamang information ang kailangang i-report sa authorities para mabigyan ng action no yung mga cases. And I'd like to affirm yung team kasi na-identify nila exactly yung mga agencies, national agencies they need to work with. But I think napaka-importante that you work very closely with the Philippine National Police and the justice agencies para ma-realize yung intention ng project.
Thank you, SVP Dedeng. Next, we have Director Aris.
Yes, my question is somehow related to what SVP Dedeng has mentioned regarding the government agencies concerned. I initially thought that the government agency or the proper government agency that will implement or adapt this system or proposal is the NAPOLCOM, considering their jurisdiction, no, the oversight function of the NAPOLCOM over the organization, administration, and operations of the police force. But of course, we have to take into consideration also the power of the local chief executives, no, when it comes to the operational supervision and control over the police operating within their jurisdiction. So just like to confirm, which government entity do you think or do you see implementing this program or this system? Yung mag-oversee talaga na itong sistema na to. Is it the NAPOLCOM or the local governments or any other government agency or maybe a joint effort among those agencies?
So the Department of the Interior and Local Government is the most suitable main overseeing body for Tanod PH because it has the board to mandate and coordinate local governments to oversee the barangay level security forces and implement the peace that Tanod PH wants to advocate for. So I guess we would choose the ILG over the PNP as it as to avoid potential conflicts of interest, but still the PNP would be the end users and the DILG would be the overseeing body.
Yes, and I suggest that in choosing the agency, you have to take into consideration their mandate. You have to base it on their charter. Siguro tingnan natin ano ba yung charter ng DILG, ano yung charter ng NAPOLCOM with regard to police, particularly, of course, the PNP. Thank you.
Noted,
Thank you,
sir.
Director
Thank
Aris.
you.
Director Maida.
Yeah. Since the project that you presented, it's actually a real-time filing of complaint and then tracking of the case, right? So you mentioned in your paper that you'll be able to solve yung case resolution will be faster from 6 months to 2 months. Nakalagay dun sa document nyo within 3 years. So paano yun magagawa nung project nyo to reduce the time for case resolution? Is there a way na may ina-nudge doon sa system na yun, ito dapat na actionan nyo na within this time period for you to be able to achieve that outcome of reducing the case resolution period?
With that, I guess there is actually a legal mandate that ensures that the PNP resolves a case within 60 days. And I guess if the process is a black box or if the citizens that file their complaints can't really see what exactly is happening to the case that they filed, I guess the PNP would have reason to not follow this mandate, and the citizens could possibly not ask for the accountability that they deserve. So with the fact that the citizens can transparently see the overall process and overall of whoever handles their complaint, whatever happens to the complaint that they filed, they ensure that this 60-day mandate is followed instead of being the typical 6-month case resolution rate without the transparency factor.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you to Shane, Miria, Kyla, Megalyn, and Athena of Team Badminton Girls. Our next presenter is also from West Visayas State University and will be delivering their pitch online. Let's get to know them.
The next online presenter is Team Codism from the West Visayas State University main campus. Team Codism is composed of Aldrin Vanzuela, Zalvi May Magsael, Micaela Angela Patopaten, Mary Clarice Polaron, Florence Elaine Solenio, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. John Christopher Mateo.
Ay na ba? Wait lang, wait lang, wait lang, wait lang. Guys, hindi po kita ano.
Who suffers when markets fail to connect? Panigurado ang ating mga magsasaka at syempre tayo rin. Now, picture a Philippines where no harvest goes to waste. Bawat gulay may nakalaang mapupuntahan. That's why we always say, halin sa diretso sa merkado, walang produktong masasayang. That's what intelligent distribution can do. That's what agri-chain is. Across the Philippines, food is lost not for lack of effort, but for lack of connection. Up to 30% of crops never reach our plates. Farmers lose profit, consumers overpay from scarcity, and billions vanish in the gap between production and distribution. High value crops face even higher losses, with vegetables losing up to 42%, fruits at 28%, with bananas losing 35%, and pineapples as high as 30 to 40%. Even in transit, crops suffer. Mangoes from Iloilo to Manila lose up to 33.9%, and onions from Nueva Ecija to Divisoria can lose as much as 45%. This is not just a farmer's problem. It's a national test of governance and food security. The challenge isn't how much we grow, but how we manage what we already produce. Until data and distribution work hand in hand, crops will keep rotting while families go hungry. Public service is public trust, and to serve the public is to secure the farmers. That's where AgriChain comes in, an integrated decision support system built to help the Department of Agriculture, LGUs, and of course our farmers to predict, coordinate, and optimize the movement of fruits and vegetables across the province of Iloilo through both app and web access. And hopefully, with your support, AgriChain can grow beyond Iloilo, no? Across regions and eventually across the nation, harnessing predictive analytics and machine learning to build a smarter, fairer, and more connected food systems for all. The system then uses predictive models to anticipate supply and demand fluctuations, recommend efficient transport routes, and flag regions at risk of surplus or shortages, as well as map areas prone to typhoons, strong winds, drought, and other weather disruptions. AgriChain directly supports 5 UN Sustainable Development Goals, from zero hunger to climate action, and aligns to 5 key priorities of the Philippine Development Plan. This is what we envision in the next 10 years. A Philippines where every harvest finds its rightful market, where no crop is wasted, and where technology strengthens every link of the agricultural chain, literal na agri-chain. For admins, it's a control center that monitors production, verifies users, and tracks logistics across municipalities. For LGUs, it's a coordination hub, helping them forecast supply and demand, upload reports, and connect local farmers to major city markets. And for farmer cooperatives, it's a handy simplified tool where they can log deliveries, map routes, and check real-time prices to ensure they receive fair value for their crops. Through the Department of Agriculture's platforms like the Farmers Registry and Farm to Market Roads, AgriChain can start a pilot in Iloilo, addressing digital gaps and record issues. And once proven, expand across regions for smarter connected decisions. Because that's what AgriChain stands for. The chain that connects farmers to market, data to decisions, and people to progress. As engineer Jime Eladia from DA Serms Region 6 once said, it's all a chain. Break one and the whole system fails. Our mission is to make sure that every link, from the smallest farmer to the largest distributor, stays strong, connected, and empowered. We built the system not just for the government, but for the community, the farmer co-ops who harvest and supply, the vendors who bring food to our tables, and the families who deserve fair prices and fresh produce. With your partnership, we can mobilize the Philippines' entire crop value chain through AgriChain, making every harvest count, every connection matter, and every Filipino benefit. This is Florence representing Codtism's AgriChain. Saliwat, halin sa uma, diretso sa merkado. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Codism, for pitching your innovation idea. So may I request the Zoom moderators to spotlight the team members of Team Codism for our Q&A. So our first comment or question will come from Director Maida.
Okay, thank you, Florence, for your presentation. I'm just curious kung sino yung magiging systems owner or administrator for this project later on. Kayo ba, yung university ba? Or is it DA? Sino yung magiging systems owner or administrator? And then I'm just curious in terms of who will be the agencies that you will be involving, especially in populating yung system, since very critical na makapag-collect ka ng mga data na gagamitin for analysis. Especially that you've mentioned that it will also provide guidance to the farmers in terms of like, dapat bang magtanim or hindi dahil sa panahon. So you would be also needing the help of the agencies like Pag-asa, maybe Philippine Space Agency. So sino sila? Sino yung mga agency? Especially the lead agency for this.
Florence, you're still on mute.
Thank you for that question, ma'am. For AgriChain, ma'am, the agency we tapped was Department of Agriculture, and with Department of Agriculture, we have Pag-asa for the climate and weather data, as well as the disruptions, weather disruptions, and soil data. And when it comes to Department of Agriculture, we tapped four of their sub-agencies, which is the HVCDP, AMAD, SERMS, and BPI. And to answer your question, who will be the administrator of this system? One of them will be the HVCDP because they are the one who what we call this, they are the one who monitors and track the production and supply as well as the demand of these high value crops.
Okay, so have you checked if they already have existing systems that you can actually tap and later on parang yung systems na yun yung mag-uusap-usap? And then from there you will do your analysis? Did you get it? Did you try to look into the existing systems of the four offices that you've mentioned and how they can be linked or how these systems will talk later on?
Regarding that, ma'am, the only agency that have an existing system is the SERMS or the DRRMO. They have something like the weather monitoring system, but it is not directly connected with the HBCDP and AMAD as well as with the BPI. For HBCDP, they don't have that current system. They rely on Excels. So our system also relies on their Excel file that we input in our system. And for AMAD, since they're likely new to the agency as under Department of Agriculture, they don't have an existing system yet.
So hopefully when you further develop this idea, tingnan nyo kung paano nyo magagamit yung existing data nila and of course looked into the system that they are currently using.
Thank you, Director Maida. Director Aris.
Yes, again, I gusto ko lang susugan yung nabanggit ni Director Maida regarding the government agencies involved. You only mentioned DA and some four of its attached agencies, but we have to take into consideration here, based also on your presentation and the paper that you submitted, that you need specific data, no statistics to operationalize the system. You have to get data relevant to production, to demand, and to market prices, among others. So I think there's a government agency where you can get this data, that is the Philippine Statistics Authority. So to help you project how much will be the demand for this particular quarter of a particular year, no, whether livestock yan, whether vegetables, rice, so on and so forth, we have to get those data, yung projections nila sa Philippine Statistics Authority. May particular bureau doon which was previously under the DA, the Bureau of Agricultural Statistics, which is now under the PSA, na pwede sigurong makuhanan din natin ng data. That's one agency, no, na pwede nating i-tap din dito in order to make sure that the data that we have in the system are complete to make it fully operational and be of good use to our projected users and beneficiaries. So yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aris. Any comments from SVP Dedeng?
Yeah, good afternoon to Cotism. Bakit yun ang name nyo? Anyway, you mentioned in your paper that AgriChain will balance, wala yung information to provide the farmers as well as the consumers about supply and demand. And I like yung idea wherein your system will also generate like a heat map of which areas have a surplus or shortage of agricultural commodities. So I was just wondering how will AgriChain address, or what is the feature of AgriChain that will really operationalize and parang make beneficial yung feature na nakikita yung shortages or oversupply. No? Did you get the question? So maybe you can discuss the feature of AgriChain that will address yung issue once the heat map shows either an oversupply or shortage of agricultural commodity.
Hello. So our system has dashboards and analytics such as location-based KPIs, production demand, and supply metrics, as well as distribution logistics, where route mapping and delivery tracking, as well as
Hello, Meryl. We need you to start over because we couldn't hear you well.
Go right, Meryl.
Hello.
Am I audible, sir? Okay,
Yes.
so
Okay.
thank you.
Better.
Just to start over again, our system has dashboards as well as analytics where present po dun yung ating location-based KPIs, production demand, as well as ang ating um, supply metrics. We also have the distribution and logistics uh, nandyan din yung ating route mapping, delivery tracking, capacity utilization, as well as we also have another module na merong market forecasting, for price prediction, demand analysis, and commodity tracking. And in terms of yung sa partnership with Pag-asa, yung gagamitin namin is yung API wherein mamamonitor yung vulnerability check per area. Merong vulnerability check for typhoon, pests, and risk mapping via, again, Pag-asa integration. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Attorney Diego.
Okay. So kudos to the group no for identifying this food security as one of our pressing issues. I think even with the current typhoon, naka-integrate lahat 'yun na na-affect rin yung mga crops, kawawa rin yung mga farmers natin. So for this application to be present now would really be solving a lot of issues. With that said, I would want to make a friendly suggestion. Perhaps with your application, it would be good to identify which would be the benefit those who would most benefit from the application, no? I think so that you can also focus your resources. If you would decide for it to be more for government use or for farmer use, no? Kasi ngayon mukhang ang dami kasing applications ng app that hindi parang jack of all trades instead of being a master of none. And if I may make another friendly suggestion, I hope this would be more accessible for the farmers because they would really be the originators and the primary stakeholders for this. I saw some of your features katulad ng logistics check, areas kung saan pwede padala ng mas maayos yung mga produkto nila. And as we know, one of the big issues for our farmers is that because of the jack-up costs of middlemen and middlewomen, yung mga sariwang mga produkto nila hindi na nabibili kasi sobrang mahal na because of those. So if you're able to create an avenue for them to see the best and most cost-effective route transport for them to bring it to the NCR, for instance, for selling, that would be a really big help for the farmers. And kasi ngayon yung mga farmers natin, they also bago rin sila to access technology which will be able to show them ano yung kailangan ng market, how to help better grow their crops, etc. So sana mas malagay yung application for their use. If ever it's for the government, I suggest that one help the app would be in price coordinating and checking. Kasi nga, right now, hindi nakikita kagad kung meron mga magpapataas ng presyo past the price ceilings created and dictated by the national government. So baka may katulad ng other groups, may reportage mechanism rin kapag may pinapadagdag na costs dyan sa pag-deliver, pwede nila ma-report para pwede makasuhan kaagad. Because all LGUs naman now have a price coordinating council. So sana mas magkakaroon ng ngipin ito dyan sa actual implementation para hindi rin mahirapan yung mga farmers and hindi rin mahirapan tayo as consumers because we'll be able to get more affordable, high quality produce. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Diego. Thank you to Aldrin, Salve, Micaela, Mario Clarice, Florence of Team Code PISM. So that's our first five for this for the college category of innovation competition,
Thank you, Ma'am.
Next Gen
Sir.
PH. We'll take a short break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. We'll resume in 10 minutes.
May isa pa, sir. Dalawa.
Live po yung sunod. Ayan, dito po. Live. After dito. Lima. Pwede niyo mag... Nasunod ka nila yung... Okay. Nabunot. Ay no, sinasabi ko kanina. Dapat kinuha mo rin sa mga... Kasi hindi naman ginagamit. Yan ang mga muna. Palitan mo ng tab para hindi makita. Yan. Ito rin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume in 2 minutes.
Connected. Okay na, connected na. Okay, okay na to.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume the presentation. So those who are participating online, I hope nandyan pa kayo. And I'm sure you're also anticipating the very exciting part kasi inaabangan natin lahat kung sino ang mananalo sa senior high school category and sa college category. But for us to get to that, so let's continue now with our pitching. So for our next team, we have a team from Bulacan State University.
The sixth presenter is the Team Pilisid from Bulacan State University. Team Pilisid is composed of Aaron Gabriel Ersando, Dandy Galang, Ian Kenneth Agustin, and Francine Nicole Navarro, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Julius Vincent Abanel.
Agriculture in the Philippines keeps our farmers trapped in poverty. And today, we're breaking that cycle with PiliSeed, an AI-powered tool that turns data into harvest. Here is the reality. Farming here often means a life of poverty. Despite feeding the nation, 3 in 10 farmers live below the poverty line. Crop failures cut their income, making it impossible to sustain farming, and the cycle repeats. Every failed harvest means lost hope and families leaving the fields in search of better opportunities elsewhere. The cause? Poor crop selection and lack of real data. Farmers are forced to guess, and every planting season becomes a season of gambling. As the Philippine Star quotes, being a farmer can almost be seen as a life sentence to be poor. As ridiculous as this statement is, it does hold some truth in it, but we do not want that to be the case for long. This goes beyond the field. 1 in 3 Filipinos struggle with food insecurity. And the Philippines as a country now ranks 66th in the Global Hunger Index out of 125 countries. Our farming problem has now become a national food crisis. And that is why we built PiliSeed, an AI-powered crop recommendation and management system using IoT sensors and microclimate data. Smart farming powered by insight and not guesswork. PiliSeed offers 5 key features. First is the smart IoT device, which displays accurate soil, climate, and light readings. An AI crop recommender, which gives farmers personalized, data-driven planting guidance. Next is the chatbot assistance, giving instant answers in both Filipino, in English, in whatever farming inquiries you may have. Fourth, the mobile dashboard, which gives our farmers some analytics, history, and visual insights to make data-driven decisions. Finally, we are focused on sustainability. Our device is solar-powered, eco-friendly, and built for the fields. Now, I will demonstrate to you how this device is going to work. First of all, we turn on this device right here. And once we push this button here, this device will now read live sensor data from our DH22 sensor, our capacitive soil sensor, and our light sensor here. And all of those combined will be sent into our backend, in which our backend will handle everything that the farmer may need. It will handle all the personalized crop recommendations. It will handle what types of plants it may recommend on whatever climate you may have. And this also allows our chatbot, our AI integration, to be much more smarter, because with additional data, we can make smarter recommendations. This is how, and as you can see here we currently now see the types of plants that that the AI have given us. And we can check the values for each. And you may ask us about this more later. So now, feel free to check out the QR code there if you haven't already, there, so that you can see how we bring smarter farming to the hands of Filipino farmers. The impact is real. With PiliSeed, farmers plant smarter, waste less, and earn more. Better harvests mean cheaper food and fewer hungry families. We directly benefit the SDG2, zero hunger, SDG1, no poverty, and other SDGs like SDG4, quality education, SDG12, responsible consumption, climate action, and clean energy with our sustainable device. Okay. We are not just planning, we are building. We have already validated our device as we have been the previous MRSP champion back in 2024. We validated demand across local farmer groups. We have developed a hardware and a mobile app, and we are now waiting for system refinement and field testing. PiliSeed empowers 9.7 million farmers all across the nation, and we are looking to work with agencies, agribusinesses, and cooperatives to make a chain of create a chain of ecosystem of smart data-driven agriculture. PiliSeed isn't just technology, it's empowerment. We're giving farmers knowledge, our nation's food security, and our future sustainability. We're not just changing farming, we are transforming lives. Thank you for trusting PLC.
Thank you, Ian. So for the Q&A, may we invite on stage to join him, Aaron, Dandy, and Francine of the Team PLC. Okay, so we'll start with Attorney Diego.
So good afternoon. First of all, I want to compliment you. I believe you're the second group to mention the SDGs in your presentation. So it's a reminder to always anchor our innovation in the SDGs, no? So we're guided. So I took even before you said to use the QR, I already checked kasi nakita ko sa brochure, scan the QR. So I was accessing the application. It's quite easy to use. So it's a big plus. Um, One question and two comments. So I'll start with my two comments first. The first comment would be it's a very technical, the write-ups for each type of seed and plant is technical. Hopefully, we can also have one that's not limited to the English language. Sana meron din tayo mga itinerations of the application where it's in the different dialects of the Philippines because it really is for the farmer na naman talaga. Gumanyan ka, so baka it's part of the plans naman for the future. And speaking of the future, I note that there's a portion here where even without internet connectivity or low internet connectivity, there's going to be developed an offline version. As we know, perhaps if they want to see real-time checks dyan sa crops nila or pinaplant, baka dyan yun sa mga areas na hindi masyadong malakas yung internet eh. So sayang yung wealth of information provided by the application, sana ma-prioritize yung paggawa ng offline. So my question would be, the encyclopedia of seeds here of plants, kayo ba nagpasok ng mga yung data here? Did you embed the data? Are you continuously updating the data here? What would be the number of entries here at this preliminary stage?
At this stage, the data we use are the publicly available data, which are truthfully quite few. So we had to pre-process a lot of the data because they are not localized. We had to use them in a way that will benefit the app. So for future plans, we wish to partner with Department of Agriculture and Pag-asa and other sector to provide more localized data that will provide the app a more personalized data that will give our farmers what they truly need.
Just a quick follow-up comment to that. I think it's also a good learning tool, especially for the youth. Ang dami nagko-comment na nawawala yung agriculture because it's not as relevant to youth, etc. So, but looking at the app, ako mismo napapa-interest ako sa pagbasa ng mga entries dito. So, to partner up and to be able to fill up this encyclopedia for you to have the added value of being the authority on crop growing, etc. to this application will be good for you as a business and for the advocacy you're trying to espouse. Thank you.
Thank you so much po.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, interesting tong pili seed. Originally, I thought it is about the pili nuts. Yung pala, piliin yung seeds. No, but anyway, I think yung target ay Filipino farmers, but I share the sentiment of my seatmate. Kasi siguro dun sa mga, ang tawag ba nila, yung mga small farmers or yung mga hobby farmers, I think they will also find this application useful. I was just wondering kung kasi it's all about agriculture or it's all about increasing productivity. Would it be possible for this app to have other features? Like for example, for a particular crop, pwede rin malaman kung ano yung market demand doon, di ba? Or for siguro yung sensitivities then sa sa environment and all that. Pwede mong determine hindi lang what you can plant no in a particular quality of soil.
I think thank you for that question. It is actually as of right now, it is actually an existing feature that we wasn't able to highlight earlier. The way that our plants actually has a feature, we actually have a feature where in the plants we also store some data on when is the right time to plant those types of plants and when is the time that they are most in demand in the market. And I think that is going to be really useful with the AI integration because with our chatbot integration, our farmers can directly ask in whatever dialect they have, is this type that I have right now, is this going to be feasible at this time, at this state, at this climate that we are in? So that in there, just in that app, we can validate whatever it is that we want to plant, and we can have instant feedback on whether or not that would be a good strategy for us or not. And in addition to that, we also would in our future implementation we would also implement some pricing and costing. Let's say a farmer wants to input let's say he has a budget of 50,000 pesos, and based on that, that is an additional data that our AI can use to make some decisions on how much money, what is going to be the gain of the plant that you're going to be planting at this specific time with this kind of budget and based on the current demands that we have right now. So I think thank you for that question because it made us highlight other features of our application too.
Yeah, thank you. And I think maybe you can also include in your database where to get the necessary agricultural supplies and whatever machines or equipment you need to grow the plants.
Thank you po.
Yes. Well, I think the main feature of the system is to determine, no, or coming up with crop recommendations that will have higher yield, right? Okay.
Yes.
So if in case I'm a farmer, no, from say region 3, then someone from region Mimaropa will use the system. Will it give them the same data or projections?
No, because our data is actually based on the device right here. So since we are gathering different data, this device will be planted in different locations. That is going to be one of the parameters that we will use in order to make decisions on what type of plants are we going to be recommending to the farmer. So if we place this in region 3 and another device in Mimaropa, it will have different results po.
Okay, so if the four of us here are farmers and we are using your device, and we are from, say, the province of Bulacan, saan kayo, sa Hugonoy or somewhere in Bulacan, no? Parehas kami, lahat kami farmers galing doon. We will use the system. Will the system give us the same recommendation? For example, lahat kayo by second half of 2026 dapat magtanim ng palay kasi yung bigas, yun yung mataas na presyo in the second semester of 2026. Ganun yung magiging recommendation niya.
Actually po, ang focus po kasi nitong sa device namin is based dun sa specific na 4 parameters. It's not about mainly for the higher yields, but what exactly it is most appropriate for what those parameters are outputting. So what those data are currently for a specific area. So if you're in Bulacan, so there's, for example po, I'm from Plaridel and he's from Giginto. Sometimes the Giginto or like Hagonoy is more like wet or like mas baha po or madalas po na high tide. Sa Plaridel po hindi kasi mataas po yung lupa namin in essential. So ang meaning po nun is soil moisture po. So di ba moisture po nun? So yung moisture po nung difference nung lupa nung nasa Giginto and Hagonoy is different. So, iba po yung nire-recommend yung plants, then iba po yung nire-recommend yung plants po sa amin.
What if magkakatabi yung farmland namin? Ito siya, ito ako. Same barangay, same sitio, same province, same municipality. Basically, same location. Will it recommend the same?
Technically po, and theoretically, no po. Kasi po, it will depend po dun sa all parameters na yun and especially po sa soil po na yun. Kasi po, pwede po na
nasa... Same area. Same area kami.
Same area po, pero hindi po, di ba meaning ng same area is pare-parehas po kayo ng lupa.
Magkakatabi talaga siya.
Kuwari po, 1 hectare, pero magkakatabi po. So, most likely po magkakaparehas po, if ganun.
Magkakaparehas siya. Okay. But yung ano ko lang, concern ko lang dito, when the system recommends the same crop na itatanim ng bawat magsasaka, from economic perspective lang, it will change the market situation eh. Because if you are all farming the same, it will change the supply. The supply side magbabago.
Yes
And
po.
of course, applying the law of supply and demand, kapag mataas yung supply, what will happen to the price? It will go lower. So how will you address that potential problem now? So sinado ko lang to because you have to be very particular with the parameters that you are going to use. Because it may, parang sasabihin ng system sa ganito yung presyo ng palay, 20 pesos per kilo. Ngayon, 12 pesos na lang kasi lahat kami nagtanim ng palay. Kasi yung na yan, di ba, normally, yung mga magsasaka alam na yung konsepto ng supply and demand eh. Nagtatanungan yan, ano yung tatanim mo? Palay, palay, palay. Okay, magtatanim ako ng mais. Magtatanim ako ng kalabasa and all. I know that because I'm a son of a farmer. So, I want this system to succeed para magamit talaga ng mga farmer din kapag nagtanim na sila. And I don't want them to be misled, no? Itanim mo to tapos hindi naman pala ganun yung projections. But this is a very good very good system that you are proposing, no? Very good device. Of course, yung mga other concerns, connectivity sa internet and all, I think this can be resolved eventually kasi lahat naman ngayon may access na pagdating sa internet. So, yun lang, yung mga projections lang para naman pakinabangan talaga yan ng mga magsasaka natin.
Okay lang po ba mag-add? So, technically po kasi, ang initial po nitong concept po namin is there will be two types po. So, ang computation po kasi ng total ng costing nito is around 400 to 600 or 800 po nitong chip na 4 parameters. But it will be, and then this is connected to the backend AI server po, right? So, there's another option po na mas better, which is yung sa issue po na sinasabi kanina ni Sir, is yung about po sa local or like sa Wi-Fi po or internet connection. There's an option or like this is our consideration po in the first place is yung yung microcontroller po is like the computer inside this device the AI will be embedded inside of it po. So technically, the farmers doesn't even need to connect to any internet connection to have the recommendations with the same results po. So yun po. Thank you.
Director Maida?
Oo. For me, I'm very happy with your project kasi nagpa-soil analysis kami before. It will take like months for us to get the results. So if you can really produce yung real-time na soil analysis, then that would really help. So you have to sell this project to the Regional Soils Laboratory of DA kasi ang tagal talaga nilang magbigay ng data. So if you can provide that, makakatulong talaga yun sa farmer kasi makakapagtanim sila ng appropriate na crop. And then, more of suggestions na lang to. And then there's also an existing DA site, di ba, na there's already a crop guide per area. So, I think your project will be able to input also in that current data sets that DA has on how to further like making it more micro kasi medyo macro pa yung data na nakalagay doon. So, congratulations to the team.
Thank you so much
Director
po,
Maida.
judges.
Right, thank you, Francine. Thank you, Dandy, Ian, and Aaron from of Team PLC. So proceed now to the next presenter. They will be delivering their pitch online.
The next online presenter is Team CHMSU 30 Club for Carlos Hilado Memorial State University. Team CHMSU 30 Club is composed of Armir Abdul Hamid, Joran Bartolome Jr., Katrina Andrea Gutierrez, John Lawrence Milan, and Rochelle Ann Villaseñor, under the guidance of their advisor, Mr. Roderick Samonte.
Full. Itong full screen. Presenta yan. Dali lang present sa dalong.
Kita ko no. Out.
Go na.
One. Hey there! Have you ever wished you had a nutritionist in your pocket and a way to directly support our local farmers? Well, with Nutrindahan, you practically do. Imagine getting meal plans that are actually tailored to your family's needs, using ingredients you can easily find from your own market community. It's a win-win. I am Katrina Andrea B. Gutierrez from Kamsu 30 Club, and I'm so excited to share how we're making healthy eating super accessible while boosting our local community. Malnourished families affect society by increasing health problems and limiting community growth. Our province, Negros Occidental, continues to experience a high prevalence of malnutrition with stunting rates reaching 41.7% and underweight children at 25.6%, both exceeding the national average. This the issue of disadvantaged farmers is relevant because their struggles directly impact food supply and economic stability in our society. At the same time, our farmers often receive the short end of the stick, facing unfair market systems and limited livelihood support. Limited access to nutrition and information is relevant because it leads to widespread poor dietary habits that harm public health. These issues are not isolated concerns. They are deeply connected to our food supply, economic stability, and community well being. This is why we bring you Nutrindahan, empowering farmers, nourishing families, and creating smarter access to nutrition. Nutrindahan is an AI powered application that aims to empower farmers by eliminating middlemen by connecting them to resources, trainings, and markets that help them improve productivity and income. It also aims to promote proper nutrition and provide families with AI powered personalized meal plans that can be customized to the user's local language and nutrition tips to promote healthier eating habits. Lastly, Nutrindahan creates smarter access to nutrition using data and technology to deliver reliable, easy to understand nutrition information to every household. This innovative approach partners with key government agencies to enhance services, promote collaboration, and ensure a more efficient delivery of nutrition and livelihood support programs because working together allows for a unified effort in addressing food security, health, and economic challenges in communities, contributing to sustainable development goals. To implement our app, we propose 9 steps: identify partners and key players to ensure support, create the app, beta testing and community engagement, train personnel in charge, product launch after the improvements based on the feedback of the beta testing, and ensure accessibility and reliability, continuous feedback and improvement, publicize success stories, and finally, plan for sustainability to maintain long term impact. Now, let's try shopping with Nutrindahan. On the registration page, users and sellers can easily sign up using their contact number or email address. The home screen provides quick access to all key features and updates, including seasonal picks and even holiday discounts. I mean, who wouldn't want a good deal, right? The Nutri AI page uses artificial intelligence to create personalized meal plans based on users' needs. Finally, the user profile page lets users manage their information, track progress, and access saved resources. Oh, it seems that our order has arrived. I can't wait to eat healthy. This design ensures simple, intuitive, and personalized experience for farmers, families, and communities. With Nutrindahan, we create thriving farmers by boosting productivity and income, healthy families through proper nutrition and guidance, and smart communities by providing accessible information that enables better decisions, building a stronger and more resilient society. This is Katrina Andrea B. Gutierrez, a representative from the Kamsu 30 Club, and we believe that a future where farmers prosper and families flourish isn't just a dream. It is a mission we can achieve with Nutrindahan. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Katrina of Team CHMSU 30 Club for pitching your idea, Nutrindahan. So now begin our Q&A session with our judges. We'll start with Director Maida.
Okay, thank you, Katrina and the team for the presentation. Maganda yung idea. Kasi nga, it would address food security, di ba? And then malnutrition like that. Curious lang ako, Katrina, and all the members of the team, how you will sell this to the communities. Kasi kung nasa community ako, kung ano yung available dyan na pagkain or vegetable, food, yun na yun. Hindi ko na kailangan ng meal plan. How, the way I understood it, yung target market nyo for this would be the, sino yung target community nyo for this? Target, anong tawag dyan? Sector or levels?
Thank you for that question. Miss. The consumers or the target audience of that app is basically the middleman or the near middle class or the near poor to low income Filipinos, like those who are like teachers, tricycle drivers, families, and everyone who is concerned and part of the spectrum or the community.
Yeah, okay. So Armir, ang challenge ko is how will you be able to to sell this project to them or make them mainganyo sila to go to the Nutri tindahan considering na like ay hindi kung ano lang na available na pagkain sa bahay namin yun na yun hindi ko na kailangan ng meal plan. Maybe pwede siyang patok sa middle class or the upper class but would you think it will prosper pag you're dun nasa level ka ng near poor or poor, would you still consider this? Yan yung challenge ko sa team.
Actually, Nutrindahan, Miss, the Nutri AI is ng what do you call it? It's a personal choice. If you only want to use it, Miss, you can. If you are seeking to find recommendations of good food that will suit your needs, Miss, you can use that. But other than that, you can still use the app regardless, so that you will be informed of the available produces in your local community, Miss, provided by your local farmers as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Maida. Director Aris?
Yes, sa akin same observation kay Director Maida kanina, no? Baka hindi ito sa akin personally parang anti-poverty measure, but rather it is more of health and nutrition, which I think can be afforded by those who have say mga middle class and the upper class, no, component of our society. I just have a question regarding, I'm reading now your paper, and you made mention here of local nutrition office that will implement this. Kasi pag sinabi mo local nutrition office, I think you are referring to a particular office in the local government, or you are referring to say local, yung National Nutrition Council or any other national government agency ito. Paano yung level of implementation nito sa ating government? Localized ba to sa LGUs or national level?
It is localized po. So, Nutrindahan is a localized app that the availability of the produce available in the app would be based on your location and the availability of the produces in your city or in a certain area po.
Okay. But since you made mention dito of the Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition, which I think is being parang monitored or implemented by the National Nutrition Council, dapat meron ding sa higher level para may pagbabasehan yung local government sa particular policy that they have to follow when you start rolling this out to local governments. No, in case of course kung implement man nila to. Thank you. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Director Aris. SVP Dedeng?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Nutrindahan. Okay, I think very useful sa mga nutrition conscious members ng population natin ito. Pero siguro kung iniisip natin siyang gamitin sa public sector, baka pwedeng i-explore nung team yung possibility na yung app ay gagamitin ng kunyari katulad ng mga schools or ng Department of Education for planning yung kanilang school feeding program. Kasi di ba rather than just one one recipe or one kind of food ang ipe-prescribe, I think very useful sa planning kasi ang gagawin ng app nyo, tutulungan yung mga schools mag-plan or yung local government units to in assistance doon sa mga schools to plan yung school feeding based on what is locally available and come up with the menu that will maximize what is available in the community. And therefore, hindi lang isang klaseng menu yung isa-serve doon sa mga bata para sa school feeding. So would it be possible to explore yung application na yan?
Thank you,
Yes.
SVP Dente.
Yes po. It's very possible po to explore that area po. And also po, I would just like to add on, and ng Nutrindahan po ng promotes ng more affordable choices and cheaper they will get cheaper products po compared to the physical market, since nga po eliminated na yung middleman, as we will be taking products directly from the farmers po. So it will be a win-win from the farmers as well as the consumers.
Okay, Attorney Diego, please.
Okay, so when I first saw the pitch, by the way, Katrina, your pitch was very enthusiastic. So kudos on that, no. I
Thank you
thought
po.
that it would be from, because the problem is clear, no. Middlemen, middlewomen affect the capabilities of farmers to earn. The solution is also there, especially in an ecosystem now where consumers are more intentional about what they eat, no? Ang lakas ng consumer market na kapag may makita silang green option or healthier option, they will most likely purchase it more than other options, no? And I think yung pandemic pa showed na mas willing yung mga tao mag-meal prep or to buy from already pre-prepared meals. So when I was looking at your pitch, I thought that the end product would be you would connect the farmer to yung mga magme-meal prep. Because, and this is where perhaps I can ask for or a comment on, the product of the pitch is not yet as defined. Will it be na, like ako, mag-order, gusto ko ng sariwang gulay, so I'll go to your application. But how many people really order yung vegetables through an online na may additional costs rin? You might also be burdening yourself with logistical problems, because who is going to deliver? Will they pick up? Will you have a fleet of couriers na magde-deliver ng fruits? So I think that the proposal is really more of a partnership play, no? You partner up with meal preppers who are already able to provide the fleet to use the raw ingredients, the vegetables, para magawa siya into eatable meals. It takes away some of the problems that you may have on ano yung gagawin ko? Paano ko i-deliver to? Paano ko i-present to? Paano ko i-prepare to? So it will really be connecting the farmer towards those who will prepare, who already have a ready set of consumers to be able to purchase the product. So yun lang naman yung it's really more of refining what would be the output for this. Because as I mentioned, the problem is clear naman and the solution is there. Ang hirap lang pumasok into the online market selling space. How will you integrate farmers into the space? May mga legal requirements rin yun. Will they have to do business permits because they will be engaging into commercial activities, mga ganon, diba? Will they have to cooperatize so that they can help each other with the online requirements? So may mga ganon na nuances na baka mahirap na i-consider. And to help you out also, my final comment is, yes, you can tap the LGUs because there is now a DILG requirement that each LGU has to have a nutrition action officer under the local health department, parang ganon. So since may ganon mandato na yung LGUs, baka ripe sila for partnership. But I do echo yung sinabi na dapat national government rin very much involved sila here. Thank you.
In response to that concern, sir, I believe that in our app, the Nutrindahan have connected to local farmers, which is the farm organization referred to local agricultural office down to the Kadiwa, since it is existing in our community. And then the TODA, or the Association of Tricycle Drivers, they will be the one who be part of the delivery of our produce or our products. And by that, I believe, sir, we can maximize our recent or existing projects, just like as mentioned, the Kadiwa by our national government so that we can meet halfway. We have this um, bagsakan, or should we say a market, physically, but at the same time, digital market that is same, but it is more convenient and efficient for everyone.
Sorry, very quick comment on the, it's good to to utilize yung mga TODAs and tricycle driver groups for delivery, but please take note of the limitations. For instance, delivery within subdivisions, hindi pwede pumasok yung mga TODA groups, tricycle drivers. So you might have to look for alternatives rin for consumer based dyan sa loob ng mga villages, etc. Thank you.
That is copy and
All right.
noted and acknowledged, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Armir, Joran, Katrina, John, Lawrence, and Rochelle Ann of Team CHMSU 30 Club. Okay, we'll move on to our next presenter. Shall we get to know them, please?
The eighth presenter is Team Consultants from Lyceum of the Philippines, University, Cavite. Team Consultants is composed of Larissa Del Rosario, Shannon Kate De Los Reyes, John Ivan Fernandez, and Nicholas James Nagaya, under the guidance of their advisor, Ms. Jess Santias.
Health is a right, not a privilege. Yet for millions of Filipinos, it still feels like a luxury. Despite the promise of the universal healthcare law, our health system continues to struggle. Many barangay health centers are underfunded, lacking equipment and medical staff. Because of this, the hospitals become overcrowded with patients seeking help for minor illnesses. According to the Department of Health, nearly 80% of these cases could have been treated at the barangay level if only proper facilities were available. In many highly urbanized areas like Cavite, Lucena City, and the rest of the Calabarzon, patients, especially the elderly and a person with disabilities, struggle to travel a long distances to see a doctors. Some communities have no licensed doctors at all, forcing people to wait hours or skip care entirely. Outdated, paper-based health records also cause delays and errors, making patients invisible to the system. Healthcare has become an obstacle course when it should be a lifeline. World Health Organization reports that nearly half of the global population has no access to basic health services, and the Philippines is no exceptions. The Consulta kiosk addresses this by allowing people to easily connect and schedule an appointment with the doctors in real time, reducing travel time and medical expenses. As Coleaido knows, poor infrastructure and high transport costs have made healthcare privilege rather than a right. This is where the Consulta kiosk comes in. And innovative solar-powered telehealth booth designed to bring a healthcare right to the barangays. It connects directly to the hospitals, pharmacies, and doctors without the need to travel or waiting long hours. According to the DOH annual report, data are collected on notifiable diseases and presented by region, province, and city, and it shows delays in report submission. The Consulta kiosk addresses this by allowing submitting the real-time data to prevent future outbreaks or even global outbreaks. The Consulta kiosk is equipped with a weighing platform that turns on when someone steps in and saves energy when not in use. And it has multilingual support for Tagalog and multi-dialects. And medical records are securely in accordance with the Data Privacy Act and assist barangay health worker by making their task easier. Let me walk you through how simple is it to use. Users can register using their name, contact number, or national ID, while returning users can instantly log in by scanning their QR code through the app. Unlike the usual hospital experiences of long lines and waiting long hours just to check your vital signs, Consulta Kiosk provides quick consultation and health assessments anytime without the hassle. Through its healing system, patients are automatically connected to available doctors in real time. After each consultation, the kiosk generates a digital summary containing the doctor's notes and standardized prescription that can be printed or sent via SMS. All medical records are securely stored in the digital health records synchronized with nearby hospitals. With this integration, medical staffs no longer need to repeatedly collect the basic information and vital checks. It helps reduce hospitals' overcrowding by handling cases like coughs, colds, and fevers. It provides immediate 24 by 7 access to care, not just for highly urbanized areas, but also those in remote and low-income areas. I highly urge PhilHealth to integrate the Consulta kiosk with the PhilHealth Consulta program. With PhilHealth support, the patient doesn't have to spend their money out of their pocket. All the province and municipalities will implement the Consulta kiosk to their places with the help of PhilHealth, allowing free or subsidized consultation. In the end, the Consulta kiosk is more than just a project. It's a movement to make a healthcare truly reachable for every Filipino. We unite here today because we have one goal: to spark a change and create a better future for all Filipinos. We are just young innovators who have dreamed of having a nation where healthcare is not a problem. And so the source of hope to make lives easier. We believe that every Filipino has a right access to healthcare where no matter where they live or who they are. But we cannot do this alone. We need the government to stand with us. Together, we dream to make a brighter tomorrow, not just for ourselves, but for our country. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much. We now invite the rest of the team consultants to come up here on stage for our Q&A. May I call on Larissa, Shannon, John Ivan, Nicholas, and James. Here it's done. Okay, so we'll have our first comment from Director Diego.
So, good afternoon. I assume na you're from the health. You're in health. Okay, sige. Tama naman yung pag-assume ko. Okay, so for universal healthcare, it's good that you tackle the fact na it's not just about lack of cost, no, or free. It has to be accessible. And it's one of the issues, yung accessibility ng healthcare. And not even the accessibility of medicine, etc., but the referral system. Ang daming problema dyan sa barangay level na may simptomas, pero hindi alam pala na baka cancer na pala, hindi na-address in time, and because of that, lumala. So, the first level of accessibility should really be at the local or the barangay level. And I believe mukhang sa kiosk nyo, that's going to be one of the key features. It will be some place kung saan pwede pumunta, tapos pwede ma-address or assess kaagad yung kalagayan ng tao so they can endorse, etc. So the question would be, how do you scale this up? How do you expand? Preliminarily, how much would this cost? Let's say to put up a kiosk with this amount of features, with that high level of endorsement, kahit ballpark figure, because yun nga yung importante. Kailangan malaman kung gaano kamahal yung pagka-create nito. I think you mentioned PhilHealth. What would also be their participation here? So yan ang first question ko.
So our kiosk costs around 1.4 to 1.6 million because it is fully functional and medical compliant telehealth station.
Okay, so it has the features for 1.4 to 1.6. I'll leave it to you to make your market study kung kaya nga siya i-address. Even though marami naman ngayon nagpapagawa ng barangay health centers with similar infrastructure. Just because there's a kiosk here and it's technologically driven, suggestions ko is you have to have a strong program for capacity development dyan sa mga users. Kasi kahit sabihin nyo easy to access, it's easy to access because you know the product. But not to those people who will come in, baka maguluhan siya sa daming controls. You may have to, para siyang yung mga pay parking sa mga malls, 'di ba? Na akala mo automated pero kailangan pa rin ng tao diyan para turuan yung tao paano gamitin. So you have to factor that into the costs. Second, how long would be the warranty in the 1.4 to 1.6 million? Kasi kung mabilis siya mag-breakdown, kailangan na rin mag-purchase, etc. So these are highly technical questions naman na for consideration as well. Yung second question would be, you have an application. Para may pinakita kayong application. Ano yun? So, if I am a user of the kiosk, do I also have to have an application in my phone to get the full value out of the kiosk? Or is it just something you're looking at in the pipeline na pwede i-access kahit saan? Parang ganun. Or is it really part and parcel of the whole Consulta kiosk experience, yung application nun?
The answer is yes. To use a consulta kiosk, you need to register. As I mentioned earlier, you need to use only contact number or national ID or and their name. And as the barangay health worker, dapat yung barangay health worker po ay na-train po kung paano po i-register or paano po mag-operate ng consulta kiosk po. And then, in the first time users po, pwede rin po sila magpa-help sa barangay health workers to paano po i-register sa system po ng consulta kiosk po. And if may literacy naman po yung pasyente, yung hindi po namin nabanggit kanina, ng consulta kiosk ay meron po silang help mode po, kumbaga may manual mode din po. Pag ang pasyente po ay nalilito kung paano po gamitin, meron din naman pong feature para ma-assist po ang pasyente para maayos po nilang gamitin yung consulta kiosk.
So hindi real time yung pag-assess ng pasyente, no? The results will be sent and access through the application na makuha ng pasyente. Okay.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Okay.
Ayan. Good afternoon. I like yung idea ng consulta kiosk kasi parang nandito lahat yung mga immediate gadgets to make initial diagnosis or medical checks. And in particular, yung automatic smart switch wherein pag tumungtong ka lang doon sa weighing scale, tama ba yun? Tsaka lang na-activate, no? Okay lang yon. Kaya lang siguro, baka yung ibang patients medyo, kailangan i-orient kasi medyo high-tech na yon kahit na very energy efficient yung idea. I'm curious, number one, exactly paano magta-transpire yung teleconsultation? Kasi nasa kiosk to, di ba? So, paano yung si patient, gusto na niyang mag-consult? Mag-appointment ba siya, tapos babalik siya sa kiosk? Or kung ano man yung process, maybe you can elaborate. And second, siguro, since sa barangay level ito, ano yung role nung barangay health workers or siguro nung local health department in terms of managing yung kiosk?
Sa first question po, the patients, pagkagamit po ng kiosk po ang patient po, meron pong pagpipilian po pag naglagin po kayo sa kiosk po. Halimbawa po, checking your medical records, history, or checking your mental health, or even pwede rin po direct po. Kung gusto nyo pong magpa-consult po agad sa doctors, makikita nyo po yung available doctors pag pinindot nyo po yung section na po yun. And kung available na po yung doctors na po yun, pwede na po i-connect directly sa doctors. And at sa real time, pwede po kayo mag-video call or pwede rin po mag-SMS or pwede rin pong kung mahina po internet po, SMS or audio po, yun po yung solution.
So in this case, live si doctor. Pag pinrest ko, and then I have choices, merong doctor na pwede akong i-consult. So very important yung link siguro dun sa pool ng different specialist para yung patient kasi you cannot predict kung anong i-consult niya. We'll have access to those specialists. O yung second question.
We also, add ko lang po dun sa sinabi ni Mr. Nagaya na in addition to the feature po ng kiosk namin sa kakaroon po ng consultation with the doctor, we have this health hailing system po wherein yung doctor po is kung available po sila or online po sila is they can accept the request for consultation po ng patient mismo. So in real time po, pag na-accept po ng doctor yun, they can have their consultation po via SMS or via video call or audio call po. For the second question naman po, kung ano pong trabaho or ano pong role ng mga barangay health worker sa consulta kiosk or sa mismong barangay health center is sila po mismo yung mag-a-assist sa mga pupunta din po sa consulta kiosk or magpapa-assist po sa kiosk. And also, hindi lang naman po doon limited yung trabaho nila since they are also a very important part sa pagsasagawa po ng buong system na to since they since sila po yung nakakaalam kung paano i-manage or i-assess. So, yun po, it's a collaboration po sa sa mga barangay healthcare workers natin and also the consulta kiosk.
Okay, Director Aris.
Yes, first and foremost, I recognize now the importance of this innovation. Talaga napaka-innovative nyo para maisip nyo yung ganyang system. But of course, sabi ko nga tulad sa ibang presenters kanina, pag innovation, kailangan tingnan natin yung implementability. No? So yung sistema ninyo, it reminds me of the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Diba? Time of the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, was an extraordinary period which required an extraordinary effort on the part of the government. And one of the realizations natin during the time of the COVID-19 pandemic is the importance of collaboration between the national and local government units, specifically sa barangay. So in this particular innovation, I think it will require massive collaboration, no? Strong collaboration between the national government and local government units. So you mentioned earlier about the cost of one kiosk, around 1.4 to 1.6 million. And we have 42,000, close to 42,000 barangays nationwide. So syempre, I'm from the Department of Budget and Management. At una kong titingnan, funding requirement. If we will give each barangay at least one kiosk, it will cost us around 58.8 billion pesos. And kung 10% lang ng barangay yung bibigyan natin, of course, it will cost us around close to 6 billion, no? Around 5.88 billion pesos. Medyo malaki yon, no, na funding requirement. But we can do it naman gradually. Of course, if you will be able to prove na maganda yung ano talaga, feasible talaga to be implemented in the government. And dun sa objectives ninyo, one of the benefits that you identified is the decongestion of hospitals. Kasi instead of pupunta ka sa hospital, pipila ka ng matagal, punta ka na lang sa kiosk mo and wait for your turn. But do you think that will really solve the problem? Kasi you might be creating another problem. Now, kung may hospital congestion, we are talking here about physical congestion. Maraming pasyente nagpupunta sa hospital. But if you will bring health services closer to the people, then the people will have easier access to health services. So baka pumila naman sila doon sa kiosk, and kung isa lang, o dalawa, o tatlo yung doktor na nagbibigay ng consultation services sa bawat barangay, baka magkaroon naman tayo ng online congestion. So how do you think will be the implementation mechanism to prevent that from happening?
So thank you for the question po, sir. So first of all, we will utilize our application. So sa application po namin, patient can reserve their queuing number and they can also track available kiosks. So sa app po namin, pwede po nilang mabuksan yung mga available kiosk na malapit po sa areas nila. So matatrack po nila kung ano pong kiosk yung, through the reference number of kiosk, matatrack po nila kung anong kiosk po yung may maraming pasyente or kung anong kiosk po yung available para po magamit po nila. And pwede po silang magpa-reserve doon using a queuing number to avoid long lines and overcrowding po sa kiosk po natin.
Okay, our time is up. So just one quick comment or question from Director Baida.
Yes. Akin, hindi ako masyadong solve sa physical kiosk. Pero ang naisip ko kasi baka kasi merong mga sa community, di ba, walang access sa internet and all. So that will be the venue. So okay ako na solar powered. Gusto ko pang pataasin yung presyo ng yung kiosk nyo na ibibigay na budget ng DBM. You make it also foolproof sa disaster. Pwede siyang lumangoy pag bumaha. Okay, so hindi lang siya solar powered, disaster proof yung kiosk nyo. Just so ma-save din natin yung investment natin. Yun lang, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Larissa, Shannon, John Ivan, Nicholas, James from Team Consultants from Lyceum of the Philippines University, Cavite. Okay, so we'll be moving on to our next presenter. They'll be delivering their pitch online.
The next online presenter is Team Bite Me from the University of St. LaSalle, Bacolod. Team Bite Me is composed of Jul Leo Javellania, Ignacio Warren Benjamin Javellona, Josh Dane Labistre, John Roland Octavio, and Rian Christian Tamayo, under the guidance of their advisor, Miss Mary Jade Jacosale.
Who here is a scholar? Raise your hand over there. Now, given the circumstances, obviously I can't see everyone in there, but I know some of you are, just like my group mates who are raising their hands right now in Zoom. Now, you know how hard it was just to find the right scholarship, let alone get one. Now, imagine many others who even never got that shot. Not because they weren't competent, or if they weren't good enough, but because they never even heard that these opportunities existed. See, in the Philippines, 36% of families take on debt just to bring their children to school. Despite the sacrifice, 60% of high school graduates can't even afford to go to college. And to those who do enroll, 44% of them drop out due to financial pressure. The cost of this crisis shows up in our global standing. According to the Program of International Student Assessment, the Philippines placed dead last in education back in 2018 and placed 76th out of 81 countries back in 2022. The country is falling half a decade behind the rest of the world. The system is not just failing individual students, but an entire generation. Yet, beneath this crisis lies a massive, untapped opportunity. Every year, nearly 97,000 scholarship applicants become available across the Philippines. 4.8 million college students could benefit, but there's no centralized hub connecting them. And these aren't just statistics, but real students facing real barriers. So we spoke directly towards scholars across academic, cultural, athletic, government, and private sectors. Three critical issues emerged. First, scholarship information is scattered, making it harder for students to navigate. Second, every application requires starting from scratch with no centralized system to streamline the process. And third, hidden scholarship opportunities means talented students miss their chance and their potential goes wasted. To confirm this, we interviewed the scholarship providers themselves, admissions heads, LUC coordinators, and even a representative from Senator Bam Aquino's office. They all confirmed what students already know. The system is broken on both ends. So, what's the solution? Introducing eScholar, a one-stop app for students to search, apply, and track scholarships easily. The Philippines' first centralized, intelligent scholarship platform. Now, let's dive into eScholar's features, designed for both students and scholarship providers. For students, we've built your profile and portfolio as a central hub. All your achievements, your skills, extracurriculars, and even tailored scholarships based off our eScholar ratings. You can then browse and search with our smart filters to see exactly what you qualify for. And you can then track every single application in real time with our tracker. And when you're stuck, our AI-based chatbot will help you be assisted 24/7. For scholarship providers, we give you the eScholar dashboard to monitor everything at a glance. We can manage thousands of applications, bulk approve or reject with advanced filters, and let our AI match you with the best fit candidates. Want to publish a new scholarship? Send your criteria, post it, and instantly reach millions of qualified students. With this, eScholar serves two key groups, scholars and scholarship providers. On the scholar side, we're talking about 4.8 million undergraduates and 2.3 million senior high school graduates across the Philippines. On the provider side, we hope to integrate our system with government agencies like CHED, DESTA, DOST SDI, and LGUs and private organizations, all managing scholarships but lacking a unified platform to reach students effectively. So, why eScholar? 5 key features. First is our centralized platform to bring all the scholarships together in one place. Next is digitized applications to minimize the use of paperwork. Next is eRecommend AI to match the scholarships that are right for each scholar, a transparency dashboard for real-time data, and finally, verified listings for trust and accuracy. In regards to our implementation strategy, our rollout happens in 5 separate phases. First, system preparation, where we build a platform, integrate with government agencies, set up secure storage through GICT, GovCloud, and conduct internal testing. Next is pilot testing, where we launch in select universities across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, train staff, gather feedback, and refine the system. Next is nationwide rollout, where we expand to all state universities, government, and private providers. Next is optimization, where we improve features based on feedback and ensure regular data validation. Lastly, we have our expansion, which will hopefully include the master's and doctorate scholarships to partner with more agencies and to build a fully connected scholar-provider communication platform. Looking ahead, eScholar will continue to evolve, where we hope to expand to international scholarships, to develop a chat system between scholar and scholarship providers, to centralize grants and stipend distributions, and to make an academic portfolio system for graduate scholarship applications. To end, this isn't just about building an app. It's about giving every student a fair shot. In the beginning of this pitch, I asked everyone here who is a scholar. Well, we believe that in eScholar, we believe that everyone in that hotel room in Manila, everyone here in the Zoom meeting, everyone watching the live stream, and every Filipino student who dares to dream will be able to raise their hand, not just the lucky few who made it through. On behalf of Team Bite Me, thank you for listening to our pitch deck. Let's turn every student into a scholar. Kaya, scholar mo na yan. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Josh from Team Bite Me. So I'll now quickly move on to the Q&A session. All right. Okay. I'm glad that the team is already on spotlight. Okay. We'll start with Director Maida for a question or comment.
Okay, ang ganda ng project kasi nga, if you really want to get a scholarship, nasa isang ano na lang siya, app. Ang tanong ko lang is, sino yung later on, you mentioned about several agencies, but sino yung magmamanage later nitong app na to ensure that all the necessary data are submitted or are provided? Sino mag-i-ensure na updated yon at ma-require talaga yung mga scholarship providers to update those data, especially the status of the scholarship application?
Okay, so good afternoon. So the one that will manage and ensure that all data is verified and validated in our system is both the eScholar and our partners, since this initiative is done through partnerships with, for example, our scholarship providers, namely DOST-SCI, CHED, and TESDA, and as well as OWA. And in terms of our technical infrastructure, we would like to partner with the ICT, and also for our verification, we would also like to tap DepEd. But overall, it still depends on the admin team of eScholar. Thank you very much.
So right now, it will be with your university. Parang ganun muna habang pinapilot nyo. Pero sino yung na-identify nyo na government agency ba to or private sector ba to na later on magmamanage nitong system na to?
We would like to collaborate with the ICT so that we could have the option to store our databases there, since the ICT has GovCloud that acts as a public infrastructure for storing government agency databases. So that's like our primary goal, to partner with the ICT to reduce operational cost in terms of storing data.
Okay. I think it's okay to partner with the ICT for the digital infrastructure, but I think if we talk about scholarship, maybe it's with CHED. And also my suggestion is baka pwede rin ilagay yung levels of scholarship. Ito bang i-avail na scholarship? Is it under the basic ed? So pwedeng kay DepEd to, or higher ed ito kay CHED. And if may scholarship din na sa postgraduate, yun din. Baka pwede yun later on how you'll be able to expand the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Maida. Okay, so moving forward, I'll be limiting the judges to a comment or a question because we're a bit pressed for time. Okay, Director Aries, your turn.
Yes, siguro yung chat, no, yan ko lang, sugan ko lang ulit yung sinabi ni Attorney Maida, ni Director Maida. Yung sa chat kasi sila yung magde-determine din kung considered yun as an equivalent program. For example, if it is a scholarship offered abroad, no? So sina-certify ng CHED kung equivalent ba yan ng programs na meron tayo locally. So that's the importance of having an agency like the CHED that will oversee the implementation or adoption of the program. And then siguro just a suggestion din sa inyo, baka you have to define ano yung ibig sabihin ng scholar at ano yung ibig sabihin ng scholarship. Kasi ngayon, di ba, pag sinabi mong, pag estudyante ka sa isang public school, lalo na nung naipasa yung Free Tertiary Education Act, lahat considered na scholar. So ano ba yung mga programs na isasama ninyo dun sa app na pwedeng i-explore ng mga gustong mag-enroll, no? Mapa basic, secondary, no, tertiary or graduate school program man yan. So dapat i-define natin yan dun sa program natin para malinaw kung ano yung coverage niya na personnel and program. Tapos yung mga particular criteria kung pwede nyo na rin ilagay dyan. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aris. Next, SVP Dadeng.
Uh, Thank you very much, e-scholar. I was just about to ask kasi na-identify nyo na yung mga government agencies na typically nag-offer ng scholarship. Pero kasi meron din scholarship being offered by private sector at meron ding mga scholarships offered by foreign institutions no, or even mga universities abroad. May feature ba yung system ninyo wherein pwede niyang i-scan lahat ng websites globally siguro, no? Or those that will apply dun sa Philippines, for example, such that your database or your record of scholarships will be constantly updated, no? Hindi necessarily dependent na yung mga scholarship providers will have to provide you the information para ma-update siya.
Good afternoon, Miss. So in terms of the local government units and the private sectors, we do plan to collaborate with them in forming collaborations and them posting their scholarships on our platform. In terms of let's moving on to global opportunities, I believe now we are focusing on the local, national level of scholarships. So here in the Philippines, but we do plan to expand these scholarship opportunities to extend to masters and doctorate programs, and even, as you said, Miss, the international opportunities.
Okay, also to add on po, with regards to the feature that we need to like scan the websites for any available scholarships, uh, as much as possible, we are trying to not consider that approach because we might be flagged with the Data Privacy Act or any ethical considerations with regards to web scraping. So our plan when it comes to providing scholarship opportunities is that through partnerships and with our e-scholar admin dashboard, they can freely create their own scholarship programs. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
All right. A question or a comment from Attorney Diego?
I absolutely agree. I think the play is not really with making aware the scholarships at the public sector because kahit yung mga public sector naman, FOI, di ba? So I think there's a mandate actually to post any opportunities. It's really the private sector which has more scholarships, more opportunities na hindi natatap usually ng market. So I really agree with the suggestion na tap the private sector. You're right, it doesn't have to be na iscan nyo mismo yung websites nila, then you put it into the system. You can just collaborate with them. It's in the interest of the private universities naman to put their scholarships out there so that they'll be able to get the best possible talent. Siguro yung comment ko lang rin is food for thought. If you want to make a successful application or a successful platform, you have to ensure that the success rate is high. Kasi baka and you have to manage expectations. Hindi ibig sabihin maganda yung resume ng estudyante pag nagbigay siya ng application, makuha siyang scholarship. Ako nag-apply ako scholarship college, law school, masters. Wala akong nakuha kahit anong scholarship. So, siyempre nalungkot ako dyan, di ba? Baka you'll be creating a lot more sad applicants. Dapat may expectation check rin talaga on promising what can you give, no? Of course, it goes later on. Will you monetize the success rate? Will you make it so that it's the added value of the business model is really more exposure? Will there be partnerships with private sector and universities na sa platform nyo lang idadaan yung mga specific scholarships nila, etc., etc. So it's really depending on you to be creative on how you're going to structure the added value of your platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Diego.
Excuse.
Okay, go ahead. You have a minute
Can
to
I
respond.
add? Can I add mo? Actually po, we have our feature in our system, which is the what we call e-recommend. So it is a recommendation system on which uh, it depends on the setup of the scholarship applicants of their portfolio, and then our recommendation system will decide on what scholarship does the scholar fits best. I think that's to answer your one suggestion, sir. But regardless, thank you very much for all the suggestions. We will take note of it.
Thank you so much, Jule, Leo, Ignatius, Josh Dane, John Roland, and Rayan from Team Bite Me from the University of St. Asal, Bacolod. We're down to our last presenter. I'm excited to hear what they'll be pitching. So let's get to know them now.
The last presenter for the college category is Team Metron from Cagayan State University, Andrews Campus. Team Metron is composed of Frederick Alvarez, Ana Clarice Agonoy, and Dean Andre Tulmo, under the guidance of their advisor, Ms. Milagros Suyo.
Now, I want you to picture a health worker in your mind. Perhaps you see someone wearing white coat or scrub suits with a neatly tied hair. Almost ideal, isn't it? But in reality, it's far from that. Imagine our health workers carrying kilos of equipment, scales, height rods, measuring tapes, and stacks of paper just to measure one child. Under the scorching sun, they move from one house to another, from one sitio to the next, repeating the same tiring process again and again. They dedicate themselves serving even the most remote communities, yet the tools they rely on remain heavy and costly. Globally, nearly half of all deaths among children under 5 are linked to undernutrition. Most of these cases occur in low and middle income countries. Here in the Philippines, the expanded National Nutrition Survey reported 23.6% of Filipino children are stunted, and about 1 in 10 is wasted. Yet many of these cases go unnoticed because data gathering remains low, inconsistent, and incomplete. Without timely and accurate measurements, interventions are delayed, and every intervention means another child at risk. So what if we could change that? What if there was one single tool that could make every nutrition assessment faster, lighter, and smarter? This is where Antromax comes in. Antromax is an all-in-one portable nutrition assessment system that combines all essential nutrition tools into one compact device. It combines digital weighing scale, collapsible height rods, MIWAC, waist or hip tapes, and a detachable touch screen that automatically computes BMI, WHO Z scores, and nutritional status all in real time. No, no paper forms, no manual computations, no bulky equipments. What used to take 15 to 20 minutes per child can now be done in under 2 minutes with precise, reliable, and instantly stored data. Traditionally, all data are written, computed, and recorded by hand. This process is time consuming, tiring, and often prone to human errors. So the results? Some measurements are skipped altogether because of the heavy workload and slow process. And it's costly too. The weighing scale, the height measurer, the MIWAC, plus the clipboards, the paper forms and calculators. Altogether, it's nearly 12,000 pesos with every separate single tool that can even compute and store data digitally. With Antromax, it's with Antromax, um, Antromax replaces all of that with one intelligent, portable, and efficient system. It is faster, smarter, and more affordable in the long run. So who benefits? Those on the front lines of community health. Barangay nutrition scholars and health workers conducting Operation Timbang, school feeding, and emergency nutrition assessment. It, it supports field teams from the Department of Health, DOST, FNRI, DSWD, the National Nutrition Council, LGUs, and DepEd. And most importantly, it empowers those serving the indigenous peoples and indigenous communities that are often farthest to reach and yet most in need of accurate data. So imagine a Philippines where every child from the farthest mountain sitio to an evacuation center after a typhoon can be measured accurately, instantly, and confidently. Imagine a future where no child is unseen, no data is delayed, and no opportunity to act is missed. With Antromax, we are not just measuring. We are transforming the way we see and solve malnutrition. So Antromax, the future of nutrition assessment. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Anna, for pitching your team's project, Anthromax. May I now invite your teammates to come to join you on stage for the Q&A. We have Frederick and Dean Andre. Here at the center, please. Okay, we'll start with a comment or a question from Attorney Diego.
Okay, so I assume this is for health workers, no? So let's say nurses, instead of having to bring out all these tools and gadgets, paper, it's all in one, easy to use. It's such a simple solution. I'm so surprised someone hasn't thought about it. So it's very clear. I mean, it's a very clear, sustainable solution. So siguro two questions lang. I'm not as familiar with the healthcare industry, but what would be the cost, the lowered costs, because that's one of the added values of this. People will say that your product is just combining all of the tools and putting it into one easy to carry box. But if you're able to show and market the product as something that's not only convenient but also the sum of its parts is cheaper than buying it separately, then I really can attest na most likely pwede siya talaga sa lahat ng mga healthcare professionals globally nga kung pwede. And the second would be I'm curious. You mentioned earlier that once again, I'm not as familiar with the healthcare industry, no? Why is there a reluctance to go digital? Is it because mas preferred ng patients ng something written on paper, yung reseta? Is it because you in the healthcare industry would rather have something on paper? Why hasn't everything gone digital? Parang ganon. So my two questions would be, how would you market your product as something that is not only convenient but cost effective? Siguro difference. Like let's say total, if you buy them separately, ganito yung cost as opposed to buying the whole package at what you're going to be selling it. And second, how willing would the medical community be in adopting this digital method? Parang ganon. Like how would you envision the number of years for everyone to be capacitated to be able to get this?
Good afternoon po. For cost efficiency, unit cost per Antromax is estimated 15,000 to 20,000. It may sound very expensive, but let's try to compare it to existing commercially available anthropometric tools that we have right now. A weighing scale would cost 3,000 to 5,000 pesos per unit, plus the stagiometer that we have, which is 7,000 pesos. And we also have the Miwak tapes, the tapes for waist and hips that cost 300 pesos each, totaling 12,000 pesos. Wala pa po doon yung papers na ginagamit ng ating health workers, their laptops, and all. And take note that these tools are only for one use alone. And for Antromax, it combines all these four anthropometric tools plus the quick analysis po. And I think it's time to invest to products like this for it's time to invest for greater impact po. And for the second,
And so for the second question po, the idea is simple, but sometimes the innovation comes from seeing old problems with fresh eyes. And uh, we believe that the reason why no one has integrated all these measuring tools in one device because nutrition assessment has often been viewed as a manual work, a field-based field task, and not as an area for technological innovation, and and uh, uh, and that inspires us to rethink the process, and that's where Anthromax comes in.
Thank you.
Real quick lang, it doesn't have to be cheaper. It just has to show that dapat yung margin between the actual cost of the sum of parts and your product is negligible enough to make up for the fact na mas convenient, mas accessible yung product lang. So,
Thank you, Attorney Diego. Next, comment or question from SVP Dedek.
Yeah, I have two questions. So the first one is, how much does it weigh? Ano yan? Half kilo ba yan? 1 kilo or what? Yung Anthromax. The device itself.
Since we don't have yet the actual physical prototype of the device, based on expert advice po, and consultations, the estimated weight of the device is approximately less than 7 kilograms.
Less than 7 kilograms. Kasi kung less than 7, I think you need to parang innovate some more because to make it lightweight for the barangay health worker, ideally dapat mga 1 to 2 kilos lang yon kasi marami pa siyang bit-bit, marami pa siyang dala. So I think that's the challenge. My second question really is that I think the feature that is really outstanding here is the analysis of the data, no? And I was just wondering, what is the feature of the Anthromax that will parang optimize the data that is already collected electronically? Kasi it can be used by other agencies and in your example, no? What feature is that and how would that be helpful to other agencies?
yes, so it's part of our implementation strategy to have or to develop a central database management system where all data that is gathered from the nutrition assessments are synchronized to that database, and then it will be used by different government agencies for nutrition programs or nutrition interventions that they can use for ultimately for nutrition.
Okay, thank you. Director Aris.
Sa ngayon ba wala kang ano neto sa private sector na nabibili?
We have
Nagtingin ba kayo?
checked.
For example, before kasi meron, halimbawa sa, wala naman tayong ano dito, no? Parang advertisement issue. Sa Mercury Drug, di ba, may huli ka na 5 piso and then it will give you the details of your BMI, yung body mass index. Is it different from that one? Kung, I don't know kung nakakita na kayo noon.
We have checked commercially available measurement tools like that, pero these are usually large scales. And for Anthromax, what is different for Anthromax is that it does not only measure your BMI and it does not only tell you if you are underweight or if you are overweight. Since it has 4 anthropometric measures, it analyzed the 4 measurements. It could tell you if you are at risk of acute or severe malnutrition or if you are at risk of NCDs po. Ganun.
So it's only the probability based on the initial results, but you have to do further validation of your health, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sige. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Aris. Next, Director Maida.
Okay. Yung BHW ba yung gagamit nito?
Yes po.
Maybe you can also consider like aside from the BHW, pwede pang mag-expand kung sino yung gumamit. Therefore, dapat makapacitate yung mga targeted users of this Anthromax. Ang tanong ko is, how will this be powered? Paano mag-work yung Anthromax? Ano ba siya? Battery, Wi-Fi? Paano siya gagana?
So for the power source of the device po, we are aiming to use the lithium-ion battery for, of course, kasi mas magaan din po yung battery na yun. And for increased lifespan po, that it would take at least 3 to 5 days before malobat yung device since when we develop the device, we are aiming na ma-reach yung even the geographically and isolated disadvantaged areas and even the most far-flung areas in the country po.
To add lang po, about the internet connection or the Wi-Fi usage, the product can be used offline when gathering the data. It only needs the internet connection when syncing the recorded data from the device to the central database system po.
Okay. So gusto ko siyang i-connect doon sa present kanina, yung sa consultants, na baka pwede nyo rin tong i-solar power, yung Athromax. Kasi nga, if you will be targeting yung mga far-flung areas, so better na may backup kayo how you will power the gadget. Yan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much po for that idea po.
Thank you, Director Maida. Thank you, Fred, Anna, and Dean of Team Metron from Cagayan State University, Andrews Campus. And that concludes our college category finals, from smart governance to sustainable farming and health innovation. Every pitch we've heard today redefines what efficiency and productivity means for public good. So let's give one more big round of applause to all of our Next Gen PH finalists for college category for their passion, creativity, and commitment to public sector transformation. Now, at this point, we would like to take a moment to recognize the individuals who have served as our judges for the college category of the Next Gen PH Innovation Competition. To express our gratitude, the Development Academy of the Philippines will now present our tokens of appreciation to our judges. May we invite Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian, the Academy's President and CEO, to join us here on stage to present the tokens.
Good af- Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume our program in a few minutes. We kindly request everyone to return to their designated seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, we continue to celebrate and honor the creativity, dedication, and the forward-thinking spirit of our young innovators, as well as public sector productivity advocates who are shaping the future of public service. My name is Alvin Bilog.
And I am Rani Shannon Ulbata Urbino from the Development Academy of the Philippines, and we will be your host for the awardee ceremony of Powering Productivity, Unlocking Ideas, Enabling Innovation.
Earlier this morning, we witnessed the presentations of our 19 outstanding finalists showcasing their creative solutions. And this afternoon, we will celebrate excellence as we name 3 winners per category. For each category, senior high school and college level, one will be named second runner-up, another as first runner-up, and one will emerge as the champion.
Following that, we will proceed to the awarding of the 2025 Productivity Challenge, Paperless 1 million sheets of paper saved. One public sector organization will receive the Outstanding Idea for Productivity Award. One will be recognized as a creative paperless solution. 2 will be awarded as finalists, and 1 will emerge as our champion. Special citation awards will be given to select public sector organizations to acknowledge their exceptional commitment and contributions to innovation and productivity.
Okay, but before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge and thank the presence of Dr. Lecadio S. Sebastian, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Thank you, sir. And distinguished guests who are with us this afternoon, Assistant Secretary Diane Camacho Mercado from the Department of Budget and Management, Executive Vice President Voltaire P. Agas, Senior Vice President Maria Rita S. Aguja, Vice President Christine Grace Francisco from the Social Security System, Executive Director Samuel Batalla from the Maritime Industry Authority, and regional directors from the Department of the Interior and Local Government, and regional directors from the Department of Education. So thank you very much for the continued support and partnership in advancing public sector innovation and productivity. Now, to present the awards to our finalists and winners, we invite the following esteemed executives from the Development Academy of the Philippines to join us on stage. Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer.
Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza, Senior Vice President for Programs.
And Ms. Imelda C. Caluen, Vice President, Center for Governance. All right, now let's begin with the future of public service. Our next gen PH finalists. Our senior high school and college level finalists will each receive a certificate of recognition and gift cards for their outstanding and innovative ideas that inspire change in the public sector. Allow me first to read what is in the certificate. The certificate of recognition is presented to the name of school for being a finalist of the Next Gen PH Youth Innovators Reimagining Public Service Innovation Contest for their project concept entitled Given this 11 November 2025 by the Development Academy of the Philippines, signed by Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer. Now, let's begin with the senior high school level finalists. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they make their way to the stage.
Team Casilaga Next Gen Innovators from Lucrecia R. Casilag Senior High School for their project TriC, Tricycle Hailing App. Team Atay from Quezon City Science High School for their project Atay, AI multimodal tool accessing young adults' biomarker and factors for metabolic dysfunction, associated fatty liver disease risk detection. Team Health Track from the Philippine Science High School, Central Visayas Campus, for their project Track, Treatment, Recording, and Admission Care System for Hospitalized Patients. Team Liwanag from Catanduanes National High School for their project Liwanag. Team Ember from Quezon City Science High School for their project Ember ESP32 based mobile bot for emergency response with ceramic fireproofing. Team Filipinos from Amontay National High School for their project Community Voice PH. Team Cherry Cutie from Philippine Science High School, Zamboanga Peninsular Region Campus for their project Self-Cleaning Streets, Photocatalytic Coatings for Philippine Roads and Buildings. Team Namnama for Pines City National High School for their project Namnama, Dehydrate to Hydrate Food Security. We also have finalists joining us virtually. Please give up a round of applause to Team Bambotech from Valencia National High School for their project Bambotech, Smart Bamboo Propagule Harvester. Team Senyas from Quezon City Science High School for their project Senyas, Sign Language Educational Navigator for basic FSL interactions.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next Gen PH senior high school finalists. And now, we will announce the winners, the best of the best among this year's senior high school finalists. And to present the major awards, may we invite Assistant Secretary Diana Camacho Mercado from the Department of Budget and Management to join us here in front to announce our major awards winner. Let's find out who will take home the second runner-up.
On behalf of my fellow judges from this morning, it is my great honor to announce the winners of the Next Gen Senior High School category. So let's begin. I'm going to open the envelope. For our second runner-up, Ember from Quezon City Science High School. Team Ember from Quezon City Science High School impressed our panel of esteemed judges and earned an outstanding score of 81.50% for their project Ember, ESP32 based mobile bot for emergency response with ceramic fireproofing. Team Ember will receive a trophy, medals, and gift cards.
Once again, please give a big round of applause to Team Ember. right, team member. Our next award is for the first runner-up for the senior high school level.
Congratulations to Health Track of Philippine Science High School Central Visayas Campus. Team Health Track from the Philippine Science High School Central Visayas Campus impressed our panel of esteemed judges and earned an outstanding score of 82.25% for their project track, treatment, recording, and admission care system for hospitalized patients. Team Health Track will receive a trophy, medals, and gift cards.
Let's give a big round of applause to Team Health Track. All right. Team Health Track, congratulations once again. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, our next Gen PH Senior High School Champion.
Our champion, Project Liwanag. Team Liwanag from the Catanduanes National High School captured the judges' attention with their creativity, clarity, and impact for their project, Liwanag, earning the highest score of 90.75% among all senior high school finalists. Team Liwanag, the next Gen PH Senior High School champion, will receive a trophy, gold medal, and gift cards.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to your next Gen PH Senior High School champion. Our remaining finalists will also receive a silver medal in recognition of their outstanding efforts. All right, may we now invite our senior high school winners and finalists, together with their advisors, to pose for a group photo. If we may also invite Assistant Secretary Diana to join the photo opportunity. All right. One more photo. Isa pa po, kasama po lahat ng finalists natin. So all finalists, sige, dito po tayo sa sa gitna. All right. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to our outstanding senior high school winners and finalists. We now move on to the college level category. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they make their way to the stage.
Team People's Trust Chain from Manuel S. Enverga University for their project People's Trust Chain, Transparent Infrastructure Procurement System. Team Kita Kids from Ateneo de Manila University for their project Kita, a low connectivity friendly AI tool that turns MSME paper logs into smart decisions to boost rural productivity and competitiveness. Team Piliseed from Bulacan State University for their project Piliseed, Pili plus seed, choose the right start. Team consultants from Lyceum of the Philippines University, Cavite, for their project Consultant Kiosk, improving healthcare access for patients and providers through telehealth and digital health record integration in urban communities. Team Metron from Cagayan State University, Andrews Campus, for their project Anthromax. We also have 5 finalists joining us virtually. Please give a round of applause to Team Dementra from Camarines Norte State College for their project Dementra, an AI-powered smart anklet and mobile application for safer and smarter dementia care. Team Badminton Girls from West Visayas State University for their project Tanod PH, Bantay sa Justisya, the Police Transparency Hub. Coditism from West Visayas State University main campus for their project AgriChain, an integrated decision support system for sustainable fruit and vegetable distribution using predictive analytics and machine learning. CHMSU 30 Club from Carlos Hilado Memorial State University for their project Nutritindahan, empowering farmers, nourishing families, and creating smarter access to nutrition. Team Bite Me from University of St. La Salle Bacolod for their project eScholar, a centralized scholarship management platform for Filipino students.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to your Next Gen PH college level finalists. And now we will announce the winners, recognizing the best of the best among this year's finalists for the college level. So let's find out which team takes home the second runner-up. And to present the award, may we invite Attorney Diego Luis S. Santiago, Director from the Department of Economy, Planning, and Development, to join us here in front to announce the winner.
So for our second runner-up, we have Coditism.
Team Coditism from West Visayas State University main campus, esteemed judges earned an outstanding total score of 75.50% for their project AgriChain, an integrated decision support system for sustainable fruit and vegetable distribution using predictive analytics and machine learning. Team Coditism will receive a trophy, medals, and gift cards.
All right. Once again, please give a big round of applause to our second runner-up, Potism. And now, let's proceed to the first runner-up of the college level. And to present this award, may we invite Director John Aris Makaspak from the Department of Budget and Management to join us here in front and announce the winner.
Our first runner-up for the next Gen PH college category is Kita Kids.
Team Kita Kids from Ateneo de Manila University impressed our panel of esteemed judges and earned an outstanding total score of 80% for their project, Kita, a low connectivity friendly AI tool that turns MSME paper logs into smart decisions to boost rural productivity and competitiveness. Team Kita Kids will receive a trophy, medals, and gift cards.
Once again, please give a big round of applause to our first runner-up, Team Kita Kids. All right. And now, the moment our college level finalists have been waiting for, the announcement of our Next Gen PH College Champion. To lead the presentation of this award, may we invite again Attorney Diego Luis Santiago here in front to announce the winner.
For our Next Gen PH college category champion, Pilisid.
Team Pilisid from Bulacan State University captured the judges' attention for their creativity, clarity, and impact for their project. Pilisid, Pili plus Seed, choose the right start. Earning the highest score of 83.25% among all finalists. Team Pilisid, the Next Gen PH champion, will receive a trophy, gold medal, and gift cards.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to your Next Gen PH champion college level category, Team Pilisid. All our remaining finalists will also receive a silver medal in recognition of their outstanding efforts. All right, we now invite our college level winners and finalists with their advisors as well as our esteemed judges to please come here in front for a group photo. Okay, isang photo pa as a group, all winners and finalists for our college level category. Okay. Now to our young innovators watching through the DAP's official social media pages. If today's presentation and ideas have inspired you, we invite you to be part of the Next Gen PH 2026. So bring your fresh ideas, your bold solutions, and your innovative spirit, and let's continue building a smarter, more citizen-centered public service together. And we hope to see you again in next year, a Next Gen PH event. Now, let's turn the spotlight to our innovation and productivity advocates from the public sector. Before we recognize our participants, special citation awardees, and winners of the 2025 Productivity Challenge, may we invite everyone to focus your attention on the screen for a short video presentation highlighting the journey, milestones, and achievement of this year's challenge. All right. Now, we extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who joined this year's Productivity Challenge, and it is through the combined dedication of each participating public sector organization that we have achieved this important milestone. The Academy would like to begin the awarding of the 2025 Productivity Challenge by recognizing participating public sector organizations with a certificate of appreciation for responding on our call to join this year's challenge. Now, allow me to read the content of the certificate of appreciation. Okay. Before that, may we invite again to the stage Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian, Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza, and Vice President Imelda C. Caluen. Okay. Now allow me to read the content of the Certificate of Appreciation. This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to the name of public sector organization for participating in the 2025 Productivity Challenge, Paperless, 1 million sheets of paper saved, given this 11 November 2025 by the Development Academy of the Philippines, signed by Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer. We now invite the following agencies to come to the stage to receive the certificates of appreciation. Let's give them a warm round of applause. First, the Department of Science and Technology, Advanced Science and Technology Institute.
Receiving the certificate of appreciation is Ms. Precious Danica Felipe, Administrative Officer.
Anti-Red Tape Authority.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. John R. Fabula, IT Officer.
Armed Forces of the Philippines, Office of the Chief Nurse.
Receiving the certificate is Brigadier General Maria Dolores M. Lim.
Benguet State University.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Jordan Tomas, Administrative Assistant.
Batanes General Hospital.
Receiving the certificate is Judy Ann Castillo, Chief Nurse.
Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards.
Receiving the certificate is Ms. Ederly Magdalita, Senior Administrative Assistant.
Cavite State University.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Raven Topacio, Computer Programmer.
Davao Center for Health and Development.
Receiving the certificate is Ms. Maria Rosel Cueto, Nurse.
DENR Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau.
Receiving the certificate is Ms. Vivian de la Peña Abaro, Supervising Administrative Officer.
Department of Trade and Industry, Philippine Accreditation Bureau.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Jenibert Opinion, Senior Trade Industry Development Specialist.
Department of Trade and Industry, Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Samuel Bolante, Senior Trade Industry Development Specialist.
Okay, let's take a moment for a quick group photo. All right, let's now proceed to our next certificate of appreciation recipients. National Wages and Productivity Commission.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Franz Alan Visitacion, Labor and Employment Officer.
Metals Industry Research and Development Council.
Receiving the certificate is Ms. Linda Rivera, Senior Science Research Specialist.
Occupational Safety and Health Center.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Merwin Sueras Luistro, IT Staff.
Research Institute for Tropical Medicine.
Receiving the certificate is Attorney Ana Liza Hombrado Duran, Director.
Romblon State University.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Dave Lota, Head SDG Center.
Western Philippine University.
Receiving the certificate is Mr. Joseph Dominic Leao, Executive Assistant.
Visayas State University.
Receiving the certificate is Assistant Professor Joseph Padilla.
Provincial Government of La Union.
Receiving the certificate is Ms. Maria Elena Espirito, IT Officer.
Right, again, let's take a moment for a quick group photo. Okay. Now we also want to acknowledge our other public sector organizations joining us virtually. Bicol University, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Region 10, Department of Science and Technology, Calabarzon, Ifugao State University, Municipal Government of Bacnotan, La Union, Municipal Government of Macalelon, Quezon, Nueva Vizcaya State University, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, City Government of Navotas, Mountain Province State University, Philippine Science High School, Central Visayas Campus, Santa Ana Hospital, Municipal Government of Candelaria, Quezon, and last but not the least, Occidental Mindoro State College. Now, once again, let's give a big round of applause to all our partner agencies and their representatives. Now, we move on to honor 21 public sector organizations with special citations who have made tremendous strides to reduce paper waste, reduce costs, save resources, and improve service delivery, setting a powerful example for others to follow.
The special citation for Fast Break recognizes initiatives that significantly improved service efficiency by reducing transaction times.
The special citation for 1 million sheets saved awards public sector organizations that saved over 1 million sheets of paper in a 12-month period.
The special citation for multiple initiatives honors public sector organizations that demonstrated exceptional commitment to innovation and productivity through multiple paperless projects.
Each awardee will receive a certificate of recognition, a certificate of appreciation, and a plaque. Now, please give them a big round of applause as they make their way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the Social Security System.
The Social Security System earns a special citation for Fast Break for its agency-wide innovations that accelerated service turnaround, such as the automated stockroom and records management system, digital reports and monitoring system, and MJPR digital monitoring tool. It also receives a special citation for paperless for initiatives like the e-pension loan, real-time processing of loans, and e-logs, which fully digitize loan and disbursement processes, saving over 1 million sheets of paper.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards on behalf of the President and CEO is Executive Vice President Voltaire P. Agas, Senior Vice President Maria Rita S. Aguja, Vice President Christine Grace Francisco, Attorney Jonathan Gary T. Jimenez, Ms. Helen L. Navarro, Ms. Nerissa L. Sabado, Ms. Ermely K. Abad, Ms. Dinaline Dayag, Ms. Cristiel Ann Cruz, and Ms. Josefina de Guzman. Our next awardee, Camarines Norte State College.
The Camarines Norte State College receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its digital accreditation system, which transforms a once paper-heavy accreditation process.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Ms. Mary Grace B. Bolos, Assistant Professor. Our next awardee, the Department of Foreign Affairs.
The Department of Foreign Affairs receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its online incoming and outgoing communication tracking system. This initiative modernizes records management, strengthens coordination, and supports sustainable, efficient operations.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Acting Director Mina Angeles L. Ganzon, with Ms. Rosemary S. Ramos Balcer. Our next awardee from the Government Service Insurance System.
The Government Service Insurance System receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for their digital initiatives, the online psychological testing system, the enterprise content management system, and the digitization of health and wellness documents.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Dr. Glenn Vladimir Valmores, Ms. Maria Victoria Molina, and Ms. Jennifer J. Tolentino. Our next awardee, Batangas State University.
The Batangas State University, the National Engineering University, receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its electronic monitoring and coordination center, a university-wide platform integrating workflows across human resource, finance, procurement, student services, and communications.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Dr. Vaperly P. Mandani Garcia and Vice President for Development and External Affairs. Next awardee from the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority.
The Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its document management system, a paperless solution for collaboration, which digitized document routing and inter-office communication across 46 offices.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Division Chief Jaime H. Menor Jr. Our next awardee, Quezon City Government.
The Quezon City government receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its QC, I Declare Easy platform, an innovative digital system by the Office of the City Assessor that transformed property transactions into fully online process.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Ms. Sherry R. Gonzalvo, Ms. Priscilla P. Verzonilla, and Mr. Kim Kenneth M. Mergal. The next awardee, City Government of Davao.
The city government of Davao receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its digital transformation efforts through the city records management system that reduced paper use, costs, and turnaround time, and the Katipunan ng Kabataan Digi-Profile of Barangay Catalunan, Pacueño that shifted youth profiling to a fully digital system.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Ms. Marie Grace P. Nabong and Mr. Sugar Ray B. Razonable. Okay, next, Maritime Industry Authority.
The Maritime Industry Authority receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its fully digital system for issuing and revalidating STCW certificates of competency and proficiency.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Executive Director Samuel L. Batalla with Madeline Joanna F. Galve and Mr. Harold G. Taro. Our next awardee, Bukidnon State University.
Bukidnon State University earns a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for their two initiatives: the Smart Memo, Buksu's green print for paperless sustainability that replaced manual routing of printed memoranda and correspondences, and the College of Nursing's digital submission system that transitioned faculty portfolios, case studies, and learning diaries fully online, modernizing documentation processes.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is Dr. Zenas B. Paloma and Mr. Lloyd Anthony T. Gonzalez. The next awardee from the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
The Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency Academy receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its initiative, Paperless for a Hazard Access and Greener Workplace, by leveraging Google Forms and Google Drive. The Academy digitized its pre-registration, testing, evaluation, and training processes.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards are Director Naravi D. Dukyatan and Miss Karine May D. Balares. The next awardee, Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority.
Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for their initiatives: the Electronic Travel Tax Exemption, Electronic Reduced Travel Tax Certificate, Electronic Acknowledgement Receipts under the Online Travel Tax Services System, and the documentary receipt requirements of OFW dependents, which streamline processes and eliminate printed documents.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards are Attorney Bumbo S. Cruz and Ms. Raquel S. de la Cruz. Now, joining us online are some of our special citation recipients. City Government of Cagayan de Oro.
The City Government of Cagayan de Oro receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its document distribution system, a centralized digital platform that replaced manual routing and printed copies of documents.
Region 2 Trauma and Medical Center.
Region 2 Trauma and Medical Center received a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved for its e-prescription system and e-laboratory innovation, which streamlined hospital workflows and minimized paper use. Prescriptions are now issued and accessed electronically, while physicians can securely view lab results online.
Our next on-site awardee, Philippine Ports Authority.
The Philippine Ports Authority Port Management Office, Agusan, received a special citation for paperless for multiple initiatives, with its comprehensive paper-free initiative, which transformed its operations through digital tools such as the data tracking system, instant messaging apps, and Microsoft Office 365 platforms, along with 3Rs program and materials recovery facility.
Next awardee, Department of Education.
The Department of Education receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved and for multiple paperless initiatives for its department-wide commitment to sustainability through innovations for its regional and school counterparts, from systems like Paper, Project Firm, TechLeap, e-filing, and HR Connect, to tools such as eTravel, SGOD Nexus, TASIG, Project Smarter Excel, eVote, and the Paperless by Design suite.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is DepEd Bureau of Human Resource Organization Development OIC Director Dexter N. Pante, with School District Superintendents Dr. Ronaldo A. Pozon, Mr. Feliciano C. Buenafe Jr., Mr. Edgar Y. Tenasas, Mr. Mark Anthony Rupa, Ms. Eileen San Jose Samonte, and other representatives. Our next awardee from the Department of Economy, Planning, and Development.
The Department of Economy, Planning, and Development earns a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved and for multiple paperless initiatives for its department-wide commitment to digital transformation and sustainability. Through initiatives such as the Assignment Tracking and Monitoring Information System, Evaluation Client Feedback Form Certificate of Appearance System, Orogayon Digital Newsletter, DAP Dev Today online publication, RDC Resolution Request System, Electronic DTR Online Personnel Pass, Overtime Management System, Paperless RDC Meetings, RLUC 6 Members Portal, and Human Resource Information System. DepDev has replaced paper-based workflows with efficient web-based platforms.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards are Regional Director Dionisio C. Ledres and Chief Economic Development Specialist, Mr. Amelito P. Domingo. Next awardee, Southern Leyte State University.
Southern Leyte State University earns a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved and for multiple paperless initiatives for its university-wide initiatives such as the digitization of office memoranda, online faculty evaluation, admission and enrollment system, student clearance and clinic management information system, learning management system, RIESP and policy management systems, and digital subject encoding.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards are Director Francis Ray F. Padao, Ms. Jodiza May Novera, and Mr. Gerald R. Tombo. Next, the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples.
The National Commission on Indigenous Peoples earns a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved and for multiple paperless initiatives for its initiatives such as the Document Tracking System, Document Management System, Microsoft 365 integration, VoIP, PNPKI digital signatures, and the IPAS digital travel order system.
Receiving the Special Citation Award is the Director Harriet N. Abiadang, along with other representatives. Our next Special Citation Award recipient, the Office of the Vice President.
The Office of the Vice President receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved and for multiple paperless initiatives for its collective digital transformation efforts that enhance efficiency across its operations. Through initiatives such as the Social Services Program Information System, the Digital Client Satisfaction Measurement System for Libreng Sakay, and the Digital Issuances Management System, and the Online Committee Review Platforms.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards are Director Sunshine Chari A. Fajarda, Director Norman B. Baloro, Ms. Caroline Lourdes P. Mangalili, Ms. Amvi V. Yeke, Ms. Winnie G. Diego, and other representatives. Okay. Our next awardee from the Department of Budget and Management.
The Department of Budget and Management receives a special citation for paperless with over 1 million sheets saved and for multiple paperless initiatives that advance digital transformations in public financial management. Through projects such as Control P No More, FAD Goes Paperless, DRSL, and digitization of the PFM competency program, the DBM has replaced manual, paper-heavy operations with end-to-end digital workflows and electronic routing.
Receiving the Special Citation Awards is DBM Assistant Secretary Dayan Camacho Mercado, Director Ryan S. Lita, Director Ahmad J. Usman, Acting Director Maricor Bakyal, Miss Andrea Lorraine Salvador, and Director Christine S. Cuartero, and other DBM representatives. Okay. Now, once again, let's give a big round of applause to all of our special citation awardees. Now we proceed with presenting the major awards, starting with the Outstanding Idea for Productivity Award, honoring a breakthrough idea that sparks innovation and inspires action towards better government efficiency and service delivery. And the Outstanding Idea for Productivity Award goes to the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Field Office 3 for their project, Ayuda Cares.
Ayuda Cares is a digital paperless platform that streamlines the entire financial assistance process from application to disbursement. It enables online submissions, e-wallet payouts, a real-time tracking, eliminating queues, paperwork, and delays while ensuring transparency and preventing duplicate aid.
Receiving the award is Assistant Regional Director Maribel M. Blanco with Mr. Sar Cornelius R. David, Mr. Floren Ian M. Leonardo, and Mr. Kevin James Manalastas Roque. Once again, please give a big round of applause to the SWD Field Office 3. Our next award is the Creative Paperless Solution Award. This award is given to the initiative that demonstrates creativity and innovation, maximize use of available resources, unique approaches that deliver distinct value and potential for replication across other offices. The Creative Paperless Solution Award goes to the Department of Education, Schools Division Office of Olongapo for their project, Tech Leap.
Tech Leap digitized HR and record systems through QR tracking, real-time routing, and e-certificates, eliminating massive paper use. Implemented across 83 schools, it drastically reduced paper use and positioned SDO Olongapo as a model for efficient and sustainable digital governance in education.
Receiving this award are Assistant Schools Division Superintendents Eileen San Jose Samonte and Mr. Eugene Asuelo Segiban. Okay, once again, let's give a big round of applause to Department of Education, Schools Division Office of Olongapo. And now, we move to the 2025 Productivity Challenge finalists. This award recognizes public sector organizations with the highest number of paper sheets saved in a 12-month period. Now, our first finalist, congratulations, Department of the Interior and Local Government.
The Department of the Interior and Local Government is a finalist for the Paperless Award for its nationwide digital transformation. Through systems like the Document Management System, Virtual Record Room, Local Government Unit Support System, DILG reduced paper use, automated workflows, and enabled secure digital archiving and approvals. Shifting from printed to online materials, it saved over 23 million sheets of paper or 46,000 reams worth 10 million pesos while boosting efficiency and sustainability in governance.
Receiving this award are Regional Director Ariel O. Iglesia, Regional Director Carl Cesar Rimando, Provincial Director Reggie Calisao, and other representatives from DILG, ISTMS, and Mimaropa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the Department of the Interior and Local Government. Now moving on to our second finalist. Congratulations to the Philippine Statistics Authority.
The Philippine Statistics Authority is a finalist for the Paperless Award with the Community-Based Monitoring System, or CBMS resource application, which is a web-based platform that digitizes manuals and training materials for census operations. Replacing printed guides, it enabled nationwide electronic training and fieldwork for 76,000 personnel, saving 41.8 million sheets of paper or 83,662 reams worth 17.9 million pesos in 1 year.
Receiving this award is Director Niken Beronilla with Director Benjamin Arsenio Y. Navarro and Ms. Patricia Ann R. San Buenaventura. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to the Philippine Statistics Authority. And now, the highest distinction of this year's Productivity Challenge, the Paperless Champion Award. Now, this award is given to the agency with the highest number of paper sheets saved in a 12-month period. Congratulations to the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Their twin innovations, SEC Super Easy Registration Online and the electronic filing and submission tool, fully digitized company registration and report filing, eliminating paper use and enabling 24/7 online processing. These innovations saved over 216 million pages or 433,000 reams, over 93 million pesos in 1 year, setting a national benchmark for fast, transparent, and eco-friendly digital governance.
Receiving this award is Assistant Director Eunice G. Dalisay Salazar and Ms. Conchitina Sofia P. Concho of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Congratulations, SEC. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to all of our 2025 Productivity Challenge participants and our champion. Thank you very much, Dr. Leo Sebastian, Ms. Magdalena Mendoza, and Ms. Imelda Caluen. Okay, now that the 2025 Productivity Challenge has successfully come to a close, it is time to open the next chapter of the Productivity Challenge. Introducing 2026 MoneyWise 1 billion peso saved challenge. We are inviting all public sector organizations to showcase initiatives that have generated or continue to generate cost savings, cost avoidance, and better value for money from January 2025 to August 2026. Our objective may seem simple, but it is indeed powerful. Boost operational efficiency and cost effectiveness, reduce leakages and unnecessary spending, encourage innovation in managing public resources, and by collectively targeting 1 billion in savings, we show that every peso saved is a peso better spent for smarter, faster, more citizen-centered public service. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a quick teaser of what's ahead.
For every Filipino. Across government, inefficiencies cost millions. But smarter systems make every peso work harder. With smarter systems and digital tools, agencies are finding new ways to save without cutting corners. When government saves wisely, citizens benefit greatly. Savings become services, and efficiency becomes empowerment. Join the 2026 MoneyWise Challenge, turning savings into service.
Okay. Ayan, I'm sure marami na naman pong sasali. And of course, we invite you to participate in the 2026 Productivity Challenge because every peso saved is a peso earned for the Filipino people. Now, join the 2026 MoneyWise Challenge and prove that government can be efficient, innovative, and MoneyWise.
Before we close today's awarding ceremony, let's take a moment to look back at the inspiring journey of ideas, innovations, and people behind the Next Gen PH and the 2025 Productivity Challenge. Please turn your attention to the screen
for a special event video prepared with the Development Academy of the Philippines.
You are watching a Director's Cut digital video production.
It is my honor and great pleasure to welcome you to this special program on powering productivity, unlocking ideas, enabling innovation. Today, as our senior high school and college students present their next generation governance prototypes and policy ideas, they prompt us to see government through their eyes, to imagine Philippine public service where technology serves compassion, where bureaucracy bends toward empathy, and where civil service becomes a true expression of virtues and beacon of hope. The next generation concept that they created is more than a school exercise. It is a call to action, a solemn reminder that the work we do today shapes the country that they will inherit tomorrow. This important event is more than a showcase. It is a co-creation movement to discover new ideas to generate productivity gains in the bureaucracy.
The Productivity Challenge program, and Next Gen PH, which we proudly celebrate today. These initiatives push the boundaries of innovation and aim to boost productivity across all levels of government, turning bold ideas into real improvements for public service. Now imagine what we could do, what we could accomplish if every agency across government intentionally streamlined, simplified, and organized their processes. The impact would be exponential. More hours saved, faster services delivered, and a truly citizen-centered government. Our mission is to open space for young ideas and push innovation forward. Their creativity, courage, and fresh perspectives can spark breakthroughs that lead public service to a brighter and more responsive future. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we would like to request for everyone to please stand up. Okay? Okay lang po ba mag-request kami ng group photo? No? So let's all stand up and then compress po tayo. Yung photo po, our photographer will be coming from the stage. Ayan, sige po. Ayos-ayos po muna. And then compress. Ang hindi po to sumali, walang certificate of attendance. Sige po. Okay. Ayan. So dito po, tingin po tayo sa stage. Okay, maraming salamat po. Okay, now, to formally close today's ceremony and leave us with a message of encouragement and inspiration, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines.
Thank you, thank you. Mukhang nakakapagod. Mukhang malakas pa kayo ah. Our distinguished guests, esteemed officers of the Development of Academy of the Philippines and other government offices, partners, mentors, and our brilliant student innovators, good evening to everyone. Today marks another meaningful milestone in our collective journey to advance productivity and innovation in the Philippines. Through this event, we witness government through new eyes, being reimagined, redesigned, transformed by those who believe that better systems can deliver better lives. Allow me to extend my warmest congratulations to our finalists and winners of the Paperless Productivity Challenge. Your work proves that productivity is not a slogan, but a discipline. Process design, reduce waste, clearer systems, and a mindset that chooses efficiency with intention. By minimizing paper use, eliminating redundancies, and accelerating public service delivery, you help build a faster, more sustainable, and more citizen-responsive government. These improvements directly support our national development goals, from the Philippine Development Plan to the Sustainable Development Goals on innovation, decent work, and responsible consumptions. To our student innovators, yung ating mga high school saka college, you remind me of my younger days. I used to compete also during my high school days. Science fair, science quiz, etc. Kalaban na namin noon ng mga, I'm from Ilocosur, so I'm from a national high school. We're already competing with the Quezon City Science High School, Philippine Science High School, Manila Science High School. Hindi ako nanalo noon. But my exposure in those contests, invention kasi noon ng namin, where science work, inspired me or motivated me to go into the career of science. So nung naging scientist na ako, I was able to contribute, I was able to develop products that really contributed to society. So I was able to develop a variety that was planted widely by farmers in Mindanao. I was also able to design yung national rice R&D program natin dito sa Pilipinas. And then I also helped improve rice production in Vietnam by introducing certain innovations. So you may still be young as you are, high school or college. That's a start, a very good start. And I hope you will continue to be inspired and motivated so that you will at the end of the day contribute or develop products that will have societal outcome. Your ideas, prototypes, and fearlessness show the boundless creativity of the Filipino youth. You remind us that innovation is not born from position, but from purpose. You represent the future of public service, adaptive, data-driven, inclusive, and closer to the communities it serves. We encourage you to keep experimenting, collaborating, and turning ideas into actionable tools that make a difference. Today also reaffirmed the important role of the Development Academy of the Philippines in building a culture of innovation, bringing civil servants and young innovators together to co-design and scale solutions that strengthen public institutions. This partnership is essential as we pursue Ambition Natin 2040 and a government that serves with integrity, speed, and compassion. Let us treat today not as an ending, but as a checkpoint, evidence that meaningful change can begin with something as simple as reducing paper, yet into a system-wide transformation. Yet it can grow into a system-wide transformation. So let me leave 3 small but powerful invitations. First, to all our innovators, document and share your improvements to others so others can adapt them. We have to share them. Our objective is societal outcome. Second, collaborate with LGUs and universities to pilot student innovations. And beyond that, maybe collaborate with the private sector. Isa sa mga naging observation ko, working abroad, is that the Philippines is full of many innovative and inventive people. Ang dami nating innovation, dami nating invention. Ginagaya tayo ng mga Vietnamese, mga Thai, mga Malaysian, mga Indonesian. Ang problema natin, hindi natin nako-commercialize, hindi natin na-scale. It ends up in some publications, and sometimes after this contest, I hope you will not go home and forget about your innovation. You should continue to collaborate with the local government units, with other government agencies, with the private sector. Yung kanina sa Cagayan, yung kanilang idea, ano yun? Ano?
Antromax.
Hinahanap ko kasi Andromax. Bakit Andromax ang pangalan? Kasi yung Andro is a male. Antro. Okay. Yung Antromax nila. That's a very good idea. But if we cannot commercialize that again, maybe a Vietnamese, a Chinese will read that in our publication and come up with something that they can commercialize. Yan ang nangyayari. So continue. Measure impact such as time saved, cost reduced, and satisfaction gained. We have to evaluate. May mga ideas kanina nakita natin. Some are very nice, but they need to be further evaluated for their cost, for the time saved, and the satisfaction that is gained by the user. When we scale what works, we accelerate national progress. As we look forward to the next productivity challenge, MoneyWise 2026, may we continue to build a government where every peso counts, every process matters, and every innovation creates public value. Ito ay napapanahon lalo na ngayon. On behalf of the Development Academy of the Philippines, thank you for your energy, creativity, and belief that government can always do better. Congratulations again to all the winners, finalists, mentors, and organizers. Mabuhay kayong lahat, and let us keep powering productivity, unlocking ideas, and enabling innovation that endure for a more efficient government and a better Philippines for all. Thank you, and good evening again to everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for the inspirational message.
Once again, congratulations to our Next Gen PH Productivity Challenge finalists and winners.
Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this milestone. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
Buhay.
Every peso counts. Every peso saved means better service for every Filipino. Across government, inefficiencies cost millions. But smarter systems make every peso work harder. With smarter systems and digital tools, agencies are finding new ways to save without cutting corners. When government saves wisely, citizens benefit greatly. Savings become services, and efficiency becomes empowerment. Join the 2026 MoneyWise Challenge, turning savings into service. Every peso counts. Every peso saved means better service for every Filipino. Across government, inefficiencies cost millions. But smarter systems make every peso work harder. With smarter systems and digital tools, agencies are finding new ways to save without cutting corners. When government saves wisely, citizens benefit greatly. Savings becomes services and efficiency becomes empowerment. Join the 2026 MoneyWise Challenge, turning savings into service.
Recording stopped.